period for that. Yeah, I think if we really are introducing Split and Lotus,
yeah,
I think Turtle Troop could win. I think they could genuinely win this. So yeah, I'll say Turtle Troop.
Split like the back of his hand. So
I'll take Turtle Troop on this one. Yeah.
Okay, I like that. I can't wait to hold that to you. Then Tuesday, G2 auction right at the gates auction. A team that's taken a decent win over Shopify recently. Now playing pretty much the titans of their group in G2. As good as auction have been, I don't know if they can hang with the firepower G2 have, personally. Again, I feel like I'm taking the favorites, but I have to go G2, barring Pony and Scuba popping off. That's the condition.
Yeah, I think at this point it's become some form of like ritual for me to mention that Scuba is incredible. I don't know how many times I have to say it. This guy is like ridiculously good, you know. So again, no idea how he's not on a partner team. Yeah. You know, whatever. It's fine. That's a that's a discussion.
One day we will.
Yeah, we'll see it one day. We'll see it one day. But I think I don't know. I would still say G2, but I wouldn't be surprised if Oxygen sneak it. I'll say that.
Yep. And same day, I mean, this day is full of just great matches. We go FaZe Clan Shopify, and after both of their matches last week, this almost feels like a close to 50-50 matchup. And if you go back to the beginning of the season, we wouldn't have thought that. I think we would have definitely, based on what we were feeling then, to now is Shopify's just the better team, but there's a hint of uncertainty here, and I kind of want to hear you go first this time so I can piggyback off your answer.
Yeah, I don't know. I think FaZe is really hit or miss for me. I do think that they're a good team, but I do think that Shopify are, I wouldn't say they're more consistent, but I would say that although they're kind of going through a bit of a strange patch where they kind of had that loss, and it doesn't really kind of make sense, but I think that they'll get back on track. I think they should be okay. So yeah, I'll say Shopify win this. But if they don't, then I think we might be witnessing a spiral, which is not great.
Yeah. And especially for a team that's been together for so long. I mean, at what point do they go, oh man, what do we have to do now? And then those thoughts flooding into their head. But yeah, I think the safe pick is Shopify. I think FaZe, if they're on, and I think this is the key for FaZe, they need to start winning or making first map close against teams that are equal to their skill level. If they keep losing first map, it's going to make every series more difficult for them moving forward. So barring them winning first map, I have to go Shopify. I think they've been more consistent, and I think FaZe Clan are too streaky at the moment. They still haven't found exactly what they're looking for, and I think maybe another week or two we can see them starting to iron things out, but it's not there yet. And I think Shopify are creative at using those mistakes. It's just they're fundamentally really sound. So I have to go Shopify. And then let's wrap up the week. We normally start on a Wednesday. We're going to end on a Wednesday, and it's March 1st, so a brand new month. We're making a jump here. The first match of that day is Disguised in OR Esports. My hot take is OR Esports have been grinding, and this is the perfect match for an upset at the perfect time. That's my take.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. I think OR Esports suck, but that's just my opinion. I don't know. I think they don't look great. Look, I'll just say how it is. I'm much more confident in Disguise, to be honest. I think, I think realistically, I think Clear will probably just have an amazing series and just pop off and carry, to be honest, like he does pretty much every time. So yeah, I'm gonna go with Disguised on that one.
Okay. I will counter you there for the entertainment value.
Okay,
for what I'm right.
Fair. That's fair.
I get it.
All right, it's fair. It's fair. You're okay to have your opinion. That'll be fine. Although,
and as long as you don't hold it to me, we'll be good. Cool. Let's jump into the next one. M80 Mad Lions, the final one to end week 3, and this one. Again, I feel like this is kind of been the conversation theme of the show, the turning point for Mad Lions. I don't think they're going to win it, but if they can at least show everybody that they have what it takes to at least punch up a little bit.
Well, you would kind of hope so, right? I mean, you kind of had well, I wouldn't say you had high expectations, but you had
decent DSG level.
Yeah, decent expectations. Yeah, you had decent expectations for this team, and they haven't won. So you know, and it's against like TSM and Disguise, like, you know,
yeah,
realistically, you kind of should be beating these guys. You know, I'm not
absolutely.
You know, especially with, you know, for Dark Ratio when they were Dark Ratio, you know, these guys were pretty good. So
yeah,
I don't know. Just Mad Lions, bit of a unknown entity for me. So yeah, I think MAE will take it. Really, I think they'll win. Yeah.
And Mad Lions, they started with the 2 matches that they really needed to win, because in the middle it goes M80 then Guard. I mean, that's just brutal. And I think they have to win one of those matches to have a chance to sneak it in 4th. They lose this M80 match, the Guard one's almost a write-off. It's like, well, that's Mad Lions.
Like, what do we do now? Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it's like, where do we go from here? So I think they have to at least win this M81. I don't think they will, but I think they have to win this M81 to write off the Guard match and then ride into the sunset and sneak into 4th place if they beat OR. But it's going to come down to how Disguise do too. So too many variables, too many things to worry about. I'm going M80. And that's going to do it for us. That's the show. Make sure to check out Knights Arena on Twitter. And for the full show and past episodes, head to the Knights Arena YouTube. And stay tuned as the matches will kick off soon. Take care.
Just realized my mic's been muted this whole time. Perfect. Luckily no one's been in here. I'm an idiot. All right, we got it fixed.
Yo, check it out. Want to know if the price of those Wave Runners is too good to be true? Or if I Wear My Kicks 49 is truly selling dead stocks? Or if that Jordan 1 Royal Box is original? eBay checks. See that little blue check mark? Behind it is a team of independent authenticators who check. And we mean everything. Every tongue, check. Every toe box, check. Every corner of every box, check.
So they got
Every
standings,
logo,
but I don't
every
really
label,
know if I like
every
this much
lacing.
different than...
Yeah, it's checked. The luster of the leather, the topography on the tags, to the straightness of the stitching on the sole. Everything you can see, and even some things you can't.
Really?
Then they tag them, log them in the system, box them up, and ship them out, with no cost for the buyer or seller. eBay checks, so the moment you open that box is as real gets.
Oh, rickety ride. Guessing we're about to be rolling into pre-show, not that thing that we just watched. Like, actually going to be having the main desk. I really like how they've done this. I wonder if they'll change this? I didn't notice if the moist symbol's in the beginning or not. I guess not, right? Because it was the breakthrough team that they signed. That was there at the end. Granted, I mean, like, obviously it just changed 2 days ago. Who knows? Maybe they change it for the coming week.
Oh my goodness, we are back again. Welcome
Holy
everyone
shit,
to the Knights
live.
Arena Valorant Challengers North America as Split 1 continues. It's been a decent chunk of time, I think. 17 days since we last saw these teams compete, and I'm curious to see what they bring to the table. But before we jump into all of that, I want to remind you guys at home, if you have been watching the show, one of the things we've been talking about since week 1 is the fan zone. You might be curious what the fan zone
so it
is.
seems
Well,
like that's
it's
already a
basically
pretty good
Discord
spot.
server where you can interact potentially with the broadcast even and get your question featured live on air for the post-match interviews. If you want to learn about that, you can head on over to pks.gg/discord. You can jump in on the action and maybe you will see your question on air for the post-match interviews. Again, I do mention, it's been some time since we've seen these teams play, and I feel like maybe a refresher is in order. We do have a video to catch us all up on what we missed.
Chad,
across
does
the first
his
2
mic
weeks.
sound
Let's
like
take a look.
scratchy, or is it just my headset? Interesting, interesting. Be really interested to see one. I want to see the new addition to Turtle Troop to see how they look. They have not looked good thus far. But also, I am kind of curious to see how this first matchup goes. I think this first matchup tells us a lot about TSM. Like, I don't expect them to win, but I really hope they can at least put up a fight. Because the teams that have played the guard thus far haven't, and I don't want that to be like just the guards that much better. I would like there to be teams who can like give them a run other than M80. You know what I mean? Good edits on whoever did this. Little mix. Thanks. NA is about to start. Yeah. Follow Uber, but points going down.
So many moments across the first 2 weeks of competition, but to talk about what we saw across those first 2 weeks and what we're going to see today as well, we might as well bring the casters in. We've got
I'm an idiot.
and we've got Dust on the broadcast. Dust, just looking at the first 2 weeks of broadcast, obviously we saw some of the standard things we expected. The guard picking up the wins, going high in the standings. As we take a look at those as well, you can kind of see how the teams are breaking down. But then there was a few teams that kind of failed to deliver maybe on expectations, and I think that potentially over in Group A, Shopify is one of them.
Yeah, I think that's a really fair point. I mean, the Guard and M80 basically took care of business the first 2 weeks. They were the two teams I think I kind of had picked out as being some of the most likely teams to do well,
like everyone did,
and make it to Ascension and be one of those teams that could be in the partner league next year. But you're absolutely right. While G2 Esports lived up to kind of expectations, Shopify Rebellion did drop a little bit of an upset loss there, and it's kind of made that Group A wide open as far as I'm concerned on who's actually going to wind up making it through and who's going to wind up being eliminated.
I think
Chat,
the
got
cool
me
thing
some
about this G2
chocolate
squad is they've
chipotle
gotten
hot
through what
sauce
I
on
think
some
by
chops.
intentions are going to show was a pretty difficult opening 2 matches, at least by reputation.
Excited?
And name. You know, FaZe Clan is obviously FaZe Clan, so there's a lot of expectations that come with the brand, and they looked really solid in that 3-map series to kind of open up their group stage. And then Breakthrough, you know, has shown us that they can be a major competitor now. Moist Moguls. So I think that, you know, you've gotten through a lot of that difficult part of the group, and G2's kind of in cruise control, maybe for the rest of the
Man, that group A
schedule
is
for
wide
them.
open,
Whereas,
chat. I
you know,
think
again, second place really to fourth place is wide open. So yeah, it really is kind of
You'd
everyone's
have
group.
to
besides
imagine
maybe
Moist
G2's
has
looking
to see
solid.
potential.
Yeah, I
in
mean, I think
the
you make a
old
really good point about
Breakthrough
G2.
roster,
I
right?
think that it's important for them to do that, man, because there was a lot of question marks around that team, right? I mean, Sentinels, you know, with Dapper and which is Am coming from that squad and how that team fell
Like,
apart
if
last
in
year,
order
and
for
which is
them
Am
to
being the IGL of that team, you kind of wondered how G2 was going to fare with basically
invest
making
the
a
money in a
combination
team that's
of,
not even,
you know, those 2 former Sentinel players as
making
well as
cash
some of the better
prizes right
players,
now.
I
Their
guess you could say, from version 1.
prize
with
is
the
to be able to get a
exception of Sandro,
franchise
who was,
spot,
of course,
right?
playing elsewhere.
I don't know, man.
Could this team turn it around? Could these players prove themselves? And
I
think
still wanna
that
know
they have so
if-
far taken some huge steps in the right direction.
On the other side, for
I
Group
still
B,
wanna know if,
you've got the Guard and M80 who are looking like clear-cut favorites. The thing is, they don't play each other until week 5, and then it's like, who the heck else is going to step into those other 2 spots?
Still wanna know
'Cause
if Ye's
at the
playing for
moment,
Moist.
really, the bottom 4
Has he
have
changed
not
his
really
stuff
come
on
out
Twitter,
and shown
chat?
us a lot of impressive moments. At least, you know, for my personal taste, comparing them to the Guard, M80, and G2 Esports. So now that we've had a 2.5-week break here, I'm really looking to see what's going to happen with these bottom 4 teams in Group B to see who's going to step up and try to really demand those top 4 spots.
You know, you talk about the instability in Group A. I think there's more of it, but I feel like the same story is playing across both groups. And you just mentioned it, Schiff. Like, those bottom 2 spots, while M80 and Guard pretty much have the top 2 on lockdown, it is questionable who is
Hasn't
going
changed
to
anything
take
on his Twitch
the other
yet.
2 spots. Yeah, I think that GSG has looked pretty good at times. TSM, obviously, you know, hit or miss, and they've just made some changes as well. Mad Lions has yet to find a win. OR Esports is looking like they're having a rough start, but a large part of that too is
because of their draw.
strength of schedule.
Yeah.
OR Esports played the 2 best teams in
About
the
to say.
group to start out. Potentially the 2 best teams in both groups. They started out against M80. They actually took a map there, which was surprising. They got crushed by the Guard, but that's to be expected. A lot of people have them pegged as the #1 team currently competing in Challengers. So even though OR Esports is sitting at 0-2, there is still a world where even they can qualify through. But we do want to take a look at our schedule for the day as well to see what matches we're going to be seeing, because that is going to shake things up even further. Now, the opening match might be a little bit more set in stone to some people, as it is the Guard, who is the hot hand in Challengers right now. They're facing off against TSM, who did, again, just recently make changes. And then later on in the day, we're going to be moving over to Turtle Troop versus the recently signed Moist Esports.
Do we see A?
Formerly known as Breakthrough.
Do we see A?
I also got to point out, you know, Moist Moguls, excuse me, that's also a change coming in, though, looking at the Turtle Troop group, because they've made a roster move as well, Shift.
And the thing about this is,
Who's
like,
Turtle Troop pick up?
you know, for Turtle Troop, Moist Moguls, TSM, you had the perfect opportunity over this course of the last 2.5 weeks to evaluate your start, have some time to trial out new things, maybe have some pretty, you know, deep heart-to-heart conversations, and then say, okay, moves have to be made, but where? And you've got some time to then compare your problems to what you're seeing at VCT Lock-In and saying, okay, this is clearly where we're missing out on, so this is the swap that we have to make. This is probably one of the moments that we're going to look back on and say, week 2 to week 3 in Challengers is going to be a definitive moment to the understanding of the orgs and more so the adaptability of the players, because it's not just bringing in new members. We've also got new maps that we're going to be touching on, and arguably some new meta opportunities that have come through because of what we've seen at Lock-In. So this is a critical moment for all those teams that don't find themselves at the top of their groups.
Yeah, I mean, I think the real point to make there, though, Shift, is that, like, while you're having all these moving parts, as we're kind of hinting at, and we're going to get into more detail when we start focusing on the matches singly,
Tig and Mummy.
you have teams making roster changes where you're also making map pool changes, and that's a lot of moving parts to try to manage. Like, you're trialing new players, you're signing new players, you're maybe bringing, you know, role swaps where, you know, new IGLs are kind of taking those responsibilities for certain teams. In the pace of Turtle Troop, you know, you're replacing half the roster, and on top of that, you're having to prep 2 new maps. Like, that is a situation that really just feeds into a team like the Guard, who already have their foundation set. They didn't have to worry about any of those things, right? They're performing well. All they had to do these last 2 weeks was prep these new maps, which gives them a huge advantage, and they're already so far out in front. So it's just,
Chad, how's the volume?
Separation is going to be created with all that.
And you talk about that first match as well. So,
or do I need to
you're
turn the
looking at
desk up a little
Guard
bit?
versus TSM as our opener today. It's definitely a
looks like I should
tough
probably turn them
draw
up a little
for
bit.
any team that has to face off against the Guard. We've been talking about this since week 1. This team is just... It feels like this team is light years ahead of the other teams currently playing in Challengers. Now, I know that's unfair because we haven't actually seen them really challenged because they haven't played the really strong teams in their group yet. They haven't played against M80. And honestly, you could make an argument that this team is potentially a little bit strong for them to be facing off against. They did play DSG in week 1, and that did work out quite well for them, although DSG put up a little bit more of a fight. But then the game against OR, I mean, that was kind of a walk in the park, Dust. It really didn't feel like they got challenged too much. So there's a possibility that TSM could give them a little bit more trouble here because it's a little bit more of a structured team compared to what they've played against already.
Where was Tig playing before?
I suppose that could be the case. But I think the issue is that while TSM might be a bit more structured, they're going through some pretty big changes, which we're going to show here in just a second here on the player highlight that we got coming up, where they are not only swapping out their 5th for a new player, but they're also changing the IGL position. They're just doing a lot of different things. So I think it's going to be a tough one. Like, they were already the underdog, in my opinion. I feel like they're only going to get set back even further with the changes that they're making.
And I think the thing that's been really impressive about the Guard, I mean, considering their opponents doesn't really make much of a difference, is they're showing a lot of adaptability at the top of their roster, where you've got a lot of help coming out of your controllers, tons of great initiation, and it's no longer a world
like
where we're seeing,
during the recent
kind of
monthly, but
see this on different stat web pages out there. The rating indicative stat that we're starting to see is starting to really highlight how important these initiators and controllers have been, and most of them are actually leading the statistical category at rating. It's not necessarily your duelists. So I think it's really important to kind of showcase what we've got for the Guard from not just who's popping off, but how efficient the team has been. I mean, you see it in the cast percentage as well. I mean, over 75% is impressive. So to see 85 and 94% participation out of players like Valen and Jonah P, that's an unbelievable and quite remarkable statistic, and I think one of the reasons why this Guard team has been so darn impressive.
Yeah, I mean, look, the reason why we're featuring these two players, Valen and Jonah P, is because these aren't even the guys that you would consider the stars of the team, right? Trent is very clearly that guy, and he always has been. And he is, statistically speaking, a top 3 player in this league right now when it comes to things like ACS, ADR, KD. He's up there in the top list categories. But, dude, Valen and Jonah P, they are literally right on his heels right now as far as the type of ACS and KD that they're putting out. So, I mean, it's just kind of bonkers how many things the Guards have going for them.
Yeah, when you look at actually like the meaningful stat categories, we'll call them performance-based, like ACS, KD, ADR, all of those categories, they have 3 to 4 players in the top 10 across almost all of those, which is actually kind of impressive. And then Shift, looking at this here, Net versus 7, you've got the younger player in 7 versus Net, who's young in his own right, but a little bit more experienced based on what we saw last year from the Guard.
And the thing about 7, and where I think, Dustin, we actually had with the first TSM match, we were kind of framing up 7 as, for T1 when he was playing with them, he was the go-to duelist. Now he's running more of a Sentinel role, and flat out, if we're just being candid, he has not performed. Not to the level of other Sentinels that are currently in VCL. I don't know if it's just the unfamiliarity with the role swap, or if it's just getting familiar with how to run that inside of TSM's scheme. Regardless of it, when you compare the Sentinels, or what you'd anticipate would be the Sentinels going into this matchup,
keeping it real though, you can dig that.
So much better than 7, and that's another weak point for this TSM squad. If you don't have the ability to trust that your solo lockdown Sentinel and defense can handle a site by himself, you start to second guess your entire setup. And maybe there was some of that went on with TSM that gets us into the whole, change that's going on with, the IGLing, who's calling, who's kind of formulating these strats. But it definitely has not been as much of a highlight for 7 as I think we were hoping for, considering that his role swap was so significant to this team.
Dust, looking at the other side, though, with all the changes that we're seeing, we're talking about a TSM team. You mentioned it. It's not just losing leadership. It's losing potentially an anchor on the team. Like, you talk about someone like Hayes. He's been around the scene for such a long time, and now you bring in Campeki. Yeah, sure, like, Campeki on paper is a decent swap, but Campeki had a rough go-around the first time we saw him competing at a higher level. Obviously, that he was kind of thrown into a bit of a rough situation. Is this going to be a swap that works out for TSM?
Yeah, that's the really tough one for me because it's not just a one-for-one swap as far as bringing in someone like Campeki, who you think might be like the young up-and-coming fragger versus Hayes, who is kind of more of the veteran of the team, but you're also pivoting the in-game leadership role to Gimon, GMD, who doesn't really have experience doing that. Hayes has always been the IGL for this team, you know, the first 2 weeks of the season. You know, he was the IGL of NRG last year. Like, he's always been known to be that veteran leadership guy. Gimon's not known to be that. So I'll put it this way, Bach. Like, on the one hand, I don't think the role swapping is going to be too big of a deal. Like, for example, if Gabon needs to pivot back to controllers, which is what Hayes was playing for this team, to allow Campeki to be more on that flex role, Gamon's going to have no problem doing that. He has a background playing controllers, right? What I'm more concerned about is how does Gamon lead this team, especially with limited time, with a new fifth, and the fact that we're bringing 2 new maps into the pool. And the other question mark is kind of what you were talking about, Bach. Like, what kind of performance are we going to get
Lotus
out of Campeki?
Nor split is looked good in VCT.
When that man was on a crew kind of early last year, he was on fire when he was playing like
only
Neon
one
and
team
KO
has
and
picked
like,
either map is one
shifting all over the place. But when he was on Sentinels and he was being asked to play Chamber or be asked to play KO and he was playing higher levels of competition, he struggled to live up to it. So what happens here?
It was definitely a little bit flat when we saw him perform with that Sentinels roster. But again, it's hard to look at that and be like, oh yeah, definitely going to struggle. One, it was a little bit potentially higher of a level of competition. But also, I just feel like that team was in a really bad spot. So he got thrown into a situation that it would be really difficult to find success in for anyone. Honestly, I kind of think of Tens on the early Cloud9 roster when he was playing CS. Like, he got thrown into a roster that wasn't really in a great mental state, and it kind of melted down not that long after that, if you remember correctly. So it's tough for me to really make any assumptions. I'm hopeful that Campeki will be able to do what he did in the past and what we've seen him do since then as well, playing in the tier 2, tier 3 scene. But obviously, we still have to wait for the series to get started. Let's go ahead and take a look at the map.
All right, here we go, chat.
We'll see where the series is going to go because you talked about it coming into this. The foundation is laid out for the Guard. So obviously, Guard has a very stable map base.
We are going to Lotus.
Expect from them.
TSM
picked
Lotus.
We've got a curveball, Dust. We've got Lotus coming in.
Yeah, it's interesting that TSM is the one picking it, considering the transition process they are going through with their roster.
I wonder if they don't want to give away too much
away. They spent a hell of a lot of time prepping this particular wild card pick because they knew they had limited time with Campeki and Gabon as an IGL. And so I think this is actually kind of the good dice roll play to make. You know, if you're struggling to get your foundation going, let's just pick the brand new map that everyone's having to learn, right? But I'm just curious to see how it plays out because so far, Lotus has been all over the place. Like, when you look at lock-in, there's been so many different compositions, whether it's like double initiator or double
only
controller
one team to play
or both. Some teams have not been playing duelists. Some teams are. You know, people are trying to force chamber through, even though he got nerfed on Lotus, while other teams are using Killjoy. Like, it's all over the place, man, if you look at the international competition. So I don't know what to expect here.
And I think the fun thing about this series, outside of the curveball that is Lotus, is that both Pearl and Ascent are not unfamiliar for both of these two teams, and they both run very similar compositions. So this may be the one kind of big linchpin towards success is this first map, because I think map 2, map 3 can be pretty unpredictable, even though the Guard is feeling confident enough to take Pearl as their second map.
Well, you mentioned that confidence for the Guard. TSM is a team that's been able to prepare for this. They've had that extra time knowing that they were facing off against one of the best teams currently competing in Challengers, potentially in North America. We had a chance to talk to both teams to see what they had to say about the matchup. Let's take a look.
This is so risky, bro.
My team's very excited to play TSM. You know, we beat them at the Ludwig Tarek Invitational, but maybe we didn't beat them as hard as my team would have wanted.
We'll definitely be ready for them. We've already played them, but you know, we're gonna go over the 2 matches that they've played also, and we're gonna see what we can get from it.
I'd say I'm more excited to play Guard, obviously, just because like they're like the big guys in our group. So I mean, for me, I always like a good match.
Yeah, we're definitely excited and prepared to play against them.
Do we think?
I think TSM's a pretty underrated team. They're pretty strong.
Because TSM hasn't looked good.
It's a game war on any given day. Anyone can beat each other, so we're just preparing very hard for everyone.
In people's eyes, definitely like underdog and overdog story. But I mean, I can play them decent at their Invitational. I keep bringing it up. It's not anything really played against them, but I think we do decent whenever we play them.
I mean, everyone on that team is insane. You know, you have like
like in Saint Sentinel you have Val, and then Saint's controller. Like everyone on that team is really good. So I mean, that's why I'm saying just like play your own game and just like don't let them get anything.
I would say
be tough, man.
Us, that was like our first couple officials as a full 5. I mean, we played with each other as a 4, but even changing one player, you need some official practice. Not to take anything away from them, like they played really good, but I would also have to say that we didn't play our best either. I think if we played them now, it'd be different. I think we'd probably be able to get like bigger leads and actually take over games because they were in the driver's seat the whole time until map 3. Yeah, I would just say like some hesitation from us a little bit playing our first couple officials. I just think they have a little bit of consistency problems when I look at from the outside view, because I see some days where they're just like owning, like even when they were playing us, they were playing very good, but then sometimes I watch and they look a little more sloppy. So if they can get it together and kind of make it click, then I think they're going to be a strong team.
I don't think they're like changed as much as a play style because we have like the same ideas for like obviously James wanted to call, how we wanted to play, so like the core 4 should be the same. We lose a lot of leadership, we lose a lot of like yeah, that leadership we had. It's not like on us now to make it work. But yeah, I don't think it's gonna change as much play style. We're obviously swapping 2 roles, but overall it'll be the same pretty much. I don't think it's gonna be a close game. Like either way, I think our match against the guard won't be like close, or I think it's gonna be like either the guard's running with it or we are. We're not like that much of underdogs anymore. But I mean, we'll definitely be a lot of chaos because I mean, we're a new team losing our leadership.
Our match against TSM will show like why we're very much ahead of all the teams here. I mean, I just hope for a good game.
Right, champ.
And, you know, I'm always down for a good game, so just bring it on.
Finish up my food. I'm gonna go rinse this real quick.
Lots
And
of
we'll,
interesting
looks like we're getting started. I'll be
conversation. No lack of confidence, though, Dust, as we jump on into it. And it is a kind of funny affair to hear Valen talk about the Ludwig Tarek Invitational where these two teams had last met, because he was right. It was an overtime on Pearl, nearly an overtime on Ascent, and then it was a blowout on Haven. So it's been a lot that's happened since then, but we're in Agent Select. What's popping off the page, D brother?
Yeah, again, we're starting off on Lotus, which is a map that's like a free-for-all right now as far as compositions go from what we've been seeing from Lock-In. Whether you want to play double controller or double initiator, whether you want to have a duelist or not. Neither team is forcing chamber through, which we did actually see from Cloud9 and Paper Rex in Lock-In. Both teams are going for Killjoy, which is kind of more what we saw, let's say, when NRG was playing Giants, for example, over at Lock-In.
Yeah,
so that's, and I think that's going to be kind of more of the trend anyway on this map. We're seeing both teams go for double controller. Again, not surprised. It's something that we saw NRG use to very high effect whenever they played against Giants on the map. And yeah, this is one of those maps where both Breach and Sky can be very serviceable. I think Breach personally is a little bit more powerful on this map, but I think Sky still can bring a lot of value as well. And both teams are electing to play a duelist, whereas, you know, a team like, for example, NRG chose to go duelistless. That was a terrible idea by me to try to go that. I could have said that so many different ways, but you get my point, right? They do decide they want to put the Rays out here.
And the Rays has been, I mean, super successful when it comes to clearing out some key areas without question.
Oh yeah, I made it back for the pistols. Let's go.
It makes sense to see some of the heavy-hitting duelists try to make a play for it, try to get some extra early influence when it comes to fragability, so to speak. So yeah, I'm curious, man. This is our first go giving a cast over Lotus. I will say I love the aesthetic, although it does provide a lot of chaos when we get on to
I love how Lotus looks.
Any of the 3 sites that we've got. So it's gonna be TSM on the offense, the guard locking things up defensively.
All right, y'all ready for this, chat?
Let's get it on.
Let's get it
on. Indeed, as the guard's looking to get aggressive defensively over towards A. That is the name of the game, I feel like, on this map, is how well you're able to press the issue over towards
Please
A.
tell me they're in a move where the KD is at.
It limits attacking options, and it allows you to free up your rotations a little bit more to be more reactionary once you start feeling pressure at B or C mound. And, you know, the guard is being very proactive. Like, they're forward on C mound. They're not giving up any space away for free, as we see TSM now gathering up over towards A with all of their players.
I'll be curious to see how Jonah P defensively likes to play around A here, because obviously with the Breach utility, you don't really have to look in towards tree. You can just use your utility to try to respond to any hit that comes through that choke point. And that may be the case. Door will open. Kenpeki trying to see what he can find through. Trailblazer will actually affect Jonah P, so he's got to back away. The paint shells will deal some damage. Not terribly significant, but enough to keep him cornered.
Or am I
Near side
tripping?
of this as well, also in the mix, and that will allow TSM to come in, find the first blood, and follow up with the second. A clean take towards A.
Yeah, they overwhelmed that A defense with their utility and got some very favorable duels. So now Gamal almost catches the player awkwardly in transition, but the net able to reel it back in there, gets it into a 3 versus 4. But this is a very hard site to retake.
In-game settings?
And Lock-In quite
like
a lot.
the Observer?
It's just so tiny. Seven looking to maybe try to get an off angle here, but no, it's Trent for the first blood. Followed up by Valen, but it's Kanpeki. The Frenzy just doing the job, leaving Net by himself. Difficult position in this 1v2. Not a lot of ammunition left either, and TSM will take 3 from Kanpeki to get the pistol.
Yeah, it's one of those things where the guard had the right read as far as making the rotations, having players defensive, but you could just see how well they overwhelmed Jonah P on the site with the Trailblazer, with the boom bot. You know, he tried to respond with his own flashes, but then gets, you know, hit by the paranoia, and then he was just taken off the board. He didn't really have anyone who could support him fast enough from drop to be able to solidify the site in any sort of way. So TSM able to take the pistol, definitely a well-designed attack on A side. So while they've had limited time with Gamon at the driver's seat as an IGL,
or am I tripping?
Pretty pristine looking pistol from them.
Yeah, very clean. Well dissected, well formulated. And now this time it's going to be the guard with just pistol upgrades largely stacked up here through B main. Opportunity to rotate towards C if they do feel the pressure towards Net's direction. But first blood, Tech's able to take down one. That will clear out the middle of the map completely, and the guard will back away and set up their 5v4.
Yeah, a lot of attacking teams look to try to press that B main area just to get that orb. That's what we've been seeing a lot at lock-in, but you can see there, the guard actually plays aggressive defensively to kind of keep an eye on the orb. They wind up getting a kill for their troubles, and now they have a 5-on-4 that they're still, you know, sitting behind. Net's taking some damage, but definitely some shares are out there on some good players who could still make some magic happen. Meanwhile, we have Gamon making a lurk through A side, blocked by the toxic screen, so Trent won't know for sure if someone's getting in the back lines, but at least he'll be able to tell his teammates, hey, there's a chance that I might be missing something here.
So the position for Gamon is all about just trying to catch defenders on the rotation while the spike makes its move back through the attacking spawn, and likely you would think over towards either A main or possibly just to play off the door. Just extra sound cues. See if you can force Trent to make a call saying, I need help, and I need help immediately. Hit on the way, though, and really, at this point, you kind of look at the Trent and say, if you can find one brother, that would be perfectly fine. Flashes out, does not connect for the first shots, and with that, now Gamon is cutting off those rotations through the defensive spawn.
So they're putting it together
pretty
today,
quick,
I think,
though,
right?
so an opportunity still here for the guard in a 3v3.
Yeah, I feel like TSM's taking a lot of 1v1 duels against an eco team, and they're giving them chances now, because now it's a 3-on-3, and a weapon's been picked up on Jonah P. The paint chill, as you know, that comes through, and now all of a sudden they're starting to reel it in. Look at this, it's only now Nature.
Some tools available for Nature. Spectre up. Long-range shots barely clean. Takes down Net for his third elimination. Off the toggle, though. Tex gets the headshot just through the corner of the environment. And how about the guard flipping the eco around thanks to some solid share shots.
Twitch chat's doing Twitch chat things right and complaining about
the other thing I have to take
quality
note of is TSM. Why are you doing this?
Y'all motherfuckers complain about this when you watch Tarek on Stretch Red. I'm fucking dead, bro.
Where they can trade you, they can pick up weapons, and then that snake bite doesn't hit the mark. It never threatened the spike in any sort of way. It gave Tex so much freedom in that 1v1 to know that he had time to work it out. So just a couple little slip-ups, in my opinion, there from TSM on an anti-eco.
Here's some fun stats for you, Dust, and audience at large. I'm not just talking to you, Dust, as much as I'd love to just talk to you.
Oh, man.
The guard is the best eco team
That's
in
hilarious.
BCL North America. They win 70% of their eco rounds, whereas TSM is one of the worst economical advantage teams, only winning 60% when they're on eco advantages, and Trent's going to find first blood just through the toxic screen. Oh, boy, gets punishing from here.
Yeah, again, this is kind of the repercussions that
Trying to
TSM
see
is
if
facing from
it looks
losing
like
that
I'm
round,
still sitting on top of
where
it.
they
I
had
think
everything going their way, and then all of a sudden just coughed up a couple of key kills. They're trying to overwhelm Trent, but Trent is just one of those guys, man. He's so crafty. He's able to get into the frag and get out of there, call for support. Gamon with the Stinger, able to get one, but there's that backup right there. That's Net, who's going to make sure that they stay ahead here.
And that's so good as a Sentinel following up on his teammates. Often also trusted just to take down site solo, and he's been well there too. Door opens, Aftershock will provide some suppression towards a play through mid.
Yeah, they are literally fucking banning people in chat. Oh my god.
He's got a lot of help. Nanostorm's most
I love Twitch chat, man.
Breach on towards B.
Oh,
fault line, well done. Perfect.
I mean, I think the story tells itself right there. You can see it on your screen, just timing the alarm bot there with the fault line. Then the nanos come in as well. Everyone's dazed. And I mean, it's just such a brilliant combination of utility. And that's what the guard's always been known for, man. Like, they are a team that is so good tactically. Like, they are so good at these little set piece plays like that, as well as having the foundations to, you know, play out defaults correctly. And I mean, let's face it, Valen is probably the most experienced IGL in this league.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And you see the benefits of having that when you see things like that come together for the guard.
Clean stuff so far. TSM on the full purchase, though. This is where they will need to really improved since their first 2 weeks. Great paint shells again coming through from TSM. It completely clears things out as the guard were looking to maybe set up a bit more aggressive than normal. Seekers will push them back naturally. And actually, Jonas has got his left arm up, just running away, like, get away from me, you green goblin.
So the guard's pushing their way back here.
TSM get it.
Again, this is an area of the map that often does get contested aggressively by defensive teams. And so you can have those little early round skirmishes that happen if an attacking team commits to it very early. And TSM is just going to get the better end of the deal as they get into B site with Spike now. Net gets 1, but still the advantage for TSM and by a huge margin.
Yo, bro, I'm fucking
Not
dead.
sure how you go about this if
Watching
you're the guard.
this chat. Oh my
It would have
God.
to be hit through a link, you would think, if they go for it at all. And it looks like they're backing up, trying to play for saves. Okay, so, you know, as we start to see this map unfold, you know, I'll be curious to see if the guard is going to try to get a little feisty with TSM here and try to establish some dominance early with those aggressive setups.
Yeah, I mean, again, when you are running a breach, which they are, there's so much utility that you can lob over towards a route and a lobby to get defenses forward. And we've often seen defensive teams so far in the few international matches we've seen at Lock-In basically use that to get a player over on a rubble
never change.
that allows them to rotate everyone else to just kind of be a supporting cast on B
Just
and C.
being fucking
Then you kind of
flamey
have that
for no
early detection
reason.
system at rubble, and the moment that you notice that there's some attention from the attacking team at A lobby, that's when you can start making your rotations back to the A side of the map if need be. And I think that's what the guard was trying to do, but again, it sets up those kind of rock, paper, scissors type clashes where if the attacking team elects to get aggressive on a route very early themselves, you're going to have one of those early fights.
So we're all tied up to a piece.
Dust, take a look at this. We've got an op on Tex, and Jonah P may try to fault line for an aggressive angle here.
Yep.
And look at the stack for TSM. There are a couple of members that look like they, based on those pings, they may want to try to threaten this early. This could be explosive early. There's the fault line. Boombot out. The peak from Tex will be contested by that, and he's going to still try to get an angle at this. Sentry drone's going to push him off, and then eventually the paint shells will chip away some damage.
Like, this has to be within Valorant, right?
Trailblazer comes through. It will land on Tex. He's going to react with the paint shells, where he's going to be taken down in the process. But from the grave, he gets some damage off, gets a frag. Jonah does as well, gets it back to a 3-on-3. It's going to slow everything down now. Campeki heals up his teammate. The spike is with them here. There's a little bit of a duel going on through long A side as well here between Trent and Gamon, but so far no one finding each other just yet.
Man, that was a mixy battle over B main.
Oh, yeah. This map sets up for that a lot, though. It sets up for those really kind of just chaotic moments, but Gamon gets a big frag there.
Oh, this has completely opened up the C site, save just the utility from Net, who does have a lockdown, by the way, so they could use this sentry turret as a artificial alarm system here to make a play to rotate back over defensively to see if they need to. Proactive. Nanoswarm comes out and Net just gets away with murder on 7. Can't get away though. Good follow-up with the nearsightedness. And that will lead to now a 1v2. Valen close through the dark cover. He's going to hear the spike being planted, looking for it quickly. Not a lot of help here for Campeki, but he gets the gun up in time, finds the head of Valen, and TSM go up by 1.
Yeah, this is a very scrappy affair so far here on Lotus, and it's not so surprising for it to be that way when it is a new map. It's the first official for both these teams on it. TSM's made roster changes and an IGL swap, and again, a slight role swapping. I use that word lightly because Gamon has had a history of playing controllers. I don't think he's really feeling too hurt pivoting to allow Campeki to kind of play the roles he's more comfortable with. And again, this map does set up for a lot of those chances at very
Valorant
early
normally plays on the highest
depending
settings,
on
right? Like when you first install it.
How about Campeki? 6'2".
The reason I asked is I know that one of the observers,
that's good, man.
Stat line may also be his overall height.
Got like the new PC setup. I think it's like actually at the facility. I could be wrong.
It struggled in VCT last year when he came in for Sentinels, but that was a tough environment to come into. This is maybe one that's more favorable for him to be comfortable more early on. As Trent's about to reinforce C here as he's feeling the pressure, puts the pit down. TSM certainly was looking to test the waters at this position, but now start to back off.
And Tex is going to have assistance here on this crossfire from Valen. This is not at all going to be a very safe approach for TSM. They're going to use utility to try to get a lay of the land over towards this front position at A. And the guard are going to react to that likely.
Because you can definitely tell a difference, right, Jen? Like, I'm not tripping.
He may saw a couple players cross right there. There may have been a part of him that said this would be a good time for a showstopper, but Backs away, waits for the commitment. It's going to come through the door. Everything opens. Flashes, smokes all coming through. Paranoia,
Nice
trying to
counter.
counter. Come on, going to try to scout things out with From the Shadows. Not going to get anything. Now time becoming a problem. And Tex is in a position to where he could completely put a stop to this with a showstopper. But no one's actually here at door anymore. They're rotating through B. And now all of a sudden, TSM look like they're in a good position with the Viper Spit of their own dust.
Indeed they do. They felt the heat from the showstopper. They make that quick pivot to B. They drop the Viper's pit to get the spike down. But we're just seeing chaos rumble on the kill feed at this point in time. But TSM are coming out on top of that spike. Will get planted. It's all on Trent. 1v3.
Man, what a rotation from TSM. Trent with the Bulldog, hoping, praying, trying to find something to land. Will swap it away for a Vandal. And with the economical situation that the guard is currently in, he may just save this.
They put it into emote only.
And I feel like that's the biggest time that you see B used. It's more as a reactionary thing. When you're not getting what you want on the periphery of the map, particularly on the A side, that is when attacking teams will kind of make that pivot through that A link and get into B site. And it's such a small, confined space that, you know, once you clear it, it's really hard to get a retake off on.
Wow. Good stuff from TSM. I mean,
that was really quick
so
thinking.
far. Yeah.
Good timeout call by the guard here.
Really quick thinking by them, which is impressive considering the situation, right? Considering the move that they have made to their roster, considering the limited amount of time they probably had to practice. Again, I have my suspicions that they put a lot of time onto Lotus these last couple of weeks when they were trialing Kentucky because they were hoping to use it as a wild card pick. And it's evidence of that is really starting to show. Like, they definitely seem to have some set plays that they've really, you know, run well. They seem to have some good quick reactions when things aren't going right. They've won the last 3 rounds in a row. And, yeah, we're seeing Kentucky live up to what they were hoping for him to be, which was a fragging upgrade. That was what it was about.
And the last 3 rounds are, I think, really important, not just because of how they came to grips, but again, for those that are statistical nerds like myself, I mean, TSM was one of the worst teams in full buy versus full
I
buy
mean, it's after
games.
this one, Connor. We'll be watching it.
So now they're in a perfect 3 out of 3, which you love to see if you're a TSM fan, because it's not just
games got pushed back so they could watch.
It's not just a quick IGL call.
Or just the overall schedule got pushed back because of VCT today.
It's an early
so instead of 4 and 7,
so far,
the games are 6 and 9.
All things looking green for TSM.
And then they went and sped run the games.
By what I've seen for them so far
at
here
VCT.
On, again, a map that's very fresh for all of us, viewers, players, and fans alike.
Hopefully they figure out this
a little bit of a one-way
quality
thing put up here over towards A main
for the stream, bro.
Because progress down.
This is kind of tough.
Just for now.
Feisty 1v1 here. 7 sees the shoulder. That's enough for Trent to say, never mind. Backs up towards the mound. Does he get into the archway? Yeah, just barely. So lucky to be alive. And now the focus goes with TSM set up over towards A.
Yeah, they put a smoke down over towards stairs. Toxic screen is going to drop. So that was good timing there to make sure that they were going to get covered on that angle. Now they'll test the waters over on the door.
I like seeing TSM's offensive approach
They know
on
that
this.
they're up against the low buy. They know that there's a chance for some type of gamble stack that the guard might be trying to pull off. And so they're trying to make sure that they mind their P's and Q's and not give anything away for free. They already felt Trent pressuring C mound. And so they want to make sure they
rotate this
get
C
together. Make sure they push something as a unit here late in the round. And Trent's kind of just being that rogue detection system, jiggle peeking. He spots it. Going to start calling for that rotation.
Okay, try to
drop the 1 day down.
Yeah. Oh gosh, that's pain.
That's good there.
How many times has Goman been in this position? Oh, okay. Tex. Doesn't matter
Big for
if he's
Tex.
completely paranoid out. Now Jonah's going to get a lot of value out of the Rolling Thunder with weapons to play with. Spike now down. The attack lockdown is not going to be all that efficient when it comes to trying to gain space with it. Jonah's still holding the line, finds another kill, and all of a sudden we've got a 2v2.
Spike planted.
7 and Corey going to stack. On the cross, Trent tested. Oh, he only gets a shoulder. And now it's just down to net. Sees the alarm bot, deletes it. Throws down maybe one of his own showstoppers called out, finds the first 2 kills.
Dude, he got them both.
Tell the tale.
Oh,
TSM go up by 3.
Oh, man, this match has delivered some excitement right from the get-go, and it's been pretty much non-stop adrenaline all the way. I mean, what a crazy exchange there between TSM and the guard. You liked what Jonah P did with that ult, you know, forcing out the lockdown, but then catching kills and like really cutting the clock down to a critical moment. But TSM
so tough, man.
able to get by in the 2-on-2. They faced a player together, making sure they could trade if need be. They don't even need to, and they went off the ult. But guns are now back for the guard.
There.
Economy's still good as well for TSM, considering all 5 members fall. This time there is no lord from Gamon. Corey's looking to get aggressive. Paranoia is through with
Corey's still through.
Corey's on. Defensive
hit that
Paranoia may have
though.
seen this though. Trent going to be called upon. Gets the first. Seconds around the corner.
Nice job by Trent. He's going to go up top now.
Trent collapses.
Good job backing down.
Now TSM a little bit stuck numbers-wise. I mean, they're completely caught on the bend here. But the kill's still going. Nice little bit of crossfire. 7 holds down one angle, Nature the other. And yeah, I think the guard is just going to be just as confused as you were there, Dust.
I mean, they were doing so well. The Paranoia completely stuffed Corey's attempt at satcheling into the site and allowed Trent just to swing out, grab a couple of easy frags. And I mean, they had so many crossfires set up, and they were winning all the duels. And then all of a sudden, the blink of an eye, TSM get 3 frags to get spiked down, and Nets left all alone, coming through Waterfall, trying to see, but the alarm bot gives them away. And TSM are about to bag themselves another round, and they look behind the entire time up until that split second that they grabbed 3 quick frags. You kind of wonder, how does it all fall apart for the guard there? They were so well set up.
And the first 2 kills that you get outside of that backside of Bend, you think that wins the round? I mean, this whole hit has to come from 1 or 2 choke points, and you've dealt with the first
TSM
of
already at 6 on the
TSM
guard,
had no else on the map. They had to keep committing. And somehow they just kind of brute force their way through with just raw fragging at a critical moment. And I mean, that's going to put them up now 6-2. The economy back in tatters for the guard.
Okay.
For the most part. Sheriff out for Trent. Valen going to have a Spectre. Vandal available for Net. And another Sheriff comes out from Texan. I mean, we have seen them certainly do quite a lot of damage with those Sheriffs and, you know, keep rounds pretty close. But TSM's on a roll here. I think that's 4 rounds in a row, if not 5.
Yeah, it's been clean, without question.
Yeah, they look really good, man.
So all of a sudden, after that little pre-game interview that we kind of had showcased, Valen saying that they just were slow to the punch at the Tarek and Ludwig Invitational. Seems like that very well may be the case once again. Opening trade gets us to an early 4v4, but the guard have actually cleared out a lot of rebels. So now it's mostly just down to what can they find over the opposite side. The hero rifle of Net gets 1. Would have loved to have gotten a second to help their defense out, but Tex has collected a rifle, and we go to a pretty even 3v3.
Indeed, Spike going to start going down. You got Trent coming from waterfall position. Jonah P coming from the top side. Aftershock is going to push Corey back off and allow guard space into the site.
Oh my goodness, this utility from Trent is also starting to kind of push around TSM quite a bit here in the post plant. Kempeki is
good.
It's the first. Guiding Light just trying to create some space, but doesn't actually affect anybody, so Tex gets the kill. And now Corey and Nature are playing a deep post plant where there's a lot of utility that can deter this. Tex steps forward, doesn't find the kill, still holding his Trent, and no one can find the shots until just in the nick of time.
Wow.
Nature finally connects, but oh, goodness, it got tight.
Last second,
Yeah, it certainly
man.
did. The guard were being very crafty with limited resources there. I mean, they're able to kind of win out into a 4-on-4 at A to pick up an extra rifle.
Good idea.
You know, they're doing some great things with their utility to get back into C-Site for the retake. And, yeah, that spike nearly gets diffused, but the spam comes in right as you said, just in the nick of time to stop that from being an upset of sorts. But guard back onto a full buy, but they're running out of room in this half.
Yeah, I'll say.
6-round run from TSM.
And after the timeout's called, really nothing has changed.
That's true.
Guard getting aggressive this time. Shades of maybe 3-4 rounds previous. This time it works out for them, though. But look at the hard stack for TSM. Net is in trouble. Yeah, you've got a Poison Cloud to help you out.
Oh, he's got everyone around this corner.
Footsteps. Guiding Light not going to connect. Trent now
There's
looking
one.
for the crossfire. Net
Oh,
gets
good
the
cross.
Perfect for Trent. Lines
Nice.
up, how about the crossfire from the guard? An investor flawless. That's one way to put together a round.
Yeah, it's just such a tight hit to try to hit B early. That's a lot of the time why you see B uses more of a fallback.
I wonder
option
if the observer
into late round
computer
instead of just right off the
is
get-go.
different than the
defensive
producer
team
computer.
Still has all 5 up, and they have intel on the periphery of the map. It's just so easy to run attacking teams through the blender of what is a very tight choke point at the front of B, and that's what you saw the guard able to do there.
I'm trying to figure out what could be caught. Also, by the way, you'll notice the guards got 4 fucking ults available, champ.
Open it up a little bit as far as getting the rotators away from it. But once again, an early skirmish here taking place at front A side.
Quick pressure. This time TSM kind of holding back on the Viper's wall. Oh, but no one expects Valorant to be that far forward in towards the ruins. Trade comes out. Corey's able to tally another one, so that's actually going to lead the numbers now all of a sudden for TSM, even more so as Nature takes down the Cubby play. So now it's just down to how does the guard rotate back into this? They have to think that A is already completely taken, and they may run into a bit of a trap here as Nature still watching as Net looks for the peak. Shoulder comes out. Net forces the gunfight and takes the win. Puzzling to be sure, and turns to expect 7. Nearly takes down a double, but still TSM holds on to their numbers.
Net trying to force the issue, though, as 7's drawing back, and timing could be on Net's side here, perhaps.
Now
but
you
the
back
turret
down, though.
Comes out to thwart him, and now he must put his own down and just fall back. TSM with the man advantage here. Everyone's fully healthy. Still got a lot of utility in play. They'll have to break the turret. But again, the guards spread thin because they only have these 2 members up, and so they can't really react to that. They have to just kind of roll the dice, and TSM will just gather up together, looking to try to get a 3v1 on this A site, which they will. That's a lot of pressure on Trent to try to get a multi-frag to get them any sort of hope in this one.
If he expects this as he tried to pop the Viper's Pit immediately to give himself a little bit of cover, but there's only 13 seconds left.
Nobody dropped.
That's actually going to be really valuable. The snake bite's going to make them all vulnerable. Viper's Pit goes down. Trent looking to challenge, finds the first. Doesn't expect the second.
Oh, got the second.
Finds the kill. Trent, are you kidding?
Oh, Trent's disgusting.
Trent, 1v3 inside of the green haze, and the guard all of a sudden back to life.
Indeed, he has breathed into them all by his lonesome. Maybe with the, not the fumes you would expect to be breathing life into someone with, but it is the Viper's Pit coming through there for Trent, and just pulls off some magic. Really key snake bite, as you talked about, to kind of buy him even more time to deploy it and get into a good position. And then he just delivers the clutch right when the guard needed it most, right when they were in a bit of a drought. TSM has been playing such a fine-tuned attacking half, but now you're starting to see a couple of heroics show up. And now Valent's also finally in the game. He was 0-8 at one point. He's finally getting a couple of frags on the board. And we talked about it pregame. He and Jonah P have been such a great supporting cast to Trent so far this season, but they've been slow today.
That was not the breakoff that Corey wanted, but the flash actually still
Corey got it anyways.
Enough to still secure first blood. Everything looking to go quickly for TSM, who would think with all the ultimates that they've got spent that they should win this round. Showstopper out for Corey. Not going to see much of anything. Paint shells over the top. The defending lockdown for Net in the corner. Showstopper puts him to rest, and with that also shuts down the lockdown. All of a sudden now the Viper's Pit in play, and TSM will get the plant.
Really well done by Corey. Great use of utility to counter the ult of the
Trent
defense.
gets Corey, though.
Space for the team, but Trent, like you said, does get a big frag from drop to at least give the guard some hope, but this lockdown's a problem.
Paint Shell's trying to deny it. Trent looking to force the play. He's trying to take down the lockdown, and it will be destroyed. So now all of a sudden the guard is sort of in. Tex trying to get off with the Showstopper. It connects. This Jonah P in the same breath finds the kill. Rolling Thunder earned and immediately spent. Come on, backs away. Long range shot's good. Nature inside of his own Viper's Pit gets the first.
Nature's disgusting.
An 8-4 half. Oh my goodness, this one looking tight though, Dust.
Bro, it seems like we have hit the gas pedal and it's just been on the floor the whole entire time, dude. Like, this has just been such high-octane Valorant from start to finish. I mean, you never really know who's going to come out on top. These rounds have been very tight, as you said. A lot of 2v2, 3v3 type situations where one kill makes the world of difference. And for a while there, it was TSM in the driver's seat of those moments. But then you did see a little bit of recovery there from the guard to kind of snap them out of a winning streak. But right at the end, TSM come up huge to make sure that they maintain a big lead going into their attacking half.
And talk about just kind of the difference for TSM. It started off with Kanpeki at, like we mentioned, of 8, 2, and 5. He finishes 9, 7, and 10, but Nature's the one to really step up in the second quarter of that first half. And the guard, who is the best pistol team in VCT NA, looking to try to keep that statistic in their favor, try to get this thing back to more level terms. Door opens, not much seen. TSM still trying to threaten through mid-map over towards B, though.
Yeah, Trent able to get out into open space over on the A side here. near the orb, calling for his teammates to kind of follow suit. Toxic screen there, allowing them safe passage, but definitely a lot of Killjoy utilities set up to defend against the attack and buy time for rotations, which we already see are on the way.
Alarmbot will actually affect this. The guard on the way.
Oh.
TSM not able to really do much here as far as the setup is concerned. Kenpeki trades.
Yeah, dude, I think it's the text that gives it the way the most for me.
Once again, puts together a response. We go to a 3v3, 38 seconds to fight. And the guard, who are still looking to make their way on for the plant, are still going to be tested here. Paranoia comes out, forces Valen to step off. Trent gets trying to find a watch the cover. But the spike down in 22 seconds, Net has to try to come up and help this. Corey still holding for shoulders.
Oh, Corey.
Ball goes up. Corey finds the first. Corey finds the second.
Oh, the guard did not look good on Lotus.
Back pistols at that.
Yeah.
I mean, they are on a roll. Again, all those concerns that we had about Kenpeki struggles at the end of last year individually, you know, TSM struggling this season as a whole, them making a roster move with not a whole lot of time to flesh it out. Plus, it's also a change in in-game leadership, not just a one-for-one trade for like Duelist or something like that. It is pretty crazy to see how quickly they've been able to figure things out, at least on this map so far. We have seen very impressive things from TSM.
Well, the guard are going to go into a forced buy here with a lot of SMGs. Again, their eco and half buys have been unbelievable in their first 2 weeks of gameplay. They are the best in both of those categories, so you have to have it here. You go down 410 and you spend all of your economy here, you're looking at least 11. You're fighting for overtime at 412 probably.
Yeah, and you also have to note that we're on that patch where the Stinger's not as effective as it used to be. So
yeah,
it's going to be a lot harder to make that stuff work, but they're certainly going for it here as they're putting all their eggs in the basket of this A attack right now. Nature watching from stairs to spot some type of cross, sees it, gets the damage off on the Valen, but that's not the frag, and we have an exchange break out.
Seven's in a little bit of trouble here. Jonah just off the rope, able to take down Kenpeki, so a lot of value for the guard getting on towards site, but Net gets blindsided through mid.
TSM is rolling them right now.
With TSM's retake, 3v2, looking to go pretty quickly here. Tex is going to hear at least his counterpart in Corey nearby. Timing perfect, finds the kill. Now we're even at 2v2. And TSM are trying to get their second member close. Guamand is on the way. Paranoia misses. It does allow Seven a chance to get onto site, and just takes down Tex in the nick of time. Trent now by himself. Seven on for the defuse. Into the dark cover he goes. The spam trying to get there. Has to go to the sheriff. It holds at just halfway. But no, not this time.
Not able to get
Seven
anything.
gonna stick it. Guamand gets the kill, and now we're looking at 410, and the guard is going to have little to no economy again.
So we're going to go to 3 maps
it seemed
here.
like Texas got a little bit lost there on where he could get attacked from and what he thought was being covered by his teammate. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication there as a player just kind of slips in and blindsides him, and that's what makes the big difference. It puts Trent in a very difficult 1 versus 2. Obviously, smoke blocking his vision, so not really giving him a whole lot of outs. And I mean, as you were
granted,
the entire
the guards
time,
played
economy
against
and now
2
it matters for the
different
guards, so they're coming to few sheriffs, a marshal, and
qualified
that
teams.
may be it. So a chance for TSM to really push this thing near map point.
Yeah.
I love this aggression.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're really establishing not just control of the economy, but a lot of the play for TSM has been forward.
I mean, you're just denying the C side of the map so quickly to the guard with this like quick teleport to mound, the one-way smoke over, you know, at the front entrance of the C area. It's really kind of bottlenecking the guard to have to play a little bit more slowly, have to use a little bit more utility to clear their way forward if they ever want to go there. And this is a round where they already have limited firepower and utility due to their economy. So this could be a bloodbath.
Oh, man.
Looking likely. Dark cover comes out. Corey,
oh,
these
man.
could be very punishing, but instead just trusts the weaponry, and it fails him. Corey drops. Guamand in trouble, has to blink away. And with that, that's not bad at all. It's going to be a weapon collected, and you're going to go into a 4v4 here for the guard.
Yeah, not bad at all. The problem is Net
1
is
HP for Net.
really low on health. I mean, he is
spit on him and he's dead.
He's a breath away. When you go blow on him and he's down. So that is another thing kind of helping TSM out. But as you said, the guard's starting to get some space. Gamal, though, able to cut down Jonah P. Kenpeki with the reinforcements. And there you go. Gamal winds up with the front, but it's all said and done. Now they're 1 away from map point on their pick here of Lotus. And the guards really only got 1 more shot at it. It's this one right here. Is it going to be it, or is it going to be Mom Spaghetti? We don't know.
The thing is, this is like TSM's being like, all right, cool. We've got 2 rifles. We're still kind of in a bonus, so to speak, but you've got a number of players who can be really close to ultimates to get back into that full versus full. Come on, really the hero here, because if you lose that first 1v1 with Jonah, things become very interesting without question, but not to be. And instead, it's now the guard, like you mentioned, kind of back up against the wall. Have to have some clean rounds in a row if we want to start talking about a huge comeback.
Oh, Tex goes out quick with the satchels. Takes the turret down, so they're certainly
let's see if
pressuring
they
A
can...
right away. But look at this rotation from TSM through A link. Plus, they already have 2 on the site with all the Killjoy set up.
Oh, Corey's nades, flashpoint out, Boombot coming through. Gosh, TSM are just so quick to put a response and to sit here and say, you can knock at the door all you want, but it's locked. Aftershock in a good spot. Showstopper going to get called.
Go back
but
down.
Doesn't quite line up. And with that, the guard kind of fall empty and a couple of huge tools, although 7 will drop, so it opens up A quite considerably now that the Killjoy's out of the picture.
Problem is, the reinforcements are all still here, but what the guard can do now is sit. They have main advantage. There's a plenty of clock, and as you sit, the doubt sets in. And TSM have to start respecting the other areas of the map that they currently don't have any coverage on. And that could then loosen up the A defense a little bit, but TSM aren't buying it. And that will kind of give them a little bit of intel that they've chosen correctly just to kind of sit on this Killjoy utility and just kind of wait it out and just kind of gamble that they're not pivoting back to C.
I like the idea.
Here,
I like
on the other side.
30 seconds left.
Jonah now a single kill away from the Rolling Thunder as the hit now comes over towards B-Link. Paranoia through. Nature just
now they're going to rotate to B.
Boombot out. That will signify
Good job
the
by
plan,
Nature
and the
staying
defense
up there and be
can start to move.
quiet.
And will anyone predict that Nature is playing this close? Will it matter? He's pretty low in health, all things told, 35 HP. Rolling Thunder off the plant now allows him to come through. And
nice job of Valen.
There. Valen shuts down the early threat of Nature. Now TSM stuck in a 3v5.
Yeah, really good use of Rolling Thunder to get them into a deeper position. Again, it's such a small site. You don't want to be stuck in there in the post plant. You want to have more open space to play from. And so they're able to, you know, attack the defensive spawn. They still have Trent watching way back on their own spawn. And so they're not going to be, you know, bottlenecked in any sort of way here. And TSM probably not going to be pulling this one back.
Bit surprising to not see them try to give a little bit more of a forward effort considering this is still a bonus, but the 2 rifles that you see for Guamon and Corey were purchased, so no worry in trying to hold those, although the guard is on the hunt, and oh boy, are they on the hunt or are they ones being hunted? Hard to say. Well, the kill feed is maybe more convincing towards what we're going to get. Finally, Trent puts down both kills, but TSM collecting those eliminations will have an opportunity to full purchase here into the next round.
Absolutely, and it's going to keep the guard
that was a tough
lower, which is
like that's not what you wanted right there.
Bit, so
you needed to try and keep as many.
TSM win this next round. They're at map point. The guard have less to work with because they had to rebuy weapons there, so it could wind up having.
I mean, really, the only thing they're short, right, is the one Spectre instead of a Vandal or Phantom.
Around, we are once again going to look at that A aggression. It seems from both sides. We're going to see an early clash once more.
Guiding light out, tons of Viper utility, and all the spam in the world.
Yes.
Alaskans would be jealous. You get it because they eat a lot of spam in Alaska, what I've been told.
That was awful.
Major import.
Is it? It's definitely not an export.
I actually don't. I don't even know. I just want to be in solidarity with my co-caster because we're either going to be both wrong or both right, baby.
I love it. 7 over the top. Goodness. Takes down a second. Had a good look at a number of others. Nature on the crossfire. Viper's Pit going to reinforce the offense to get the plant down at C, and TSM will respect it. This is a difficult retake.
Absolutely. Even with the man advantage, when you're dealing with the Viper's Pit, you're kind of being funneled all through Waterfall. The flash, though, will kind of give them a little bit of space. Corey swats back.
Showstopper. This is going to be as blind as you've ever seen. Corey's not going to land with it. Tex on the corner, not able to take down Ken Paquette. All left with Trent. First one good, second one not going to connect. And plenty of time for the defuse.
It's going to be 5-12.
And a little bit of bullying from TSM. Just throw a bunch of utility.
Yeah, for real though, TSM's looking really good right now.
Into weird spots, and it's actually a pretty solid breakdown, all things told.
You know what's not solid though?
Match point.
Spam.
Come on, squad.
You know, it's kind of wobbly. But our speaking of it, Hawaii definitely has way more spam consumption than Alaska by like a lot.
Oh, does it?
Oh yeah, like the
it's not even close.
Wasabi snack thing. I forgot about that.
Okay. I trust you. I've never been to either state. I just went off my gut.
Yeah, they do like their spam in Hawaii. So if you would have said Hawaii instead of Alaska, spot on.
Okay, my bad.
But again,
Next time, I got
my
you.
loyalty to you, I went down with you.
Gosh. Get yourself a duo that goes down with you like dust.
Today I learned there's actually a spam museum in Minnesota.
Yeah. Did you just Google that?
Man, I'm just the master. What can I say?
What do you think the admission count is at the spam museum?
It's got to be pretty
on a
low.
daily basis.
It's got to be pretty because you know that's like some small town in Minnesota as well, probably. Like just, there's not much going on. Throw up a spam museum. Oh man,
That's like, that is a tourist trap that doesn't even have the same prestige as like the largest ball of yarn. It's like the third largest ball of yarn. Like who's going there?
I don't know, dude. Maybe there's it's gonna be some special, right? Like you know how that happens on the History Channel, where they'll just have some guy who's like, I'm the expert of this very particular field. Based on what, man? Like what credentials do you have to be considered the expert of like ukulele tunes from the 1840s? Like I don't know. Like I just made some stuff up, but you get my point. There's probably some guy out there who's a spam expert.
Sounds like a good guy. The guard after the timeout will go into 2 hero rifles, 2 sheriffs, and a Spectre. Ultimates are getting pretty close, though. Valen, opportunity for From the Shadows, but mostly Joda P looking to get invested in towards...
I wonder if they locked down the
Thunder, which could
Discord.
be
You
a
know?
round-winning
Remember looking
ultimate
like that
without
before?
question. TSM going to be threatened here at C Bend, but Paranoid's
Listen,
being
tripping.
held from Gamon. He's just waiting for the call from Nature probably to pop this out. You can also see he's waiting for the
Nice,
Viper
Paranoid.
the Snake Bite. And that will be enough to push the guard back just a little bit longer, but the spam works out. First blood good for the guard. Now the Rolling Thunder can come through. Nature's going to be concussed, knocked back by this, and is in a little bit of trouble, but the smoke will keep him safe for now as the guard are setting up for their plan.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of won the utility chess match, so to speak, but they're not winning the gunfight as the Spike is going to get killed. And the defending Killjoy Lockdown is going to push the attack back. They do still have Spike.
And they
possession,
should
really
probably
the
rotate
only
over,
thing
right?
kind of favoring them in this moment as they're trying to make that transition. They fake the B door to try to get some interest there. In the meantime, they're actually traversing all the way over to the A side where there is no presence whatsoever from TSM. They're all rotating, and it's all going to come down to timing as Jonah P could have a huge flank here.
You have to get set up for this if you're the guard. You have to trust that he's going to get at least 1 kill. But TSM going quickly, trying to contest the Spike plan.
Oh,
First
nope.
blood good for Trent over the ropes, no good for Tex. And that Spike, as it is planted, is still waiting for Jonah P to get here. Nice shots from Trent, avoids the boom bot completely, and now Jonah P's flank has been made known. Nature in a sticky situation, but as he tallies the first of what we need to be a 1v3,
I don't know. I kind of feel like if
the
you're
last
guard,
two
you kind of
members
just want to go
are
next
in
to.
critical
Ooh, they're
health.
both hurt though. I just realized.
Viper's Wall blocks line of sight. Poison Cloud down. Net still holding close. Trent waiting to get activated. And Nature's gonna go right on into his Poison Cloud. Sentry turret nearby. He walks right by him. And the time is gonna be an issue here. Nature's not seen anything with that little pass through. Trent finds the kill and the guards stay alive.
That was really crafty from the guard. Because, you know, on first glance, you probably think that that player challenging ropes was a bad idea because you're giving a player away. But that was actually so important on keeping people's attention so Jonah P's flank could set in. And he gets the frag he needs on the flank to really allow the guard through. Also, super smart play there to play inside the Poison Cloud because you know it's blocking your turret. And so now you have to be present there. Otherwise, someone could slip through the cracks. And that's what they did. They positioned themselves to try to avoid getting
Shit,
caught
I'm
off
ready to sit
guard.
down after this
They
game,
wound up
man.
winning the round because of it. Really well done.
I don't think I've sat down all day.
Quick hit.
I think we did all of VCT standing up.
Double satchel. Fault line. Trailblazer is all that's needed to counter as TSM are in dire straits here economically. Just a single Stinger and a single Sheriff. Everyone else mostly on Classic. 7 will have a Ghost, but we could start to see some fireworks explode here if the guard get a clean 7th round.
Yeah, and slowly but surely, Trent's going to find out that A is pretty empty as he starts creeping his way forward here. Kind of just making sure that no one's playing behind that double stack box. He's waiting for his teammates to get in behind him here. In the meantime, you're seeing TSM not just keep pressing B as well as C Mound. Alt going to come in for a little bit of intel there defensively. Now they know it's going to be an A hit, but what retake can they really work out with this limited firepower?
Yeah. Looks like they're going to try to flood. Valen's watching from drop, looking for a shoulder, maybe have seen something. Paranoia will delay this retake a little while longer.
All right, come on, guard.
Text nearby, no utility, just going to play contact. And TSM will have to try to flush out Valen. Snakebite will do the job. guiding light in, but Balance here to help. Gomon falls into Texas line of fire. Nature will get one, but overall the point relatively moot. You don't really get through this position.
Kept 4 rifles up, including Nat, who only had 2 HP.
It is so hard to retake
That's
your
big.
drop and that rope, man. But even on full gun rounds, it's hard to do that. Like, you really have to have a flanking option as well, or coming through, you know, the A lane through B side or something like that. You just kind of had some added angles of attack, but they were all funneled through this, you know, top side of the site with low firepower. Now it's just easy pickings for the guard at that point. Now all of a sudden, you have to start giving some credence to the fact that the guard could be, you know, maybe looking to force some overtime here. They're still not quite at critical mass yet, but if they can get up to like 10 rounds, all of a sudden, you got to start sweating if you're TSM. Yeah. But they are back onto a full
Imagine the guard brings us back, though.
They have a lot going their way to try to close it here now.
The Viper shot will encompass the entirety of mid. Look at the setup as well for 7. Huns and all of the utility over towards C-Ben, just watching that entrance through main. And you've got a forward defender as well, and Gomon once again at A.
Yep.
So, honestly speaking, TSM have drawn an aggressive line of scrimmage.
This is exactly what Energy was doing in their matchup against Giants defensively, was they were getting Sam up to this top position at A with the aggressive defense, which freed them up to be more heavily rotated towards C and B in the early round. And that's why they're in a great position now for this attack that you're seeing. Nice, but Kanpeki able to get the frag anyhow.
So good. All right, this has been great for TSM. And 7 stayed alive. The utility didn't really do too much as far as being able to find kill potential, but the delay
They will be able to pinch multiple angles here.
TSM, who now have Gomon on the long flank.
Double swing together in the middle.
2v2 here inside a link, pending, of course, that Nature wants to step in with it, but Kanpeki will actually join his teammate over towards Halls.
Yeah, you definitely know you got one there.
Right out, flash in, looking to force the gunfight, and they get it. So now the guard with numbers and a good read on where this whole defensive retake is coming from. Kanpeki able to trade off one, clearing corners, gets a second. Now it's just down the net. Do they expect that they have Gomon off the flank? He's not in a position to watch this. Kanpeki's just going to delay for as long as humanly possible. The defuse is going to be held, and Net will have no chance to get back to it. TSM strike first. Maybe in surprising fashion,
game 1,
a 13-7 map winner on Lotus.
Yeah, again, I think this is a team that had limited time to get things going with their roster change and with their map pool, with the new maps coming in this week. But clearly, they did have this Lotus map as a wild card up their sleeve. They were, you could tell they were well drilled on this map, just from start to finish. Their attacking side, very efficient attacks. They looked really well in sync. And then defensively, again, you could tell they had been doing their research on some of the aggressive defensive setups we've been seeing from Lock-In. They pulled one out there on that last round to make sure that they could have a lot of numbers available over on the B and C side of the map, and they come out on top. There was a slight moment where you thought maybe the Gar were kind of weaseling their way back into the game, but TSM really slammed the door shut before it got too dangerous.
It's the thing about this win that is so impressive for TSM. You can hit it from a multitude of angles. First and foremost, we just spent the entire pre-show talking about how the Guard is the best team in VCL North America.
Right.
So that's already impressive that you're able to take a map off of them. But then you add in the layers of a new player. You've got a new IGL. You've got a new map that you do it on, and then you're also countering against all of the inefficient statistics when they were playing in eco situations in the first 2 weeks that were no longer present. They won both pistols. They were great from an advantage, and in their full versus full rounds,
Ross thing over on Twitch is fucking hilarious,
they were so much
bro.
more competitive this time through. So really, it's sevenfold. How good was TSM? Pick your poison, have a conversation on it, because
poor feller, man,
from start to finish.
Got brainwashed and fucking been a downward spiral since.
I still don't know
Feel
if
bad for
that's
the kid.
true or not. We'll do our research. We'll come back after the break.
Not
bring
actually,
into
but
this
I kind of do at the
conversation
same
as we
time,
start
you
to
know.
consider map 2. It'll be Pearl. Don't go far. VCL's back, baby, and we got a match. See you then.
You know what I mean? I can't really be like too mad at it, but it is what it is. Actually, we'll go ahead and pop this live over here just while we got some music. So how are you feeling about it so far, Moon? TSM looking pretty good, huh? I'm wondering if this is TSM rolling, or I'm wondering if it's more about TSM being really strong on Lotus, or if that's more about the guard not having enough practice on Lotus yet. As we saw in lock-in, right? Like a lot of people who were picking Lotus weren't winning it when it was their pick. They were losing it, right? So either TSM was realizing that they needed something to be able to catch, especially the better competition off. Yeah, I knew about the new 5th. I didn't know about that. Ken Pecky and Nature, right? Are there 2 new ones? Ken Pecky is, yeah, not Nature. Nature's been around. It's just, I mean, I guess it's not really crazy to think that TSM was the first team to beat them. It's just... Pew, pew, meow, meow. I don't know. It's still absolutely hilarious that, they pushed back the start of this because of VCT lock-in, just for lock-in to speedrun its games. Like, I find that hilarious, honestly. First time watching Valorant? Dude, Valorant's so much fun. Have you watched any other like tactical shooters before, David Bauer? Hopefully you don't mind me using that name. Otherwise, I think someone in here probably knows how to change the names. But yeah, I love Valorant. Valorant's probably my second or third. I don't know if I like it more or less than watching Apex, because I definitely love Apex. And I love the hecticness of 20 teams in the same lobby, right? But there's something about like the 5v5 one team versus one team element of Valorant that I just absolutely love. Yo, Moon, did you see that CSGO just set their peak player count on Steam the other day again? Like last week or something like that? It's crazy. I think that people are still getting into like... Yeah, it's true. I think that's one thing about like as a fan when you watch it. Right, Moon, is there's always more to learn. I feel like you say, like a different layer to kind of dissect. I wonder if they're gonna take a longer break to try and figure out the wonder if wonder if they're gonna take a little bit of time because of the issues they were having with the quality, potentially. Try and see if they can figure it out.
to showcase it. This one actually really pisses me off, and I don't.
Hold on.
Impending rumors. There's a rumor that this is going to end up on YouTube. How are you guys approaching the show now that that this is happening?
Don't know yet.
Not yet.
I mean,
Gotcha. It's all rumors right now.
I mean, it's gonna be how it was.
The viewership,
before.
yeah, but the viewership 100% goes down in that case.
Yes.
You know, there's just
It
less
will go
people
down.
able to showcase it.
This one actually really pisses me off, and I don't want to say anything I shouldn't say because Call of Duty has changed our lives. But we're talking like they didn't even give us a chance. They gave us a taste. It's growing. Good things are coming from it. The watch party, other watch parties. It's growing for the first time in forever. And if they pull the rug now, it is a blatant. It's a blatant.
So wait,
It's a big fuck.
I mean,
so they're thinking about moving Kai or CDL back to Twitch or back to YouTube. Sorry, why? Didn't they like just change that back this year, Moon? Or am I tripping? When they leave YouTube last year, right? Or am I tripping on that? That's so strange. Just heard it here, hell yeah. Why isn't my chat showing up in the chat area? I was doing it on the broadcast earlier. I wonder if it's just because it's the second broadcast today. I restart my PC maybe. I hope not. That's kind of lame if that's the case, but
Valorant Challengers North America as the guard.
All right, let's go,
of
chat.
all teams was handed a loss in the first map in this series against TSM. I think, Dust, we came into the day expecting this to be what
turn
could
this
be
up a little
another
bit
easy
while we're
victory. And I don't want to paint that as TSM being a poor opponent, but
between
just the guard being so much better
games
than
here?
the teams they've been playing against. But TSM came out prepared for Lotus.
oh
All right,
man,
Bob,
they
look,
took
I
the
know
chat
that
out
this
of
Valorant
emote
game
only.
is very important, and we do need to talk about it. But you know what's more important? Defending my
right.
honor. And so to defend my honor, even though Hawaii is the highest consuming state of spam, Alaska, number 2. Just saying, we weren't wrong.
Speaking of spam, I'm going to give out Dust's personal email for that comment.
Well,
you guys can say
yeah.
everything you want.
Cat
just
facts.
hammer
I'm a
him.
huge
Yeah.
fan of that.
Exactly.
if you wanna
Sign him
do
up
that.
for all of the
Yeah.
subscription services.
You
Everything
can test how good my spam blocker is. We don't know. So it bats pretty well for me. Some get through, but it does pretty good. You know what else did pretty good?
Yeah, there
TSM's
you go.
attacking side on this map.
That's what I was going to talk about. If you actually look, you talk about things getting through. Was TSM getting through the defense that the guard was putting up? It was a particularly brutal defensive half for
That's
the
so
guard.
interesting.
Coming into today as well, they only lost one pistol across the first 2 weeks. They lose both,
They lost
here
both pistols
on the opening map.
to
But really, their
TSM.
defensive side is brutal, and you can see what we're talking about there. The amount of post plants that
Yeah.
TSM had. It seemed like the guard just could not stop TSM from getting site control shift.
And it's not just that they couldn't stop.
That's
them getting
crazy,
site
right,
control.
Chad?
It was how good TSM were
Like-
at making small sites feel large. A lot of different cool crossfire setups. We kind of mostly saw that with Nature playing alongside Seven. That one key round where it's like, oh, surely the guard get the retake here. No, not the case. This random crossfire situation comes out, and TSM's completely take the guard off guard. I hate to bring up the easy wordplay there, but the fact of the matter is that, you know, it starts first and foremost with how TSM were getting into sight, and you look to Kanpeki, I think, as far as how successful TSM
Say, Valen
were
was the one who
in
was
those
really
first stretches
lacking
of
for the
offensive
guard last
rounds.
game.
I mean,
Fucking
Kanpeki
5
was
and
like
17.
8-2 with
Holy
6
cow,
assists
bro.
at one point
Ooh,
through like 4
hurts.
rounds. And if you're getting that much participation out of a brand new initiator, you have to know that things are really gelling nicely. And then as soon as that started to fail, it was players like Nature who really stepped up to really lock down those post plans. So it was multifaceted. It was at least 2 dimensions large, and TSM's offensive side looked really nice.
Yeah, and another thing we had to point out here, and I mean, I hate to be like a Debbie Downer, but Valen did have just a tough game. He was 0-8 at one point. We talked about how strong he was the first 2 weeks, being that supporting cast to Trent along Jonah P to kind of be the fragging core of this
almost
team.
like I have led into that conversation, Chad.
Another one who struggled today is Tex. And that's something I want to be looking at long term too, because I feel like, you know, when he was playing for Energy last year, prior to the Chamber meta, he struggled quite a lot. When the Chamber meta came, he was right up there with Dicey and all the rest of them, like doing super, super well in that agent. But now that we're kind of back into this situation where you're kind of having to get away from that and play like traditional duelist, again, Tex sometimes isn't quite hitting the mark for me. You know, he's kind of falling behind on the
Moguls
roster when guys like Jonah P and Galen and Trent shine. And so I kind of want to see how that plays out throughout this series and really just
what do you think, Tristan? Do we see Ye tonight?
I mean, an important note too is this is Lotus. Like, this is a map
According
that
to
we
his
haven't
Twitter,
seen
he's a
whole
part of the
lot
Moist.
play
He's part of
on.
Moist.
Who knows how much time the guard has spent preparing for Lotus? We look forward at the maps we're going to see in the series. We're going to see Pearl coming up next, and then I believe it's Ascent as our final. So there is a world where the guard turns this around, and in fact, it would mirror what we actually saw from TSM's first match in this Challengers split. We saw them lose to Mad Lions 13-2 in their opening series in Challengers, and TSM turned it around and won maps 2 and 3. There is certainly a world shift where the guard can easily do that here, given what we've seen from them in the past.
And I think especially considering that you've got Pearl and Ascent that are
hell nah, bro. Imagine though.
That'd
be so dope.
Months ago. The interesting thing though about this TSM squad is that they have not shown Pearl yet in their first 2 weeks. So when it comes down to trying to put themselves in a position to try to learn from what went wrong versus the guard, actually I think that was the map that they won in overtime. But what they may have learned from that previous matchup to try to reinstall that with a new roster. It could come as a little bit of, again, a mystery point to what the guard is going to be able to do to try to plan for this against TSM versus what was likely more the case.
I mean, he's not on the roster right now on Wikipedia.
Not even worry about who's on the opposite side of the spike. So I don't know. This will be an
interesting one. But I just noticed on Twitter that it
says
says he's a professional Valorant player for Moist Esports.
Previously had shown in the first 2 weeks for us to start to rebuild that same confidence. Because right now, I mean, all things are turning up roses for TSM.
Yeah, but at the same point in time, too, like, Dust, we're talking about this first map, like, whether that was the ace in the hole for TSM. TSM understanding that at pretty much any point, the guard is probably going to pick up a strong win because their map pool is so deep.
You'd be disappointed if you did what? Like playing Challengers?
It's looking pretty promising, but I'm told that the agent select is ready, which means it's my time to say goodbye, and we'll see if the guard can try to fight back or if TSM is going to surprise with a 2-0
like as opposed to
take it away.
Being picked up somewhere in VCT?
Thanks much,
yeah, he should be in VCT.
Just to kind of give your thoughts, especially when it comes to possible anticipations about what are we going to get agent composition for both sides.
Yeah, I mean, Pearl's an interesting one because I feel like both teams aren't really proven on this map by any means, you know, right? Like, the guards only played it 3 times with this lineup. 2 of them were losses inside of the Terrakin Invitational, but they were both games that went the distance. One went the full regulation against T1, and then one was an overtime loss to TSM. TSM, on the other hand, while they had that OT win over the guard, they also did have a loss to Sentinels. Well, it's a pretty one-sided affair. So, again, it's kind of small sample size to really know who has the edge coming into this, but both teams kind of coming out with things you'd expect. You know, Fade and Astra are very popular options. You know, Jet is a very popular option on this map, especially with Chamber kind of going by the wayside to his nerf. So, you know, to me, composition-wise, I'm not seeing anything here that's like crazy or out of order. You're just kind of seeing Trent favor the Sova, Nature favoring the Fade, and it's really the big difference.
Yeah, because like no offense to the rest of like the Moist roster, but I don't think just adding
one way or the other. I think what we've seen largely with the Fade play comparatively
to any of the other 4
to not running
like
a Fade
makes
and running
them better
Trent
than
on the Sova in terms of trying to control mid. The utility advantage is I still tend to lean towards Fade being able to be more confirmed.
It's hard to say just because like fucking
Intel,
like he's so good.
But at the same rate, you know, Trent's got the ability to flush out a lot of those corner positions that are inside of either of those 2 links. So
what I was going to say is
I
agree with you about the point on Fade. Like I tend to, but I also just agree that Trent should do whatever the hell he wants.
Just be a content creator.
And so if he thinks that he's going to be able to make things happen on Sova,
but why be a content creator for Moist though?
Okay, fair enough. Let's get to
if
work.
You're
Map
doing
2. TSM looking solid through the first.
Like Valorant
what do they have to offer? And
that's nothing against Moist. It's just like
weeks, but still
like just getting into the scene.
Similar, if not the exact same composition.
You know.
From what they ran previously against this guard team. Actually, no, I'm just kidding. It was a Raze before. It's a Jet now.
Yeah, so slight difference there in Duelist, but otherwise similar supporting cast as we see the guard wasting no time.
I don't know, that's just my opinion.
Site, smoke coverage.
By the way, I just realized I didn't turn down.
Really quite hit the mark. They only able to get past it pretty
after the interview. My bad, chat. I just turned it down a little bit.
Plant really all
How's
the
the volume between me and the game, by the way? Is it a good balance?
Has a lot of outs to keep this one going.
Ooh, chunky shock darts right here. Do a little bit of damage. Nothing too terrible when it comes to TSM being able to survive through it, but breaking back in, like you mentioned, this is a multifaceted defense. Multiple layers. You've got Trent kind of playing forward alongside Tex in the cross. Next up then would be a player like Valorant who falls very quickly at all. These shots are really clean from TSM, although Tex does take two.
They cleaned up the
long route starting to
come out
for Net. Jonah just trying to kill off time, but they are not in a position to watch over the spike. Can Pecky gets it to halfway? Can they get around the corner to stop him in time? Yes, they do, but the kill still comes out. It's Nature just off screen, able to take down the finals, and .03 is how they get their third straight pistol. Of course, this is the way we would start this map, right? I mean, it's the same just high octane that we saw in the first map where everything's just happening so fast.
Steely, you can watch it right here. What do you mean?
Spike down, they did well to slow down that rotation.
The live broadcast
area,
on Twitch.
But then we saw TSM able to break through.
It's on
with their
the Knights Arena.
crashing in behind. And just
or you can vibe it with us.
Happen.
You know what I'm saying?
For a moment there, got a couple of kills to allow that late flank to come in from Net, but Net unable to get the job done in the end. But like you said, it came down to 0.03 seconds, so hard to fault them.
No. Yeah. Absolute unbelievable scenes.
Remind me, what maps did they play during the Tarek Ludwig?
Recon bolt deep in towards B, no follow-up immediately. Marshall's watching over the top of this and may have caught just a little bit of information on Seven's shoulder. Trent's also playing just up to deny any defensive rotations, or at least that's the intention. Through mid. Texon gets the shots to land onto Seven. Trade is there, but damage largely done, and that's not bad from Trent either. Taking down one through mid, that will stop the defensive rotation, and it gives numbers for a time for the guard to try to play on towards B for a plant.
That's the credit you have to give guard. They've made every round dangerous, even with low firepower in their hands. That's been consistent throughout, but TSM still cleaning up things nonetheless in the situation. Very good maneuver.
I forgot TSM won this map in particular at the Ludwig Invitational.
The issue, and it comes up there with the classic to put the final dots on the I's and crossing the T's.
Pearl was one, and Pearl was what they won.
For TSM, 14-12. Map to the good as well. And I mean, here's the thing. When you decide to make this big of a roster pivot midway through the split with not much time to kind of work it in, you kind of wonder, is the gamble going to be worth it? You know, like, are you going to be able to make things happen? So far, TSM passing that test.
They did. That one was close, 13-11.
Just by the result, but just they passed the eye test, man. Like, they look like a well-oiled machine right now, which is impressive for Gamon, first time IGLing.
Absolutely the case. I was going to say, I feel like the most impressive part of this, and maybe the easiest way to say it is, this is not a reactionary team for TSM. They are playing with a lot of proactive energy.
Yes, exactly.
Which is something that, you know, we'll talk a lot about our next matchup. That may not be the case with how many moves are made between those two squads.
Do we need to volume up a little bit, or is it good?
For another time.
Indeed it is, as we see.
If we go up to there, let me know if that's too loud once we get into like
here on the B side, both from Astra and Killjoy here.
Turn it up just a little bit.
TSM. The guard, that's where they're bringing the spike and the bulk of their forces. They still have some.
So I do want you guys to be able to hear what the broadcast is saying.
Maybe try to backstab through that B link area, but
like if we're chatting, I want it to not be like
just everyone kind of holding
us,
back,
you know?
because the guard sees these stars in front of them. They know what could happen.
Well, look at TSM though; they're still going to read that this is likely going to be a commit to B, but as the stars are used.
You think it is?
Will back away, and now TSM have to kind of quick wrap, quick rotate. Haunt in the middle of the map will not actually scout out much. Jonah P trying to cut off a cross through link. Knife is also out. Ultimately, not a lot gained nor seen. And now TSM are really stretched defensively after that rotation back to A.
Indeed they are, but the guard hasn't really gained a whole lot of ground. Like, you know, they're still kind of posted up at long B, but they still have to worry about that Killjoy utility, which is still in place. As the clock gets milked, those nano swarms and alarm bot become even more dangerous, and they have to try to get past. They're going to dash through there with the cloud burst, but again, they are getting held off.
This free cam angle is beautiful, bro.
This is taking a lot of time. TSM in position to try to threaten. Spike will be dropped. Spam back and forth leads to an opening trade. TSM still looking for a way in, though, as the guard now have an opportunity with some weapons to back away and watch this at a very long angle. And with Tex just trying to kill time from this back hall's position. If he could find a single kill, that would be perfectly fine. But no, the kills come through. Nature able to find the kills. Now the stack. Little double peek comes out. Nature finds another. That's enough for the Nightfall. Trent just trying to delay. Shock darts are out. Time once again starting to tick. Tick, 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 tick. Jonah on the cross. Knife out. And
Knife
for
not
TSM,
enough.
they just can't get this long angle cleared. Shots will connect.
Nice
Everything will be cleared. The guard take the round.
Yeah, I mean, TSM does a great job stalling out the guard for a very long time, and I mean, really making the clock another opponent that the guard was having to face in that round besides just TSM, but they were able to just fit the spike plan in time, win an initial trade to have a post-plant 4-on-4, and they just never got dislodged from long B, right? They were able to keep very key utility that Trent had protected at long to keep delaying any type of spike defusal. TSM, while they were able to, start clearing out back calls and get into sight, they could never dislodge that post-plant position that the guard had at long. They didn't have any type of flank set up for that, and that's what gets the guard the round.
One suppressed.
Little information for the guard here off the opening knife. We'll at least see the initial position of where Gamond wants to set up. Alarm bot is also down to try to help out through a connector, in which the guard looked pretty interested in trying to challenge.
Oh, yeah.
Seven's still on this corner. He could make use of this, depending on the timing of how this alarm bot gets activated. It does connect. Seven not feeling privy to challenge, at least not as of yet. But the alarms have been set without question. Lockdown now in play. Do TSM want to try to contest for an early first blood? They may have to, as Texas nearby. All the nade is out, and Kenpecky's caught with no weapon up. That'll be good for first blood in the plant.
Yeah, and it didn't really do that much damage getting the fragment down, to be honest. And so that's just going to give guard such a huge edge to get that
nice
initial
double
kill.
there.
And now they're able to mince them
Let's
at
go,
the
guard.
connector as well.
Starting to roll
now
here.
It's all on Corey and Gamon. Gamon does take Tex out, but they're still down to a 2 versus 4. They just don't have a whole lot of space to work from. This should be the guard all day long, tying this thing up to a piece, and Valen may even make them pay for it as well on the way out.
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
One enemy remaining.
Sure will.
Got one of them.
Corey confirms at least one, and that will be it as he tries to back away. TSM, even though they were successful in the first 2 rounds, were still kind of staggering into this traditional full buy round with a Guardian still in play. So valuing what we're going to get out of the, not just the Phantom, but Corey is able to earn the knives in the same rate. So it'll be a weakened buy for TSM.
Veteran ass.
Will still be there.
Tied up at 2.
Yeah, this is a
probably
really
gonna be
well
close.
orchestrated attack by the guard, getting control of Art early, not allowing that alarm bot to really give them any problems.
I think the guard picked this map
Lockdown
to prove a
reinforce
point,
their
though.
attack. We did see Kenpecky trying to make a bit of a play before the lockdown set in, but got caught instead, and so that just added to the guard's advantage. Able to use it to tie things up to a piece, and TSM are the ones now sitting in that precarious position of having to do something crafty with less resources.
They haven't played Pearl yet, have they? No, they played it against OR.
Knives are out for both sides.
They look good
Corey will have
against
Classic
OR,
as
but
a
I mean,
secondary text the shorty.
we don't really know what
Guard
OR
is
really looks like yet.
very patiently and very
They've played
slowly
against
making their way
M80
up
and
the
guard
wall.
yet
Nothing
so far?
Here, though. Trying to maybe catch someone a bit off guard. Not going to work out. TSM happy to give this and use the sentry turret as their defender here at the B site.
Indeed, that's the lone gunman. And he is smoked off, so even he can't act. So we are going to see the spike make its way in. Clean.
Spike planted.
Nothing that TSM can really do about that. And again, retaking is not really in the cards, considering that they just don't have any flanking options and their firepower is limited.
Corey would have to just burst onto site and do something heroic.
Yes. Oh, Bladestorm out now because of that suppression.
And the Prowler's going to land as well. Valen gets one, but no. The kill's still turning out in favor of the guard. Corey gets one elimination, resets the knives, but is very, very weak. And Jonah P is teeing off. That'll be enough for Corey.
Corey got 12 HP.
Anything else? No. Jonah gets 4 in the round, and the guard now all of a sudden on 3 in a row.
Yeah, the guard are starting to, feel themselves now. They're starting to kind of implement their type of style of play where they're very diverse. They can attack at a lot of different types of speeds. They're very good at these little well-orchestrated utility set pieces. They're also great at playing out the default and just playing the slow map control. And, they're starting to, just hit their stride, after a tough first
We think
map.
guard starts rolling this through? They starting to look better, right? I think they look a lot
They're
better.
back onto a full buy. Corey's going to have the
Not a lot
operator
better, but they're starting to...
Which is a very great
look
tool
solid.
to be able to lock down long B and kind of free up the rest of your defensemen to be able to play towards middle and towards A.
Nebula placed, pulled off. Just trying to give Corey something to think about, but the offense has not made a play through this yet. Operator could definitely still come into value, although Tex does have one on his side as well. Aldrone likely sees all of this, and yeah, it definitely does. The tag will confirm that. And now the angle belongs to Tex and the guard.
Yeah, it's big to be able to control this angle that Tex has now because he can watch the back halls peek, and so that all guard has to worry about is the site itself as they cross in. But they can smoke off heaven to limit those angles even further, so it's going to be tough. And now even Seven's getting challenged in defensive spawn.
Why they turn away from
and it's getting dicey, but Campeki comes out on top.
Picks up 2 through mid. Tex, though, shuts down Corey, so the guards still possess the site. Nice challenge from Trent, just completely eliminates Campeki, gets him out of the picture. And for Nature and Guamon, I don't know, you got to make some decisions here as far as what do you want to do in this 2v3. Tex is going to be watching this angle in through B-Link. Nature
you probably
would be
take
the
a
first
quick
one to
peek,
try
but
to
in
peek it.
this save.
Waiting for a little bit of help from Guamon, who does still have stars available. And actually, Tex misses the shot. Maybe was second guessing it just as the peek comes through.
Oh, good decay.
Decay is out. Not really going to do too much, though, to influence Tex, who does not have a dash, keep in mind. So he is a little bit stressed in this position. But the reveal comes out. Plenty of help from his teammates. Now it's just about the question of can Tex get out with the operator still before the spike lands and defuses or gets detonated. And it looks like with the knife out, he should
be able. Oh, he almost got it.
Oh, yeah, had
man!
To. If he didn't, they would have been still poking out and would have got caught by the thing.
By the thing, eh?
Whatever the thing is, I don't know what it is really. I mean, it's like some type of weird detonation of energy or something like that. So I'm not really quite sure what you'd call it, but nonetheless, despite the damage Campeki
what if I don't
want
to be in Discord
from B-Link area, which I thought might be like the linchpin for TSM to get the round. The guard able to still control things well enough to come out on top there and put TSM back into low econ, though Corey will still have this operator. And so there is at least one weapon out there, and they're going to try to use it to get aggressive on B early.
I like that, too, from TSM. You know, all the success for the guard has come by way of hitting this B site so far. So why not try to give them something to think about when you're just on a pistol? And the op is actually here to support this quad stack for TSM, whereas for the guard, everything is heading Guamon's direction.
Yeah, Guamon's about to really feel the heat here in just a second. He's trying to stall them out with the Nebulas, but the guard will not be held back. They're going to dash past the grab wall, get into sight. Guamon in the back there, but just share caught immediately, and that should be all she wrote.
Yep. No control of Secret, no control in towards Flowers. I mean, TSM, it's one of those good luck, have fun moments.
Yeah, I'm just going to try and die to the spike here.
Obviously, Corey will likely not
push
be
it
a part
in.
of this,
But do you want to give them ult charges, though?
Help out, Haunt is through, and that's free control back at Secret. Actually, this is going to work out okay. TSM are going to have a chance to possibly find kills here on a Tex. Knife is out. I don't think they realized the Nanostorm wasn't encapsulating all of Dugout, and Tex will use that and maybe as a chance for the ace. Turned away by Corey, who gets 2. And will
nice
also,
shot
in
by
the
Corey.
meantime, save the operator going into the next round.
Yeah, real clean there from
Way to get up out of dodge there.
Losing 2 hurts a little bit in a round like that, I suppose, but not really too much of a problem. They're building up a nice reserve here, taking a few rounds in a row. As you said, though, important the op gets to stay in play defensively for TSM. They've been able to keep recycling that, keeping it as an option.
Moist game should be starting by now. They pushed the start time back.
The impact they've wanted with it just yet. I think that's mostly, though, due to the guard just being very good with their utility to kind of push the Corey off of angles.
Right,
and
so
not really
Hunter's
allow
Fury
them
and
to kind of flex
Knives
muscles, so to
available
speak.
for...
And so now he's going to try something different. He's going to take the op over towards A
The
side,
guard?
but the guard's been doing a pretty good job about droning out this location. So I
Also
think
got the
Corey's going to get
KO ult
swatted back yet
available
again.
for you if you're TSM.
And the knife could completely put him out of commission as well if it does go that direction.
He's going deep, man. He's going all the way.
Sure is. Yeah.
He might find a timing here, actually. Utility's not quite there from the guard. They're kind of waiting it out.
Oh, but now he's suppressed.
Presence is going to be detected, and I have to imagine at this point the guards say, okay, we know where the operator is. Let's not try to keep Corey hot. Let's go somewhere else. And instead, they're going to go to Nature's direction, who does have support of 7 setup. Prowler through. Lots of players flash, but Campeki completely absent. The Nanostorm almost kind of served as a bit of a smoke against him. Hard to kind of track the member. 7 picks up at least a double, but all that said, the B side is taken, it just without the spike.
Yeah, that's the big problem. Good use of Hunter's Fury to get a player fleshed out so that Net can get
They've
a
got it
frag,
up
but
there
it still
too.
is at the cost of Spike being down. Owl Drone is going to be able to come out and at least kind of scout forward a tad. They still don't quite know where these defenders are playing from, whether they're mid-side or they're defensive spawn. They don't really know what doorway to keep an eye on as they try to reclaim the spike back. And they're running out of time as well.
Yeah. Net just holding the close corner. Looking for the off angle.
Oh,
they actually just
bro.
run into nature. Sure does. And now it's down to Trent. Same chow. Gets the kill.
No, look behind
Expects
you.
the trade from behind.
Look
Not
behind.
there. Spike now collected, but Goman just bides his time very
Damn,
nicely. And with that, the operator will once again be collected. And an opportunity for TSM to
Big
start
ol'
to find their way
ripperonis.
back into this game.
Yeah, it's still quite tight.
Hot
Still
dog and
plenty of time
macaroni
for
or
them to get
whatever.
back into this. I mean, that just comes down to having
Chicken
such
and
a great
macaroni?
utility set up at B Link. The guard were trying
Hot dogs
to
and bologna? Something
test the
like that. I don't
waters
know.
there after kind of getting swatted away at A main due to Corey's forward position with the operator. Just couldn't quite get past it. Seven makes a big play off his own utility. That's his only 2 kills of the game so far, actually, in the 8 rounds that we've played. So may have had a slow start, but maybe that's what's going to kick him in the gear here. A little bit more of a spread offense from the guard to kick this round off.
Can we talk about that very aggressive setup for Spin the Bottle, by the way?
Oh.
Where are you
Did you
going
not
with
see
this?
that?
No.
Just saying, everyone's got a lethal weapon except for the top hat worm who's got a cane.
I see what you're saying now. Okay.
Yeah. Maybe we'll see it again. It's just not exactly.
You're a lore guy, aren't you? You're very much a game lore guy.
I'm all about the sloths and the bears and all of that. First blood tallied, but look at TSM. This is such a great adjustment from them. Get the read of the play through mid, and they say, well, we know this is going to be another extensive hit through B long, so let's force the issue. It works out nicely. 4v3 situation for the defense.
Yeah, lockdown buying even more time, putting even more pressure on
But
the
now
guard,
they're
who are already
rotating towards
feeling the
A.
heat, being down a man, but they're going to try to slowly work their way forward on B turret. Could spot it, but they could also get smoked off by Valen. Pretty common angle to place that. And actually, the turret will poke forward of it, so yeah, they get the detection.
So now they'll
the guard
know,
will
but they
still find
got,
the spike plant.
control.
They do have some utility set up to kind of watch their flank.
Nobody close by, though.
Actually, no, net's down, so that utility will be void.
Nightfall doesn't actually connect on anybody. It was sent
It
maybe
is
a little
planted
too
for
deep
long.
from the defensive spawn, so not a lot gained off that besides pushing the guard back, which is going to be fine. You've got Tex with the operator and Knives if he needs it. First peek sees the gun poking out, does not connect. That's going to force Valen to have to now step forward. Ken Becky, a lot of bodyguards around him, halfway defused.
Wow.
More than that on the way. Come on,
Diffused.
says it's a no-fly zone, and Jonah P playing a little bit too far deep. Will not have a
Damn,
chance
man.
to contest while also losing
God,
his
that's a
life
game,
at the end,
chat.
and now TSM have taken a couple of rounds in a row.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, great use of the smoke and haunt to kind of make up for the fact that they did not have a flanking option, and so they knew that they had to just press the issue on this corner of B. And they're able to do so under the cover of smoke and the haunt giving them detection. They're also able just to swat Tex down in midair. Great play there from Gamon. And so that's
so
gonna
guard
put us
does
to
have 2 ults
4-5
available.
the score.
You've got
Money
the
is
lockdown.
vulnerable for
And
both
TSM's
sides at this
adjustment is
point.
quick.
Yeah.
I mean, it
You've
comes
got the
off
cosmic
no
divide.
timeout either. This is just good comms, good communication. Figure out what we need to do differently. So now the guard looking to maybe try to change up the tempo just a touch, but if they commit to this, they are running right into the teeth of TSM's defense setup-wise.
You gotta love a defensive team who knows how to rotate their Killjoy utility and not just give you the
Yes.
same look every single time. It makes it hard for the attacking
So you got
side
the
to
Cosmic
know
Divide
which side's
too?
vulnerable and which side's really well fortified.
Should give them
Lockdown
access
goes
to
in
sight.
to try to give them that space anyway to get through all this Killjoy utility, but they are just getting owned right now by Paranoia, by Nanos. They cannot get the sight.
Oh, wow.
There's just nothing there, dude. This is so damn good from TSM. Oh,
There it is, all
man.
tied up at
I
5.
don't know if we'll get another chance to see the overhead of this breakthrough, but the guard commit the Cosmic Divide, and I don't think they ever saw the Killjoy utility in.
No, they
It's
didn't.
a fragment to block the front door. Prowler comes out. Nanostorm's finding value. That was exquisite from TSM, and it's all based off of just what the setup is on paper.
Yeah, I mean, the guard, you're thinking to yourself, you know, hey, we're using a lockdown and a cosmic divide, so we're forcing the defense back towards their spawn, and then we're putting them behind a wall to where we surely should be able to get control of the site and get a spike plant down. But the issue is as we see it coming in, there's
man.
so much Killjoy utility still available
Bro,
on the
if
site itself. So even
TSM
if the defense gets
sweeps
pushed
the
back,
guard,
they're able to
imagine.
start triggering those nanoswarms so the guard can
My
never
internet
get
might fucking
comfortable
break,
to
chat.
get a spike down. Then you have the Prowler
man.
coming in blocking Valen's vision, so now he doesn't know where he needs to be. And then the defense can start pressing through the Cosmic Divide like it's not even there anymore, just based on their own utility usage, and just absolutely wreaked havoc on the guard's attack there.
That's one of those that TSM will look back on and just smile.
Oh,
Nothing
yeah.
needs to be said.
Hey, yo,
It's
chat,
just
by the way,
we
man, if y'all are in here
executed
and vibing,
to
if
the
there's anyone in here
exact
wants to
letter of what
kick it
that
with your
setup
boy
was
off
supposed
stream,
to be,
feel free to come
that's
in and kick
gonna
it with
feel
us in the
incredible.
Discord.
Whereas on the other side,
What a
all of a
read.
sudden, a little sweat off the brow here for the guard as they find themselves.
Also, if you're in
tied
here
up
and you're
at
enjoying the
5,
vibes, man, if y'all hit the
yeah,
like
they'll
button,
have
helps you out
money
that
to
algorithm.
mostly purchase
Appreciate
here,
y'all.
But that was an expensive round, not just off of their gun economy, but they spend, like we mentioned, of course, a handful of ultimates to try to even find success.
Absolutely. I mean, that was so well done from TSM. And I mean, they had such a great read, which is hard to have on the guard because they have such a deep playbook.
Yeah.
That it's very hard to have, like, very particular defensive setups work for you like that. But really well done there. And now, once again, they've guessed right again. They have a huge stack over towards Long B, which is indeed where the guard are trying to get some control early. But they're being pushed back. It's forcing Trent to spin a drone really early, just
really
on the
early
shallow portion of B. Not even anywhere near the site.
They got plenty of
But the
info
thing
on
is
it,
that
though.
drone sees that the defense is playing into pillar, and they don't have utility to clear that off. Not guaranteed. And that could be the difference maker of having a Sova versus having a Fade. Yeah, you get the intel, but what do? You're going to expect shock darts to clear that position out? Probably not.
Yeah, the guard doesn't really have any presence anywhere else on the map, though. I mean, they have a turret watching their flank at middle, but they don't have anything towards A lobby. They don't have any control of middle, so they still have to force the issue here. And B is going to be to their detriment as Nature breaks through for the hat trick.
It's just, you can't clear out pillar
Man.
with a Sova flat out. You can get all the information you want, but
That's
TSM,
tough,
like
bro.
you mentioned at the very top of this, they've guessed this correctly.
Last round in the
And
half.
it comes by way of what? Just a thrown nano swarm to block the cross? That's about it.
Yeah, I mean, TSM are just playing these really heavy-handed, like, assertive defenses on the edges of the map, but they're rotating through where they're getting aggressive at, which is a thorn in the guard side because they never really know where to expect the aggressive defense to come from. They don't know what site's being fortified by Killjoy Utility and which one isn't yet. And like you said, while they're able to gather some intel, in that situation, they couldn't even really get to ramp to get, like, deep intel on the B side itself with the drone. They're only getting to pillar. So they're just not really able to get that map control that they want.
All right, Corey's got the op.
It's going to be a full force for the guard. They do control pillar here, no worries. Offensive knife also.
Got a Marshal and a
affects Corey
Guardian.
Deep, who is still trying to hold this with the flick shot. Not
Good
gonna land.
stuff,
So
Jonah.
doesn't Get first blood, but here comes the rest of TSM's defense. Just spamming the corner. Spike gets dropped. Oh my goodness, the action is hot and it is wild. 2v to get. And with that, Trent will collect the spike, get a plant, but look at the position from Goman. He's going to deny this long B setup. The Prowler's going to see that Tex is likely playing inside of back halls, and the shots
There
from
it is.
Goman are exquisite. Now just down to Trent, who stays under the haunt. There it is. Thought that was
For the record, that's not me. Audio is lost on the mainstream. Everyone's asking in the channel. So for the record, again. Man. Awkward, bruh. I guess let's play music until the sound comes back? I don't even know. There's still no audio. I think it's their new rig. Guard about to be coming in here. Starting off pistols. Oh, hold on. Hold on, Trent. There he is. Six sevens. Fucking Twitch chat, bro. I wonder what kind of delay they're on. I think it's an issue with the rig. If there's a payment plan for the Oni 2.0. Oh! Oh, text kind of fumbled there, but it's fine. Guard got everyone else. Bro, GMD actually just did that, bro. Oh my goodness. Wow. Bro, chat. I love Twitch chat whenever shit goes down, man. It, like, honestly never fails to just put a big old smile on your face. I don't know about you guys. We're still waiting on audio to come back. Corey's gonna get 2. Oh my goodness. Be a 2v5 on the retake. Only one Vandal. Trent's going to try and make this costly. Isn't able to do so. Flawless from TSM. Really well done by them. Still waiting on them to fix the audio chat. Try and help you guys out as much as I can.
All that was left on.
Yeah.
Still pretty significant firepower.
Yeah, Corey just caught such a
prediction.
sick timing, man. Such a sick timing on that Nanoswarm at backhauls. It made the world of difference.
Jonah couldn't get any of that utility in at all. Okay, so here we go. 8-7, TSM up by 1. Full purchase on both sides. A couple of the light armor still to think about, though, if you're the guard. And once again, all 5 members for TSM leaning towards B long. The knife will see the majority of this, at least presence-wise. But it's not actually going to influence the guard to move much defensively over. They may try to play retake off of this, as There is no one even in remotely a position to contest the spike plant.
Yeah, I mean, no one's kind of half the battle when you already have all of your Killjoy utilities set up at A side, and you're kind of already having to play for the retake. It just gives you a little bit earlier of a notification that this is what you're going to be asked to do. As TSM will take the free site here with ease. Prowler kind of holding things back. Null Command is going to come out here as well to make it harder on the guard to get their utility out on the site.
It's going to force the guard to have to try to clear this back angle with just the weaponry. Trent gets the first. That was Corey trying to be the first line of defense to this post plant. Again, they were 8 out of 10 were TSM on post plant holds in map number 1. Little pop flash, underhanded. The guard putting a lot of pressure forward. They actually just baited the spike plant, but 7 on the corner. Aim true as ever, leaving Trent now by himself, 1v2. And these are just very tough gunfights, and you can see exactly why.
Did he get dinked?
Barely the ponytail, the Astra poking out, and TSM hold again.
Man, that is what makes this map so hard for defensive teams to retake.
Bro, is TSM seriously about to sweep the guard?
Unless you have
There's no fucking
something to kind of help you clear that out, or you have a flank coming in. It's just so difficult to deal with that headshot angle that TSM has, and obviously Kanpeki buying time with his flashes. You know, Null Command being a big factor as well there for TSM. And now they're up 9-7. A chance to perhaps 2-0 the league favorites? Man, oh man. What a pivot that is for TSM.
Yeah, I'll say. The guard getting aggressive with pistols. Taking control of B pillars. No interest in that side of the map really at all for TSM, save Gomond, who's looking for the flank. And if he holds this angle, he will get all the information that's required. Oh, the timing pulls away from it, and now all of a sudden the guard are going to have a jump on this flank.
Indeed, they shall. But is it going to get there in time to have the impact that they want? It's going to be the question. It's up to TSM, who are getting pretty held up in middle right now. They haven't really committed. They're not really even watching. And here comes Valen. Spots one, takes the shot right away. And now TSM know the trouble that they're in.
TSM still has all
How do
the
they fight their way
rifles,
out of it? They know they're getting boxed in from all sides.
They have to force it to the front. I mean, you've got a weapon advantage. Use that. Very aggressive Astra stars being placed. Net misses an opportunity for a free kill. That one's going to hurt for the guard. Chances for a thrifty were definitely in the cards with that opening pick from behind. But now, Kanpeki gets the plant. Double stack over through dugout in secret, but the flank has been completely dealt with. Now all eyes forward. Jonah able to tally one with the Marshall, but the number is still convincingly in favor of TSM in this post plant. And it's just up to Jonah with the Marshall, last one thing left. Shot just a bit wide onto Gomond, and the damage mitigated. TSM now up by 3.
Gets him to 11.
Yeah, TSM react really
Last
nicely
chance
to that.
here for
Like
the guard,
you said,
chat.
They knew that they had to just press forward with their weapons advantage when they know that they're being flanked by those pistols. They're able to handle net very efficiently. They didn't let Trent be able to get
Jonah's
anything
got his ult available
from the dugout position.
But on the other side, you've got Corey and Nature, who both have their ults available.
Now they come into this up 10-7, and they have ults available. And I mean, the funds are running dry for the guard, man. If they lose this round, it might be close to over. Honestly, I hate to call it that soon, but
this is honestly a must-win here, man.
Considering where their credits are, like there's just not many options for them. They need to make a stand here.
This is a must-win round for the guard, without question.
Called it, Jen.
Have to have it. Especially with a defense that has not found a way to contest these spike plants largely at all so far in this half.
Yeah, definitely been talking about how well TSM's been in the post plant throughout this series. They were 8 for 10 on the first map.
That's I mean, the fact they got it planted 10 times. Jesus.
Again, just looked like such a more fine-tuned team in such a short amount of time. They gamble with the roster change midway through the split, and it's so far paying off in dividends here as they're looking to set up for the A split. There are some pieces of utility here from Killjoy and Astra from the guard that could make this a little bit tougher.
Oh, but the guard is going to get aggressive on this defense through Link. Oh, this could get interesting. TSM not unexpecting this, but Net will still find the first blood. Nightfall's going to come through. That will connect. Trent trying to delay with the shock darts. It will keep the spike planter at bay a little while longer. Null Command also throwing a little bit of influence out for the defense of the guard, but as they back away, all status effects will fail, and TSM can now make their move forward. Behind the cover of Astra Stars. Nature looking for the plant. Spam shots. Not quite landing. The shock dart hits, but Nature stays alive to get the spike planted. Now it's just off to how do you break through this if you're the guard who have been so unsuccessful on their retakes. You have to have it. 4v4, no more tools available really from either side. The haunt, the flash, all spent. The guard now have to commit. Time's starting to become an issue. Information off the knife. Tex gets the opener. Valen trying to follow up on the Kenpecky. The shoulder's there. Kill comes through. Now for TSM. You've got to challenge this from the tight corner. Trent hops off the defuse, giving a chance maybe for the guard to work their way back in. And there is the final kill. Trent and Jonah will survive, and the guard stay alive.
Yeah, really well done there on the retake from the guard. Great use of the knife to get intel. Also just pressing together as a unit, making sure they could get themselves in trading positions. They're able to handle the A-Link side very effectively. Then they could just focus their efforts on A-Main itself. And Jonah P able to play bodyguard there. I mean, it got a little bit scarier for a moment. A couple of frags do come TSM's way. You think maybe they might have a chance to cross and get the diffuser, but Jonah P holds firm and wins a critical round for the guard, because without that, the series could have been over.
Oh, yeah. Still a full purchase here for TSM. And they still have some ults to play with, most notably the Cosmic Divide. On the other side, a lot is close. Tex, Net, Trent, all one away.
It's all going to come down to, like, these operators. Who has the impact? Both have an angle that they like. You know, TSM knows that he's there. The shot is missed now. Corey can take a more aggressive angle, but Tex responds as he jumps on top the double stack. What a beautiful reaction from Tex.
And now you can't go B. It's completely off the table.
Oh, man, I thought when they pushed him off and Corey got the more aggressive angle, he would be set for success, but Tex had different plans. And that changes the whole course of the round.
Absolutely. And Trent, who is forward in towards A main, gets the orb for his Hunter's Fury, so now this defense at A becomes that much more formidable as well.
Yeah,
but TSM have to force it. You have to go through this utility at Link, and you have to try to get on for a plant. That's the only option.
Indeed it is, but the defense is already on the rotations. They're already in back halls. They're already coming as well through flowers. They're, you know, going to be here with man advantage. You also have ults available to disrupt this plant. The Hunter's Fury wants to come out, and here it is. It comes a little late, though. Spike does
sure does. And they survive through this. Last bolt of the Hunter's Fury set over towards Link. Ooh. 7 here to contest. He doesn't get the kill. I don't know how much of that was soaked up by the Cosmic Divide, but it looked like a significant amount of it was. And so now Net, who's been able to earn the lockdown, will spend it. The guard with numbers, 5v3. Trying to work their way back in. Gamon holding tightly.
Oh,
Potions
he's just in there.
Shots on both sides. Gamon
oh, he got it.
Deny the lockdown. Well, it will actually be destroyed, but the guard have made their way back in. Kenpecky, last one left, can only do so
guard
much.
Gets
the guard now within 1.
Holy shit.
Really close one, though. You have to say, being able to destroy the lockdown and get a couple of frags there.
No way, are we going to
way back into
Bro,
it.
is the guard? I want the guard to bring it back, man.
In the end, the guard.
I really don't want to see TSM sweep the guard.
Although
it would make things kind of hectic, so I kind of like that aspect.
Hunter's Fury a bit late, but still get some damage off and some intel, and pays them a way forward to get onto the site. Lockdown helps reinforce their position, and eventually they come out on top. So they win a couple of really scary rounds, and all of a sudden TSM's the one running dry on funds.
Yeah.
They can purchase.
I mean, they have the momentum where they need it. They've got the econ when they need it.
If the guard ties this thing up, the credits are gone.
TSM's got the Blade Storm. That's
Banks
it.
aren't healthy yet, though, for the guard either.
True.
Yes, it's more formidable, but you've got 2 players at 100 credits, so.
Yep. It's very much a 2-for-1 deal maybe on the table here.
Oh, look at this play, though. The guard first time, double stacking on both doors. First shots connect. Knives good for the opener. Tex does at least eliminate one threat on the backside of it, but the defense is completely vacated B with this setup, and that's going to lead to a very quick spike plant.
Yeah, and all the Killjoy utility was over at the A side, so it's going to be on cooldown as they try to reclaim.
That's huge.
This B side, but they're going to have to do so a man down. We are going to see good post-plant positioning here from TSM across the board.
7 still on Spike.
TSM not giving anything away right now. Aljone trying to clear a way forward at back calls. It will spot Corey.
7 up close, though. That's a well-done first kill. Corey, the next one up. The rest of the post-plant is deep. Corey just needs to kill time here. Trent through. Ah, what a kill that is from Trent.
That's big for Trent.
Now the 2v2. Turret down, maybe as a bodyguard, but no, Gamon is still holding tight. Trent stuck looking between 2 different positions. This would have to be the snap of his life. Not going to work out in TSM. Win the
It'd make it expensive for TSM.
Back up to within 2.
Yeah, and it comes a really awkward way, right? I mean, the Gar were going for this very aggressive
Should
mid
still be able to
setup,
buy,
and it could
yeah.
have very well been TSM
Fuck,
running
man.
into a brick
Gar's
wall.
not gonna be able to, will they?
Instead, the Prowler and the ult of Corey able to get them successfully into B link.
I don't know if they're gonna be able
and
to.
then sets them up nicely for a post plan as they held on the back halls for so long with Corey, buying a lot of time. And then they had, you know, a couple players really nicely entrenched at long B to kind of see the rest of the round out. And now TSM up 11-9. And as you were already kind of talking about, the Guards economy not really in the greatest place either. I mean, both teams were vulnerable in that regard. And the Guard are the ones that are going to suffer the repercussions after that loss, taking the time out to try to talk things through. And I don't know what adjustment you really make here.
I mean, I think it has to be something off of your response, your reaction, because right now TSM is having the same success that they had on Lotus in terms of getting to site. Sure, Net has been putting up some resistance,
right, chat.
but we're not seeing great follow-up with the utility from Trent and Valen at the moment. I mean, Tex is teeing off. He's 25 and 17 for crying out loud, but we're not seeing the same kind of assist presence that we're framing up at the beginning of the series.
Chat, I just want to say I appreciate y'all coming through and vibing with your boy to watch some Valorant, man.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very fair point.
For real.
And yeah, you can see they're coming into this with a couple of Spectres and a Sheriff.
All right.
To
Let's see if the Guard can pull this off, man. This isn't looking pretty.
At full force by any means. Definitely a chance for TSM to push just the map and series point as they're looking to assert dominance at A main right away. Trent going to detect this and fall back. There is some utility from Asher and Killjoy there to help him out if need be, but TSM were just looking for the orb, not a commitment.
Yeah. That's the Nightfall earn. KO with Kanpeki already has the null command. Those two in combination of one another could be what you could use to win around if things start to get a little messy.
Yeah, that's definitely a nice little 1-2 punch to have in your back pocket, no doubt about it. So it looks like they want to test the waters over here towards the art side a little bit. There is an alarm bot that they will have to traverse. You are going to see that the knife does detect the presence of Gamal in that long A, but knowing's half the battle as we see TSM coming in full force.
Yeah, null command going to be spent first. That's going to be TSM likely using this just to get the free plant off. The Nightfall could be there to delay the retake.
So 5v5 on retake.
Got to keep in mind that the Guard is all looking largely at what they can do with 2 hero rifles and 2 Spectres. That is not the kit that you want trying to retake.
Look at TSM still holding so much control of our post plan.
Exactly. How do you clear these positions out with just SMGs and 2 rifles? First shot, though, good. 2 for 1 exchange. The Guard now hold numbers. The Nightfall already being spent means that really for the side of TSM's post plant, not a lot of utility left. And Valen's on, going to throw some influence towards a potential defuse. Not catching 7 by surprise as of yet, still holding the corner. But Trent gets us more to halfway. You have to challenge this for TSM. Come on, able to take off one and take down the second. Back and forth we go. Come on, last one, last knock, getting up the transfer.
The Guard got
Could it be tight? Has Tex done it?
Wow.
Yes, he has. 1.9 on the clock. And now we're back to within 1.
Yeah, and the question was, how was the Guard going to break through a TSM post plant they've been so successful doing all series long when they had that much control of Art and A-Link in the post plant? But they're able to brute force their way through with a couple of very key frags, and then they're able to get onto site. They're able to really threaten that defuse, and it caused TSM to kind of have to scramble a bit there. And in the end, the Guard has enough time to pull it off.
Love you, man.
But look, they still lost so many members in the process that they're still left with slim pickings as far as weaponry goes.
Yeah. Holy.
A critical win, but not out of the woods yet, man.
Yeah, exactly. Quick hit for TSM. No
Sheriff in a classic
Dive
still.
on in. The Guard not really in a position to throw too much to stop this. Aggressive play from Corey. Gets one. The transfer.
Wow.
Team shots come through. Nature is the one who gets credit for the kill. But look how deep this cosmic divide is. The Guard is stuck once again. Just they did not expect the tempo switch whatsoever.
The Guard's about to get
so
swept
from TSM. Such a great transfer of the spray from Corey. Nature combining with him to get that next critical frag. And yeah, like you said, this deep cosmic divide is just not giving the Guard any space at all. Wow. And that's going to do it. TSM pushed the map in series point with just a change of pace. Brilliant work again from TSM on the attack.
Wow.
I mean, for what has largely been 20-plus rounds worth of calculative, manipulative Valorant, TSM just
Chat, I don't know what to say right now,
bro. Uppercut.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Corey's favorite way to play.
Yeah.
I mean, he's from that Smeeg background.
We're really
of
about to
FaZe
see TSM take down the
2021.
guard.
I
That's
mean,
insane.
He knows he's fearless in that way. That's such an important role to have on your team, and Corey fulfills that for TSM in spades.
That knife is going to get a lot of information here from Jonah P. Texas tagged though behind screen. Will force him out of position. And the guard will have to try to collect themselves. Not fully committing into rotating to B, but TSM are stacked and they're prime and ready to hit this.
Indeed they are, and the guard's in position, but again with low weaponry, and Texas already halfway down HP-wise.
Yeah.
They've now been spotted out by the Haunt that they just had to destroy. And TSM are, you know, not having to commit to this all the way just yet, and they have their flank being watched, so they're still very safe here.
They do force out that null command from Jonah P. That was really the
They don't
only
have
response
rifles.
the
They've
guard
got half
would have had. A lot of
armors,
utility was
bro.
spent on both sides, though, with that little initial poke. Still stars placed, though, for TSM. Deep, mind you, as well. So it's going to force the guard to have to stay on site to defend this.
And Texas even lower on health now.
Yeah.
I mean, he is just barely going. 3 HP, 7 trying to set up a potential flanking
Chat.
option through B-Link, which is causing
I'm
Campeki to
sweating.
have to pay mind to that. But they still have such a stacked defense in place, personnel-wise.
Valen timing. He's at Halls. Is he trying to peek through this? It looked like he was attempted to. Tex gets a kill on 3 HP in a dream. That's the spike down, as you mentioned. It gets collected. But off the flank,
Now they're
Tex
gonna
will
know about
drop.
the flank.
7 looking to take a step forward. He's going to be contested from multiple angles, and Jonah P's now holding the line from the low ground. Good help from Trent from beyond. Oh, whoa, okay.
There you go. That's what you needed
Somehow,
for the
some way,
guard.
without
All right,
utility,
let's
the
go.
guard forced to be playing
Come on,
the
guard.
defense from on site, and it works
Take
out
this
for
bad boy
clean
to
kills,
overtime.
And now 1 round away from potential overtime.
They just had the numbers there the whole time, and they never felt the need to fall back. Even when TSM cut to silence and tried to throw some doubt in there that they might be falling back to A side, TSM still held firm. And even with Net getting control of B-Link and opening up another route to the site, the guard still was able to just be a fortress on B and keep this match going.
Oh, keep an eye on this. They're looking to play for Trent to get this orb, most likely. It's all aggression over towards A main. Aha. But to say the lockdown is ready for TSM, and it looked like, based on the setup, the guard may have wanted to try to get aggressive, not just to possibly find control of A main, but maybe to open up the opportunity for Trent to get the counter. Not going to work out first.
Now
Blood
they're
good
gonna
for
rotate
TSM.
though to B.
Yeah, that was really well done. Great use of utility to kind of fight their way through the aggression of the guard and find the frag themselves instead. Now they're up in a 5-on-4, final round of regulation to try to still get this 2-0 without overtime being required. But the guard still has some outs. They still have some ways into this. They still have Valen defending back Halls B. He's now getting that rotation from Jonah P. Net has the B-Link covered, so they can just focus on side itself.
And Trent walked forward to still collect the orb, so he's got the Hunter's Fury now. But he's holding aggressively. This is a 1v1 that could determine the entire round.
Yes.
If Guaman moves forward and gets the kill, all of that spent for the guard is completely out of the woods, and now it's 5v3. So realistically speaking, Trent either needs to win this 1v1 or get the intel and run for the hills.
I think he's going to go for the latter, if I had to guess.
Yep.
He's jiggling. He's spotted. He's going to
Oh,
get the heck
man.
out of there. Yeah,
Nice
that
haunt,
was definitely
nerd.
not a properly thrown piece of utility. That's going to hurt TSM a bit, but the lockdown is still there
Lockdown.
to make sure they get control of this site, and there's no utility to really stop it except for this Hunter's Fury.
Oh, it's a
Okay,
big boy, too.
nice.
It hits a handful.
Nice.
Not just once, but twice.
You got a couple
Kill
tags
on
there.
nature, and a chunk taken out of Guaman and Corey. Campeki for the plant. Shock darts
Come on,
in.
guard.
TSM have to hold this from
Come
the
on,
interior.
guard.
7.
Come on,
completely
guard.
whips, and the guard. Oh, they tee off. 4 kills straight
Hell
for
yeah.
Valen, who sits
Going
to admire
overtime,
his
baby.
work, and we're going extra innings.
Oh, my goodness, man. Trent said, you thought I was going for the lockdown? No, I'm going for everything, buddy.
Let's
And
get
he
it.
just runs them through the gauntlet, doing so much damage. And then his teammates are able to follow up. Look at the hits that it got. Everyone at critically low HP. Then the nanos can come in. Then the firepower of the guard can shine through. And they will force us into extra rounds and keep the hope of a third map alive.
You have to know that Tex is sitting there saying, thank you. I've already dropped 30.
All right.
Oh, out of the picture early in that round, but sees the 25th and 26th at least. Op is going to be called in. Glass cannon now for Tex.
That's always a risky call, isn't it, in overtime when you're limited to this amount of credits. It sacrifices the armor for the op, but defensively, with the amount of power the op can have, especially at long B, you can understand why he would roll that dice. Will the guard even expect it? It's the other question.
Well, that's probably the bigger question. Especially with Corey holding this aggressive jiggle. Nebula goes down, a little spam coming through, not really going to result in too much. All drone to
I like them controlling middle.
Pillar, and it will do so successfully, while also kind of getting the lay of the land as far as where exactly Guamon's utility will lie with these stars.
On the other side of the coin, Corey did not elect to go for the operator. He elected to go the more traditional route of having full armor and the rifle. And so he will not look to hold any long angles at B. That means the guard can get control of that pretty easily. They're also able to threaten Art. So they could do a lot of different stuff with this setup, man. Like, they could still split B. They could cut off rotations. They could throw fakes and feints. Like, yeah, they have so much capability with this deep positioning.
You have to think that Jonah throws at least one flash, maybe even a fragment as well, just to try to keep this defense planted here at A. If you can get the spike planted at B with the operator deep, that is potential win condition for the guard here in this offense. Just comes down to if they commit to that. They don't really throw much.
I will say this, though. TSM is pretty disciplined in all this. Like, they don't really bite too hard on that. I mean, yeah, they have more presence at middle, but they still have the B defense in place, largely.
Shock dart close, fragment over the top of his Nature, who strikes first. Back and forth, pinch strut kill feed. Kempeki turns the tides, though, for TSM. Valen's still able to get on for the plant, but you've lost the operator presence of Tex in the process.
2v3.
So we go 3v2, favoring TSM. Valen holding a tight off angle, but he's seen by Kempeki.
It's all up to Trent.
So now it's just down to Trent for a 1v3. Coming closely, nearly gets the lineup. I think everyone held their breath for a moment.
So TSM one round away again, chat.
Successful on the retake. TSM take the edge.
Very well done from TSM. They held their nerve despite the pressure from Art onto A site. They kept their B defense in place, and Kempeki has been a monster in B Link. Every time he's been called upon, I feel like, to make a play there, he pretty much has. And he does so yet again here in the most critical moment of all. A chance to win the series, a chance to put TSM up the charts in the group and the standings. And does this group not become more interesting if TSM wins this game?
Man.
I mean, we kind of wrote it off as, yeah, the guard and M80 will own this group. But if TSM pulls one out on the guard, all of a sudden, it's up for contest again.
Dude, I love looking stupid on broadcast when things like this happen. Are you
I
kidding
don't
me?
like looking stupid ever, actually. Personally, that's me personally. But, you know, you're your own man.
It's crazy to think that M80 2-0'd the same team.
I'll stand by you on spam and all the different facts about spam consumption, but not on
and
this.
now all of a sudden, they're looking to sweep the guard. Like, how does that work?
At all times, you know, that's kind of
you know what I mean?
You know, you're the play-by-play guy, though.
Like, how does that actually work, chat?
All calls, no brain, play-by-play.
Must talk fast, lots of flashy things on screen.
But here we go. Guard going to talk about it, and at the moment, they seem committed to Tex continuing to bring out the operator. It really wasn't a factor in the last round.
All right.
Outside of the fact that it wasn't a factor, so take from that what you will. And now it's down to how do you set this all up? I think mostly you look at what does Net prefer, and at the moment, it's a pretty passive Killjoy setup.
Yeah, favoring the A side with that utility. Tex takes the op defensively as he did on attack, and I wonder if TSM will have that read. They're like, hey, this guy was willing to spend the credits on the operator on the attacking side. Surely he'll do the same defensively.
Bring them down.
And how will that sway their decision-making?
Well, they get a lot of space to work with. The knife reveals that there's no one up close towards A main. The alarm bot's dealt with. TSM looking to go quickly.
Mob up A.
To follow. The guard trying to stack up, but somehow, some way, the guard is still sticking to two players at B. Do they think this is a fake? Do they just trust that Valen will hold the line? Maybe a little bit of both, but now that the spike starts to be committed, TSM are going to have the pleasure of setting up the post plant how they want, and a lot of it's going to be through mid-connector here, so this takes the operator a little bit out of play, and the guard are going to be stressed. Guamon from inside the site gets the first. Spam will take him down, keeps the trade.
No one going for the flank, huh? Oh, well.
How do you deal with this post plant and connector, and now the long flank from Nature as well? This is all taking too much time for the guard, you seem to think. Nature off the flank. This is a huge opportunity, and now the guard are available to possibly deal with this threat. Nature still collects one. Tex watching the flank. The rest of the guard trying to clear out connector. Jonah trying to stick. He's got it to halfway. He's still sticking. No one's got it. And Jonah will clutch things up by holding down on the spike. We go again.
Holy
goodness, what a fumble from TSM. It's a bit of deja vu from regulation where they did something similar with the spike plant on A.
That's crazy.
And a heavy hold towards Art in the post plant where you thought that they were going to, you know, use that superior map control in the post plant. to their advantage to close out a game, and it happens to them again, and it's the same situation where Jonah P's the hero in all of it. This time he's a diffuser. This time it's the guy guarded the diffuser, but man.
All right, chap.
That should have been theirs.
Absolutely.
Another duo.
Small kick in the teeth right there for TSM, but we reset back to level 13-13.
No ops this time.
No ops this time.
Bit of a pivot from Tex. Makes this like long B fight a lot different when you know that the operator is so less likely to be involved in the fight.
Jonah looking for information through mid. Aldrin will push Corey off the close, tight corner. Does not see much in terms of if there's anyone playing up close in towards B pillar, though, I will say. And that has been a problem for the guard on offense before, so they have to be cautious of someone maybe still lurking.
Yeah, and you got TSM doubling up at Art to try to be a quicker rotate through middle if they start feeling that
towards
pressure
mid doors.
just kind of relying on their utility to kind of guard.
Right now, everyone's looking to push B.
But they're not really seeing or feeling much, and they're playing pretty passive position, so the guard's getting a lot of space for free. And TSM's kind of caught here that they're still very heavily loaded up on the A side of the map.
Defensive fragment kind of splits the offense just a touch. Tex does get towards back halls, and he's looking for more. Does he catch the timing? The flash is out, but he misses a chance.
Damn.
How much have we said that in the last 4 rounds? The guard get the plant and the
exit
exit towards long. Defensively, though, TSM trying to fight off the remaining members that are close. Tex, though, getting 2 is key. In the sentry turret, we'll say, okay, there's players nearby. 7 on for the defuse.
Bro!
Is going to let him get almost to halfway.
Let's
but
go,
it's
guard!
Range, who takes down all 3. He was pushing forward to make sure that there was enough help. And now the guard hold the edge. So
yeah, right?
Yeah, the guard were out
This
in
game's
front
been
the whole time that
crazy.
round. They had the superior information and map control. The guard had everything going their way. TSM
We might
was
actually be
really
going to see
having
a game,
play guessing
map 3,
game.
it looks like. You'd love to see it, Saintly.
Eventually just weren't able to make the retake happen there.
Welcome in, by the way,
Now we
homie.
flip sides. Can this keep going, or will the guard finally push us to a 3rd map? Tex does have the op this time defensively. He is looking to play that long B angle with it.
Bring them down.
Similar setup for the guard, actually, from what they did last time in this OT defense. You've got all of your utility for both Astra and Killjoy towards A, all in pretty defensive, reserved positions. But that does mean that there are big gaps in towards mid, and Jonah's seen a lot.
Oh, he gets caught by the grab well. That's going to cause him to have an awkward timing to escape, but indeed he does, and he gets the fragment down.
But it does come at a huge cost.
Sure.
30 HP. He does actually take a pretty hefty chunk out of Corey, though, with that fragment, I believe, just down to 11 health.
Oh.
And Jonah P's looking for a little stretch.
We're about to go another round, I think, chat.
Tex, operator out, sees both players, left and right. I think that's mutual information, though. It's TSM are
He's not biting.
Dancing with them, not at all. Nanoswarm out forces Tex to come back to the angle late.
Yeah, we're going to another round of overtime,
now TSM
chat.
on, looking for the shots just through the floorboards, but it's Trent who gets the kill. Kanpeki, not safe to get the plant. But in the effort, does find another elimination to favor TSM 4v2. The plant coming out. And the guard are still playing this close.
Oh,
Trent.
Trent.
Oh,
Trent. Oh, no, it's net.
Are you kidding?
Oh,
May not
matter.
mean much in the end, and it will not. As 7 and Kanpeki.
All right, another round of overtime.
And we go again.
And we march on, indeed. As this says,
Off to
been the
round
slobber
30 we
knocker
go,
of the
chat.
match, man. Both these teams are fighting tooth and nail
Well,
for this one.
29
We've seen
here, but
great
you know what
play
I mean.
from both sides. It's been both teams really kind of playing at their peak
Wow.
powers. I mean, very few like critical errors are being committed.
If the guard wins this,
And
they
when it
probably come
comes
back and
down to
win,
that, it
right,
just comes
chat?
down to a very couple of key
Like you'd have
moments and key
momentum on your
situations. I
side
think
going into
that one
Pearl.
was down to
Or not Pearl,
Jonah
into,
P never being allowed to feel
Ascent.
comfortable. That from the moment that grab well
Yeah.
set off,
That's
from
what I
that
said.
point forward, he was just getting
But yeah.
shoved around, and
Huh?
that is
Where's
what
your
ultimately
epic pet?
allowed TSM to break through. And now we go the extra innings even more.
We're
The
having a
guard
good
setting
map
up
too.
for their own
This is a
little
really good map,
RA
too.
split, perhaps.
I was saying, like, I think the guard was.
Prowler will
they were
see the
very
majority
flat.
of this, though.
The first.
You would think TSM uses this strat, they would know how to defend against
They don't
it.
have, like,
Well, right.
Lotus like flushed out. as they
Turret
do
certainly
with other
watching
maps.
for the art
Yeah.
side of the attack here. No doubt about that. Nano's on the sights.
Everything staying calm, though, for now.
Covering it.
Bro, everyone's just playing so
What is gonna be the
patient,
call for the
bro.
guard? I mean, they're going to come
I was
into this
telling
A
you, like,
site without much
pro play and,
information.
like,
The TSM are
Challengers,
going to
they play very
re-clear out
different.
that art position with Prowler again.
like challengers.
So
they
I wonder if
rush
there's
them
gonna be
up
a false
without
sense.
Pro play, they
Yeah, I was
actually,
gonna
like,
say.
take their time and like work the map.
They've been doing a pretty
I
good
think they're
job
just
so
really
far to be
trusting
playing
on
pretty
utility
patient,
they have in
but
place at this point to kind of be Seven's reinforcements. They have so much vision on middle and B link.
all
they're
that
still
killjoy
not
utility
quite
they
sure
have to
about
work around
A at
here.
Well, this fragment is going to try to land over towards that secret area. It's
30 seconds
really
left.
well played. No, it's a little bit too deep, actually. So now 7 is alive throughout all this. Hasn't taken any damage really at all. Nature's going to help.
Do they
watch
even
the
know that
cross.
7's there? I don't think they do.
Spike going to be planted.
They're, like, for
And
the
TSM
defensive
are going
side,
to
there's
elect
so
to
many
play
question marks.
full
Like,
retake.
they don't know what's,
3
like,
members
in
for the
middle.
guard. Inside
They,
of
like,
Link,
took
Tex
part.
getting aggressive.
You know what I mean?
Corey, not sure which way to look. The timing here is everything. The barrel
Oh.
is seen, though. Tex advantage takes the kill. First blood good for the guard.
Cleans out one
Numbers
angle.
stay with them, and now TSM's retake has to come by way of playing through dugout. Talk about not where you want to be at all. Jonah, good read. Oh, it's looking just as clean as you've ever seen. Null command even earned.
Oh,
Not that it's needed. It's an
There we go.
investor flawless in round 29.
big round
Wow,
for
definitely not what you expect the way this game's been playing out thus far. I mean, it's been just such hard-earned yards every single round, but this time the guard gets through it flawlessly. Obviously, the timing of that battle was really the X factor, I guess you could say, but then the guard just doesn't allow TSM anything. And so now they're the ones sitting at the advantage. Now it's TSM's back up against the wall. Yeah, they have the safety net of a third map, but they'd like to end it here and now, obviously.
Little op-the-op battle possibly coming to the mix. Corey's going to bring out the big gun.
Where secret is?
Suppression onto
Oh, you
Trent.
missed that, Molly.
Information for TSM as Corey's just going to just delay peek this corner. TSM is stacked. And he finds the kill. No expectations for
They
the
have, like, set
operator. The
protocol
Prowler's
if this
now the
happens.
first thing in, but TSM say, hold on a second. Corey will swap weapons. He will likely be the tip of the spear when they decide to commit.
Yeah, I like that change in weaponry for that very reason.
nasty.
You know, he's the one that can dash in and clear space.
Good
You'd like
first
to have him
start.
have a rifle to do it. I think Op is backup, as Gimon's a guy who has sniped in the past, and even other FPS titles he's used the weapon, so we'll be comfortable with it, as TSM indeed
probably
are
try and
gonna
play on the
commit onto
retake.
this, but the A defense is here.
It's 5v3 though, that's the problem.
That's big though. He gets
So
two
the
here.
operator's not a part of the picture. You thought for a moment that the guard was still going to be able to hold it.
2v2.
Jonah in a little bit of trouble. Backs right up into danger, and he nearly still connects. It was tight. It was close,
all left
but it's
of
not going
Tex.
to work out. Now the question marks start to set in for TSM. Where is Tex? And you may
What
have a
weapons he
com
have?
saying, does he have an operator? Yeah.
And we know that he does, and that's a problem, because it's a less versatile weapon, and I don't know if he's going to be able to get to another one.
Nothing's really nearby. He would have to get on the
Exactly.
site to pick up one. The nearest is just to his left. Alarm bot comes through. He trusts the operator.
Yeah,
He will
it sucks,
not
man.
do him well. TSM take us into
There
the
we go.
30s. 15,
31.
15.
Round
Let's
31.
go again.
You know, in theory, this game could last forever.
You know,
I just want you to know that.
I knew you were going to bring that
I just
up.
needed to let the world know
He just
that
barely
as statistically
caught
improbable
Trent
as it
trying to
is,
get back.
this
Dude, that's
game
tough.
could literally never end. I do wonder if we cross midnight, do we get an extra day rate? That's my question. Like, that's just me. That's what I'm concerned with. Okay, like that's where my brain's headed. You know, I think technically maybe so. We'll have to talk it out with the staff, maybe. For everyone, of course, not just me. Very selfless.
Very man. Yeah, you're man motivated. I'll say that much. The guard on their 31st round. Doing something a little bit more unique. Once again, Aldrone, this has been pretty traditional over the course of this overtime. Clear out pillars, but the thing that's different is you've got a full 5-man stack and a flank watch out of the utility from net. And defense.
Bro, if this goes a third map, we're not going to start Moist Moguls until like 10.
Reading and reacting with the rifles.
All about if they can maintain this back hall's control with Corey, I feel
Somewhere
like. Or at the
Flippy's
very
pointing in
least
the air.
be a
Or
safe
somewhere
if back halls
Flippy's
gets
fucking
taken. Timing
punch in
gonna
the
be
air.
everything here.
Corey gets one, knife out, fragment down. The guard a little bit stuck at the moment. Fragment to respond, but no, TSM are cleaning everything up. Oh, okay. Big moment for him. He allows Trent to kind of isolate the 1v1, so we get to a 2v2 situation, everything's said and done. Spike planted, come on, gives himself away up
That's
top.
big.
Trent takes the easy kill. Nature looking to go quickly as the attacking lockdown is in play. Long range shot's gone.
Oh,
No!
there it is.
The second transfer. Well predicted, but Trent gets the elimination, and somehow the guards survive through what looked to be a dominant TSM hold.
Yeah, it looks so good, right? I mean, Corey gets the first frag. Nano goes down.
Yeah, Dio, I'm excited to see him too.
Link push to kind of set TSM up to still have a retake on B with
yeah,
man
I
advantage,
posted on
eventually Corey gets over
Twitter earlier. It's funny, they pushed back the start time from 4 to 6 for VCT lock-in.
Which is multi-frag
and then,
out.
they sped run the games in VCT lock-in. Like, if it would have started at 4, I could have literally switched over from my watch party earlier.
Mental fortitude? Because that's what's getting tested right now. They keep finding themselves the round behind.
They were disappointed.
They keep finding ways to fight back. Can they
that ain't a lie.
Nebula out, I'll drone through, does see 2, and with all the gunfire coming through, you have to assume there's likely more.
Yeah.
The guard will get a little bit more formidable onto the site itself, and actually this stack up through Secret kind of leaves them into just trusting that Net can lock down all of mid. It's a 2-1-2 split.
They probably still push here, right? Because every other time they've rotated away
comes back
when they've been detected.
To try to get his turret back up, and also to maybe throw a bit of a fake, but he may not know how aggressive these players are getting at ramps. But he gets a frag!
Unbelievable. The power position gained.
See,
and
that's smart though, because everyone's going to
perfection
rotate that way and
move the
be able to
defense
get
a little bit
pretty
off of
decent
A.
entry onto A.
Not just with a number, but Trent is played deep now. And all you're trusting is that the stars can delay this, what looks to be inevitable A hit.
Yeah, Trent just looking for the vision. As soon as he sees it, the gravel and smoke can go down. And the time's actually running pretty damn low here. So, I mean, this could be a problem for TSM.
Hell yeah, I love to hear that.
Shock darts out. Corey dashes on, gets the first blood. That's a big pick because now all of a sudden the playthrough link can come through with Net off the picture. Trent still holding close.
Dude, you saw his elbow.
Gets the first kill. Needs a lot more than that, though. Valen there to assist. Corey getting one before backing away. Now the post plant is in place.
Bro,
just down to
text by
the
himself
1v3.
again.
Has a little bit of utility to use. It's not stuck to the operator, but tries to absolutely pixel perfectly place a cloud burst. Still takes down Corey, though. Toggles again. Tries to predict for Nature. Long range peek. But Nature isn't the one to check here. It's Guamon who's going to check first and foremost.
He
now
looked
that they
the
have
wrong
the intel.
way.
TSM should be good to hold this round. So much time available for them, and Guamon will make sure.
Another round of overtime, chat. Sheesh. That's insane, man.
Just running through all the possibilities at this point. And at a certain point, do you run out of plays? Do you run out of ideas? Do you just run out of gas? Just the mental stamina that you have to battle through all these rounds, and TSM has been resilient in that regard. They found themselves behind multiple times in this OT, but they keep coming up clutch the next time of asking to keep it going.
Yeah, the defensive style is probably
all a matter of who burns out first,
or what ends
runs out of pages in the playbook. As we are going to see the guard looking to test the waters early at A with heavy forces.
You got to keep in mind, it's not even just who runs out of plays, but it's one mistake.
Yep.
The last straw that breaks the camel's back.
Guamon could be the one.
Sees a shoulder, but no, Tex gets the kill.
So Tex
starts down.
Entry.
A little bit of utility trying to keep TSM somewhat resilient in the defense, but Jonah P is going to go aggressive. He's going to find 2 players caught off guard, but 7 responds not once but twice. Oh, it keeps
it's a big response from 7.
3v3 we go. Spike planted, and TSM will back up to think about it.
Yeah, I mostly do like esports stuff, Dio.
In a position to help retake A side.
Actually, this last week I sat down with Tanner to talk challengers.
The guard are full stacked in towards main. This is taking.
I do some interviews with some Apex folks as well.
Corey just making sure no one's on. Oh, but he's getting chewed up a little bit by the nanostorm. Halfway it goes. 7 holds the line. 7 trying to hold the line even further. Has to step in. Corey on the defuse. Trent can't get there in time. What a heroic play.
Well, there's that defensive stop.
Dude, 7 was an absolute freak that round. The kills he was getting and when he was getting them were so important. When Guamon goes down at long
but yeah, like I did pick'ems for lock-in.
At that point, and the guard has
my Omega bracket, I went 12 of 14. Unfortunately,
I
didn't pick Secret or Fnatic over 100 Thieves in the end.
But defuse for a quad kill. What a
pretty solid bracket.
Oh my goodness.
I think on our Challengers Corners videos, we're going to also start doing power rankings, I think, for NA Challengers.
Yeah, exactly.
Take flight.
Tex with the operators already at B pillar. Knife is out. That'll push him back.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do
TSM
America's
on the
Power
offense, looking
Rankings
to
when like we
mid.
get closer to like the season
And the
starting.
setup is
But then we'll
different
probably
this
do
time
it
for the
once we're
guard.
in session.
And Net's going to get a read on this. Sentry turret to keep himself safe. Nanostorm to try to block this double doors position. 7 will walk through it. Forces the commitment to trigger.
Yeah, I
And
think
that
I
will be
want to wait
information that Net is
on doing
playing tight
my
towards these
Apex
doors.
one until
Indeed.
like we're
Now
right
another
about to
Astra
start.
Star has to be spent to
split
play
2,
that door.
I think.
So a little bit more utility is spread out. That means there's not as much actually defending the A
Because
side
I don't think my
itself. There's no
top
double
10 would
smoke
change much
basically
between
blocked
now and
across.
then.
Jonah P, of course, is
I've
here
kind of
to
been doing
jiggle
more
peek
like
to at least get
off-season
the intel
stuff
when the attack is
recently for
coming.
Apex on the channel.
But again, it's limited utility to defend against this attack.
You got to keep in mind that Texas operator is not here. So the guard are actually going to step forward. They're going to try to contest the plant, holding inside of smokes. Does TSM expect this? I mean, they're holding in such a weird position. There's the flash.
What up, King?
Valen and Jonah P get 2. Still some more pressure to deal with. TSM, though, fighting back from inside the site. Nets in a corner.
Oh, TSM's about to sweep this. Shut the fuck up.
Has gotten in, though, to watch the cross. How do you get the spike down in the face of the op
No
that's
way.
there? Spam through the wall won't work out. Sentry turret acts as a 4th man for TSM as Corey now starts to get aggressive towards Trent's direction. Shuts it down. Time becoming the problem.
bro.
12 seconds on the clock. Get TSM. Put down the guard, or do we go into the late 30s? Nature. Plant comes
That's
out.
a good-
Gets chunked by a shock dart. Trent still
It's a
down
good shock
low.
dart.
Has to be the first one to act.
Oh,
He has
no.
With the bow out, though. And it works out for at least an initial trade. 7 V-Tex. Op versus Phantom.
Oh, bro.
Tex has to hit. 7 holding behind the double box. Don't die to the sentry.
Oh,
turret.
TSM just swept the
TSM
guard.
gets a kill from 7. How big was he for what? 7 straight kills, living up to his namesake in that final stretch of OT. And TSM swing hard and
my
take down the
goodness.
guard.
It was so hard for me to keep quiet through that moment, man. It was so tense.
No
You could
fucking
feel it
way.
in the air. Just when Trent gets the kill from the grave with the shock dart, and there's still hope for Tex
Wow.
at that point in the 1v1, but Net just played so good in overtime, man. Like, ugh. And in these situations, just come down to the finer details, you know?
Absolutely.
And it just
We
happens
were
to be
literally
TSM
just talking to
having
Tanner
resilience,
last week.
fighting back to get
TSM
it
fans should be
and
worried.
then finally get the job
And
done.
then TSM comes out and
I don't
does
know
this.
if-
That's kind of crazy.
how you were handling all that, because we were struggling, bro. It was a wild ride.
Honestly, that was not what I expected. But
That's crazy.
I also wasn't expecting TSM to kind of throw that lead away. It looked like it was going to end a lot sooner.
Yeah, he has a
TSM
spot
was
on
in a
there.
really
Shut
good
up.
position, and then they kind of just slightly leave that lead away to give a little bit of a room for the guard to work with, and it did start to slip away towards the end. But then it goes into overtime, and I mean, so many situations came down to. We'll call it
That's
individualism.
crazy.
Yes.
It's plays from one player. Like we just saw one there was one player stepping up with a huge 4K. It didn't feel like the play got cleaner.
Voice Moguls
It felt like it got a little sloppy, which is,
versus Turtle
definitely
Troop.
what tends to happen in overtime.
Who
but
have a
TSM
new
just
player
had
this
a little
week.
bit more staying power.
It's one of those things where I honestly didn't feel like anyone was making any grave errors. And so that's
Really?
what through the bulk of the game. That's why I felt like it was so tight, was that teams were really having to like get their all into it to find the victory, to cross the finish line. I mean, it was a very good game of Valorant.
And the thing about it is
Moist,
the
yeah, it
hero
was
that
breakthrough.
steps up for TSM in the 2 rounds that matter most is the player that I was looking at in the first place, saying, is he going to live up to this TSM mantra of
Yeah,
being
for
an
real,
excellent
though.
org, being an excellent team? He gets literally 7 of those last 10 kills to make sure TSM can finally
It's
put
just a
to
shame
rest
that they've
this
already played
very tough
M80
guard
because I would
team.
love to see this
I
new
mean,
roster
that's
play
just-
M80 again.
It really goes to show that this TSM squad really has been in a position to
TSM,
really
yeah.
kind of kill all doubt.
You know, looking at the series in general, though, this was not a game that I think anyone expected TSM to be coming out on top of. I think everyone came in today expecting the guard to find a big win. The fact that TSM wins is surprising enough, but that's the fact
So
that
is
they
this
win
like
2-0
the
is even
org
more surprising.
debuff?
Now,
You know how
obviously,
like when you get signed
the
to an
2-0
org,
can
you get like
have
the
a little
org
asterisk
buff?
because they
So
basically
since like the
did part
guard
of a
closed the
third map here
doors,
with the
is
way
this
that
like
went
the
through
org
deep in the
debuff?
rounds. But still, I don't think
That's
anyone
Kobe.
had TSM picked as a 2-0 victor today.
No, certainly not, and certainly not
Oh,
the way that
man.
they did it. It came from the attacking side, and it came from being very successful in their executes and their post plans, which is kind of incredible considering they have a brand new IGL, a brand new 5th. They're pivoting some roles. There's 2 new maps coming to the pool at the same time of all that. There's so much chaos when you have that many moving parts and you're trying to figure things out. you would think Guard has the advantage there because all they have had to do these last 2 weeks is focus on the new maps and maybe refortify some mistakes on some of the other maps as well if they wanted to. Whereas TSM's having to trial players, change things up role-wise, maybe change up their style, you know,
coming
also
for you,
deal with
Moisty.
2 new maps, but instead they turn that into a strength. They kind of turn Lotus into like a little bit of a wild card up their sleeve that they can pull out and be successful on to help win the series. I mean, it's impressive from TSM what they're able to come up with in just 2 weeks.
You know,
and
this really makes things interesting in this group.
Oh, yeah.
Because coming into today, we're looking at the standings and we're like, oh, you know, the Guard and M80, that final match in the group stage isn't even
I just don't know what else to say, honestly. Like, I feel weird for just like being like, wow, oh my gosh. But like,
actually really
I don't know what to
I know
say.
it's just one game, but the way that this kind of adds some confusion to the mix, they're now 1 win away from guaranteeing that they make it into the mid-season face-off. Because if they can beat OR Esports next week, that puts them in a tiebreaker at worst scenario with Mad Lions, which they have the head-to-head there. And they would have put OR Esports into an unwinnable position. So at worst, they're coming out as, what, a third or fourth seed? But right now, they're actually the number 2 seed in the group. So they're in a very good position.
Who does M80 play this week?
Let's thread the needle. We talked about it at the top of the show.
I think they're Wednesday's game, right?
Top 2 in this group. We asked the question, who was
yeah, they played Mad Lions on Wednesday. They're the last game.
Part of the conversation for third or
games
fourth.
tomorrow should be good, actually.
We just got our answer.
Too.
TSM.
Chad, if y'all are enjoying the vibes, man, we'll be back tomorrow as well. Obviously, we got a whole another matchup still, but
did not play badly. I mean, this was not a misperformance from the Guard. I thought they played just about to how we expected them to. In a large majority of the rounds that they had good setups, looking like they executed nicely. It's just TSM. We're just quicker to the punch at a couple of key moments. They never backed off. They played proactive Valorant from the minute start, and that was really, I think, the most impressive part about this series, and now they've become a major contender for this group. How quickly things change in our minds in the course of an hour.
Yeah, it is kind of wild. It's just how things have just gotten juggled up. It's seriously, it's 1 best of 3. All it takes is 1 best of 3, and suddenly
that's like the crazy thing about a
5-week
schedule too, right? Like literally
like
1 week can change so much.
Definitely up for grabs when it comes to basically everything but the first seed. As now M80 is poised to be the favorite to be the number 1 seed, but we still have to see what they're going to do this week because there's always the possibility that these teams are coming in hyper prepared with the extra time off to find a big win here in the 3rd week. We're going to go ahead and throw things to the Investor Post Series highlights, but before we do, I want to remind you guys, if you're looking for some sick gamer gear, like this mouse, not this headset, sorry, it's not gamer gear, it's broadcast gear, but if you are, a good place to check is eBay. They actually have great deals on a lot of tech, and you can find out more about that by going to pks.gg/eBay. I was literally on eBay right before this looking at gaming laptops for an upcoming trip, and I advise you to do the same. We're going to throw things to the post-match highlights.
I love it. Nice ad read.
Into the post-match interview. Stay tuned.
I mean, even still, we're not going to be starting this next matchup until like 9, which is when they said it was supposed to be starting, right? So like, it's fine and whatnot. But again, leads back to like, imagine if we would have gone to a 3rd map, bro. That would have been crazy. All right, chat, I'm going to go refill my water real quick. Use restroom. I suggest y'all probably grab a drink too. It's about to be getting nutty here for some Moist Moguls versus Turtle True. Also, if you guys are in here and you're enjoying the vibe, do me a favor, hit that like button. It seems to help with the algorithm a little bit. I'll be back.
Attackers win.
My conversation is energized. The revolution will be televised. The retribution will be to terrorize. And the celebration will leave you mesmerized. Got the stage set, do it big, mega size. You want me believe you? Tell some better lies. I'm in the TV room, I'm doing exercise. I let the money flow, so I live a better life. Hey, live a better life. When I step out. When I step out. Hey, come on. What are you about? When I show up, I show out. It's magical, I can never let the balance flow. The practicalities, we throw them out the window. This life is challenging, but I set the tempo. I got a grip on the day that I let go. Ooh, it's so simple, don't be so vengeful. Keep up the mystery, keep it suspenseful. Roll with the bets and watch with the best do. Cause one day they gon' respect you. When I step out. Hey, come on. When I step out. Hey, come on. Hey, what are you about? Hey, when I show up, I show out. When I step out. Hey, come on. When I step
All right,
out.
Chad, I actually stood up like all day for our VCT stuff, so I'm gonna sit down for the last game, I think, man.
When I show up, I show out. When I step out.
Welcome back, everyone, to Knights Arena Valorant Challengers North America. If you're tuning in, you hear a 2-0, and you probably assume the guard probably just took care of TSM 2-0, but no, it was in fact TSM that finds the win, going into, I think, quad OT in the final map, 18-16. And here with me for the post-match series interview is going to be Corey from TSM. I mean, obviously, congratulations. That's a huge win, because I don't think many people had you guys picked to be the victors today.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I think because most of the community expected a guard win here, I gotta ask, how much of the time off between week 2 and now was
I
spent
mean, I feel like they
preparing
had to have
for
been like
this
grinding the
match
fuck out of
specifically? 'Cause
Lotus,
you had,
right?
like 17 days, I think, or 18 days from your last match to now. How were you preparing specifically for the guard?
Right.
It was definitely rough. I mean, we didn't have that much time, to be honest. Probably about like a week, maybe a little bit over of like prep time. But I think for us, we didn't really counter strat or anything. We had, like you said, you only have a week. You kind of have to figure out who your like new player plays, how they fit in, like the strengths and weaknesses, pretty much. But like, I mean, for the most part, we kinda
do we
just played
see
our game
A
and
for
we
Moist?
just saw where it went.
You talk about only having a week, and I think people at home are probably wondering what you mean. You guys made a roster change coming in that was not necessarily expected, as Hayes decides to step away. At what point did you guys identify Campeki as a replacement, and how did that all come together?
So we had a couple options for sure. I mean, it definitely sucks that James did step down and wanted to take a break. Like, we really did like him here, and we did like playing with him very, very much. But I mean,
You can understand why.
He said he needed a break. He stepped down, and I mean, maybe we'll see him later in the future. Who knows? But for
What happens if he wants to come back? You
Campeki,
just boot
we
Campeki
kind
back?
of just looked at our options, see what we wanted. We know GMD kind of liked playing smokes, like that was his main role, and it fits his role very nicely. So we wanted to get a flex player. We already had a Sova. We just needed like a flasher, and from our few options that we could pick from right away, because honestly, there's not that very much you can't take from other teams that's already playing the tournament. So yeah, I mean, we saw Campeki or Eric, and we kind of rolled with him.
Now, because you made the replacement, even though it's one player, it actually has a lot of implications because now you're role swapping, which you already mentioned, but you're also role swapping outside as your in-game
so
leader
crazy,
is now
man.
No longer on the team.
I still
How do you
can't believe the
identify
guard
who was gonna be
fucking
the
got
IDL? What was the
swept.
process like?
Who
Was it
would've
quick
thought,
and easy,
chat?
like, oh, it's going to be this person, or was there like a council? Was there a tryout period for everyone inside the team?
Yeah, I mean, in the beginning we had nature calling for a little bit, but on our last iteration of the roster, before obviously we played in this tournament, the last tournaments that we played in, we actually had Ant calling, GMD. And he pretty much kind of just took over, did what he knew how to, like, basically it's just his style.
So
of
that
play.
means
We
he was
definitely changed up
calling
our
from
play style, it
smokes?
seems, from our past games.
Because he was playing
Maybe that
Omen,
caught the
right?
guard off guard a little bit, but who knows?
Now, coming into today, you talked about having limited prep time. You pick Lotus right off the rip. Was that a map you were practicing prior to the change, and then you just kind of took what you did previously?
But yeah,
and
Devon, man, if you're a fan of live
that
epic
something that you've
Valorant
been, like,
gameplay, man, we been watching Lock-In over here. We watch Challengers. We'll be
Honestly,
watching
I really like Lotus. as a
VCT
map.
once it goes
I actually
live.
think it's definitely interesting, like team play wise, and also it's fresh too. I mean, you also gotta look at it as well. Like playing a fresh map against an already established team gives us like a better chance as like a new roster, I guess you could say. So that definitely played a part into it. But regardless of
The echo's
all
driving
the
me crazy.
like the other
I
factors,
don't know if y'all can hear it.
You know, like Lotus is definitely just a fun map in general. So we actually enjoy playing it.
Interesting. Looking at today too, you know, with the win, we talked about it right before the break. The group standings get real interesting in this group now because you're in a position where you found a win over a team that was heavily favored to potentially go undefeated in their group. And now you have to defeat smaller teams. You've already faced M80 and the Guard, and you found a win against the Guard. Do you feel like that takes the pressure
Dude,
off,
TSM's gonna
knowing
look
you don't
really
have to
good.
face either of those teams, or is there more pressure because one more win guarantees playoffs?
Playoffs?
I mean, honestly, in this game, no game is free. Honestly, in Valorant, no game is free. It takes one bad day, one bad game. Just maybe team-wise, like the strategies aren't like.
I just
clicking
hope we
as
can win a
well
game.
on that day. All it takes is one bad day, and you get hit with a fat L. So like, not like, I mean, we won today as the underdogs, I guess, right? I mean, not to take away from the Guard, but they, I mean, they're definitely a really strong team, and so you played well too.
It happens.
Yeah.
All right, this last
Do you
question
think it
comes
was
from
the
fan
wrong
zone. If you guys
pick
are wondering
then
what the fan zone is, you can head over to pks.com
to go
Discord. This is from Cypher. What are your feelings during such a back and forth overtime like we
with
saw here
Pearl when
today,
they lost
especially against a team as powerful
to this team on Pearl?
I think it varies, honestly. It depends how the like your team is playing as a unit. Today specifically, I actually really trusted our team play. Our team play was really, really good. Our trades were on point. We're together, communicating really well. So there actually wasn't a lot of stress. We kind of knew that we were running the attack sides heavily. All we needed was that one defense round. That's all we needed. So we're like, just get the defense round. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Just get the defense round. And I mean, we just kept the strong mental. That's all.
I do actually have one more
That's
question
crazy,
off
man.
of that. You know, you said today everyone felt like it clicked, it made sense, it worked out well. What is the ceiling for this team? Is this it? Is this like as good as this team's going to be? Or do you think
I
that this
mean,
team
if you
has
can beat the
legitimate
Guard,
ability
who
to
can't you
potentially
beat
drive it
in
into
NA Challenger or in Challengers in
Well, I
general?
think the thing you really want to work on is consistency in the game. I think that's like the biggest thing that you could probably have is, like, yeah, you could have an insane ceiling, and if you can only hit that sometimes, doesn't really matter as much in these tournaments because you get knocked out or you lose groups. But if you can consistently be a strong team, then you'll find yourself going far. And if you can hit those peaks randomly, then like sure, that'd be nice. But consistency is key for us. That's what we want to look for.
Well, I wish you the best of luck finding that consistency. Congratulations on the win again. You guys are basically a win away from guaranteeing playoffs.
Awesome. Yeah. I mean, hopefully we make it. I mean, I got a lot of confidence going in after this game, so.
Well,
Appreciate
congratulations again. I'll go ahead and let you celebrate with the team. We're going to go ahead and throw things to a break. When we
Another
come back, we're
break.
jumping into our second series of the day. It's about to get damp. Get your towels.
Another
because
break.
Moguls are coming up.
Not damn.
The
It's
Turtle
moist.
Troop. Stay tuned.
Moist. If you're gonna say it right. It's about to get moist. Chat. Looks like we got some new names in chat for you guys. I know you said we got some folks who in here like Valorant. What other esports do you guys like to watch? We do be watching some Apex over here. Of course, it's in between splits right now. I don't really watch much RLCS over here, but I am a fan of Rocket League. We actually did some RLCS casting out of SSA on Friday and Saturday this past week, which is pretty dope. Would love to someday be able to cast for the Knights Rocket League team, but I think that's off a ways a bit. Halo? Hell yeah. Oh yeah, I know you said you were watching quite a bit of HCS this weekend, right, King? I was at one point debating if I wanted to go down to that. I've never been to a Halo event. I was had a team that was sponsored to go one back in 11, and then we had some issues. But I've always thought about going to one, like even now at this point. I should probably do it soon before the game completely dies. So that's because I already have one. Next one's in Texas and hosted by Optic, huh? I definitely would like to go to another major. Now, does Optic host it because they won this last one? Is that the way it works? That's insane. Like, literally, Tanner and I were just talking last week in our interview we did. If TSM should be worried since they were sitting at a negative round differential going into this week, knowing they were going to be playing the guard. That's insane. Ah, okay. I was gonna say that'd be kind of a cool way of doing it, where if like whoever won the last one gets to host the next one as like an extra way to like incentivize. I don't know if that'd really be like an extra reason to incentivize, but you know what I mean. Like it's an extra monetary thing that you get as an organization for winning. Would be pretty cool, honestly. So chat, I'm gonna try probably tomorrow morning to edit the interview with Fussy from Onyx Esports and see if we can get that up on YouTube tomorrow. We have an interview with Brad on Thursday to talk about APAC South. Just the region as a whole a little bit, talk about APAC South Challengers teams coming up to the league, stuff like that. Kind of like we did with Dia and Zephyr about NA and EMEA. Yeah, I guess it makes sense for the World Championship to be in Seattle, though. I'll be honest, man. I'm kind of having fun taking on the challenge and learning editing along the way, fam. Maybe when we get to a point where the channel gets a little bit bigger, I can look at like outsourcing that. But I think for now, I'm good. I appreciate it though. Like I said, I'm kind of enjoying the challenge of it all. There we go. I would love if we ended up seeing not anything yet. I am hoping to be getting some more local Apex gigs soon, so I'm not just having to work in APAC or smaller events NAEU. That's also part of the reason we've been doing like the diversifying up, like doing the more like journalistic style like esports content. That way, if we can like still jump on a show as like a host or it's like an MC that does like interviews and stuff. Like, I think realistically that'd be a really fun way to it'd be a really fun way to like, or easier way to, or it's just an even fun way to get into like Apex. Like at Raleigh they had Banks, who usually does that type of stuff for CSGO. I don't know if he's in London because they didn't show him at all on the main broadcast. But like I think I'd be really good in that role. I've got a lot of like MC experience. Like what I'm really trying to do, King, is I'm trying to get to the next Apex LAN, because in the last couple Apex LANs, they always like Fallout will usually send out a tweet to see who's like in the venue and who would want to chat like up on the desk. And I feel like from our last couple conversations with him and with some of the folks in the scene, I feel like if we're in the arena, I feel like there's a good chance we get on the desk. So, even if it's like an unofficial thing where we just go on and do a segment before a game or something, but still would be a way to get, to introduce ourselves to a lot more people, which would be dope. Last time I was in the Veil VR stream when they were doing their tournament right now, or their current league, their like casting director said he's gonna hit me back. I just haven't heard from him yet, but he's probably pretty busy. But I'm gonna stay consistent about hitting them up over there. Why has the broadcast had that issue a couple of times? I did that earlier too. Again, I just think as far as with for the Apex team, we just gotta continue being consistent, be patient, apply good pressure, Like realistically, there's a chance by the end of the summer, I'll go from last summer, doing all DVD casting to be on Wikipedia 3 different pages, or having my own verified page, I should say, on 3 different branches of Wikipedia. Because we'll have our Rocket League one by the end of the season already. We already have our Valorant one. So just gotta be persistent, All right, let's see. They really do their promos good, man, on this, which makes sense, because Apex usually does, or not Apex, Valorant usually does their fucking promos right. Like all the VCT promos during lock-in have been dope, bro. All right, champ.
We are just about ready to jump into our
I see
second
Ludwig
series
just went
today
live
for Valorant Challengers North America. It's going to be the Moist Moguls against Turtle Troop. Now, I know a lot of people are hearing that, and Dust, they're probably like, who is Moist Moguls? What is this team? This is the team formerly known as Breakthrough. They recently got signed by Moist Moguls, and Dust, that kind of shrinks down the unsigned teams to the only team left being Turtle Troop, the team they're playing against.
Yeah, that's very true. Like, we've seen the Sky's Toast come through with the team. Now we got Moist coming in, which is yeah, exactly. Like, we've got a lot of support coming in, and you know, Breakthrough is certainly a team that's very interesting because they're essentially a bunch of players that come from a bunch of different teams, but they all came together to form the mastodon of NA Valorant, I guess. I don't know where I was going with that. I was trying to figure it out along the way, but I never quite caught up to myself. But anyway, like, they were a team that just, yeah, a lot of familiar faces coming together for the qualifiers, but they did work and they made it here. And, you know, they got a win over Oxygen and they had a very tight series against G2. So, I mean, they're definitely a pretty legit squad out in this group.
Yeah, but then on the flip side, you've got Turtle Troop. And again, yes, they're the last team that is currently unsigned. But Shift, they made recent roster moves. This is a newer Turtle Troop. It's not the same Turtle Troop we watched across the first few weeks, as they've added a little bit of additional firepower.
Yeah, and the firepower is going to, I think, really please the old heads that were following along with North American Valorant. You know, Mummy in the mix, I think, kind of highlights those moves. And I think he does add
I think the
lot
Mummy
of
pickup's
firepower,
big.
in theory, to a squad that was largely missing it. Not to sit there and say that, you know, the collective that was here before was playing poorly, and they had a tough couple of opening matchups without question, but you definitely felt like, looking at the roster on paper and then also in practice, that there were things that were really not working out. Unfortunately, I think for a player like Harmful in particular, yeah, there were some moments for him, but it never really felt like his duelist play was really assisting the squad in kind of opening up convincingly towards either these early executes on the offense or in particular trying to re-break in. So you add Mummy into the mix, who brings a lot of that firepower, and then also kind of you see it Tig on the other side as the other player I haven't mentioned yet.
Bro, it's like bringing Mummy back from the sarcophagus, though, dude, because this guy hasn't really been around top-level Valorant for quite a long time. I mean, you kind of go all the way back to when he was playing for New York Fury, kind of in the middle of last year, was the last time he was, like, consistently playing high-level Valorant. I mean, he played on, like, a mixed team for a recent Knights Gauntlet, but outside of that, he wasn't really a part of the picture
also, King, I forgot to mention, I applied for Game Changers
during the qualifiers, and as a former Shopify Rebellion Luminosity guy, mostly playing controllers and has a pass to Sova. So I'm interested to see like how the roles are going to change this team with these two new players. Just because like they have some agent crossover at different points in time in their histories, you know what I mean? And Mummy is a guy though that was a strong individual player back in his Envy days. I mean, he was one of the primary he was like that guy that broke the mold of like what a sniper should be because he was like playing Omen with operators instead of everyone was playing Jet. Yeah, it was really wild stuff. So it's cool to see him back. I mean, I guess that's kind of what I'm getting at. And certainly this team needed some type of stem shot because they were struggling big time throughout their opening 2 weeks of play.
I've been following Mummy's career for a very
long
time.
Hey, yo, chat. I appreciate y'all coming in and vibing with your boy to watch some NA Challengers, man. Really means a lot.
I've known him for a long time, and I feel like this is a common storyline arc where he, like, really reaches a new peak, and then I don't know what it is, but disappears for a while, comes back. It's the resurgence. Don't call it a comeback, I guess, but he's now jumping into a roster. I don't know what his role is going to look like. Obviously, I assume he's going to
just bumped them up a little bit because I realized
player,
they weren't quite as loud as I thought they were.
Playing now Valorant, but I don't know how they're going to slot him in and how they're going to juggle things around because I feel like there is potentially some role overlap here.
I think that's a really strong point, and hey, the great thing about it is we're going to learn here in a moment to see if it is just a one-for-one swap out for who's now gone versus who's replacing. But I kind of want to hit back on a point that you were just mentioning, like this resurgence idea, like that's why Challengers is here, right? Like we had so many squads that were just unsigned, no orgs, put themselves together as a group of five.
They haven't mentioned anything about yet, chat.
In some form, or we're close to qualifying. This is why this league exists. Prove that you have a chance to still be in the mix as maybe a top contender in North America. So I think this is kind of not necessarily like a last chance. I don't want to set that up for Mummy, but it definitely does lead him to be in a position to kind of go into a squad, show that he could still hang individually, and maybe he's going to have some influence as a player to say, this is the role that I feel best in right now. Can we make that happen?
It does still say he's a professional player for Moist Esports.
Towards getting him in. And the same thing can be said about a player like Tig as well.
But on the flip side, you've got Moist Moguls, a team that is not necessarily new because it's obviously the same roster that we've seen before. It was called Breakthrough in the past, but now they've been freshly minted as they've been signed by the Moist
They get the org
Moguls
buff,
group,
right?
Which is still, it's just a funny name to me. Moist is such a
Moist is
it's a word. Yeah. It's a great adjective. But
very descriptive.
It very much is.
Moist.
Looking at what we saw from this team across, I think, the first 2 weeks, I was sometimes impressed, but not at the same time. Like, I feel like consistency here, Dust, is definitely leaving a lot to be desired, because I do think this team has a lot of potential, but they struggled in their game against Oxygen. They pick up 2 14-12 wins, and then they come out and they actually do pretty decent against G2. There's a chance for them to even potentially close that game out. They just couldn't quite claw it through as they picked up a win on the first map. So I do wonder if this team can actually rise to the occasion now that they have a little bit more back behind them, instead of just being a bunch of we'll call them unemployed players. Now that they have a bit of conglomeration backing them up.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a team that had to hit the ground running pretty quickly, right? I mean, they came together basically at the very beginning of this year in January as 5 players that hadn't really played together before. Like, a Proto and Thief had some overlap in the Luminosity days at a time, but outside of that, they were all coming from different directions. Brock being like a former Serenity and Complexity guy, Flya, obviously, like, was T1 Academy and FaZe. Sim, really comes from like the underground, being a TSM Academy player prior to this. So he was taking a huge step up in the level of competition that he was playing. And so I think it just takes time to kind of figure things out. Clearly, they found out that some things weren't working out, and that they've kind of shifted some roles here and there along the way. But this is a solid squad. I mean, a Proto gets to go back to his old days of playing Cypher. He's probably feeling really happy about that. Sim seems to be stepping up to the occasion and playing at a pretty high level on the Duelists, despite this being like his first really big team. So I think that while you're right in your criticism of them struggling to get some of the wins that they got, I think that's just the signs of the growing pains of like they didn't have a core. You know what I mean? It's not they had like some foundation or something like other teams had. They had to build from scratch.
Well, both of those teams kind of have that problem to a certain degree.
They got to think something strong about them. They're picking them up in this
in
bracket.
Particular, that's map pool. We'll take a look at the maps, see where the series is going to be heading, because I don't necessarily expect crazy map picks. Like, maybe there's a little bit of one. We do see Lotus banned out, but Split ends up as the decider, so there is a potential world.
I don't think we go there.
See Split for the first time in a while here in Challengers. But we're going to be kicking
just because I don't think Turtle
Fracture,
Troop,
and then we're going to be moving to Pearl next. It does feel like that's a little bit more standard. Obviously, we don't get the
I don't think Turtle Troop is ready yet.
Haven or Icebox or Ascent, but
it's probably the best way of putting it.
Creeping into teams' map pools pretty regularly here, Shift.
Yeah, I'm actually a bit surprised for Breakthrough that they don't opt to go into Haven as their first map selection. Since it was on the table. I expected Ascent to go. It's just they've been so dominant on that map across not just the qualifiers, but they even put G2 up for their money a little bit in that series. But Haven not being opted to go into is a bit peculiar, and maybe it does go to lean to kind of towards, okay, this Moist Mogul squad is trying to flex onto more than just what has been their go-tos. I will say, though, that Turtle Troop have done some good research here, taking away Ascent first and then saying we don't want to see Haven for the third. So they did a nice job kind of mitigating some of the strengths, what we've seen from that Breakthrough team before in the first 2 weeks. So they've put themselves in a good position here. Just comes down to, I think, what they put together on this Fracture as a new squad. It's going to be, I think, a tough map to try to figure out as a newer group of 5.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I certainly expected Haven to get picked by the Moist Moguls just because it was such a strong map for them. Not only in what we've seen from them when they got the win against G2, but also just throughout the qualification process for this league. They were really hot on Haven. Pearl, the only time we've really seen them play it was when they lost to G2.
Good night, everyone.
That's part of the reason how they lost that series. So definitely a little bit interesting how the map pool went. I think you're right, though. Turtle Troop played the pick ban the best you could have as far as what bans they got and when they got them. So that gives them their best chance to be successful. But again, like the same situation with TSM, it turned out well for them, obviously, but it's a lot of moving parts. When you're bringing in new players, pivoting roles, new map pool, it's a lot. Like, how much have they been able to figure that out over 2 weeks? For TSM, apparently a lot, but we'll see if Turtle Troop can live up to the same regard.
And then the question is, and this is something that we actually unearthed during the interview in the post-match with Corey, how much time have they had with this roster? Because, we've had, 18 days, 17 days since the last day of competition and challengers, but at what point did they make the decision to actually do this? And then how much practice time did they get since then? Because Corey was like, we basically had like a week, which makes that win in that first series that much more impressive, because they were able to prepare for who is largely considered the best team currently in challengers and find a win. The question is how much time did Turtle Troop have, and how much prep was actually spent around Moist Moguls? And I guess, you could argue the same from Moist Moguls. Like, are they really preparing to play Turtle Troop because they're just kind of like, oh, you know, we're going to play our own game. We're still trying to figure things out on our own.
I think the other interesting point, kind of hard.
I wonder if the guard overlooked TSM.
Was we didn't really prep for the guard. We just prepped for ourselves, and I think that's maybe the indication that
what do we think,
teams
chat?
Like Turtle Troop, and maybe even for Moist Moguls, they're not really going to have the chance
Is there a
to
chance
really
of that?
spend the time to counter strat necessarily. It's just about trying to put together your best playbook, and let's see if we can execute on
feel
that
like maybe,
first
right?
before we take it an extra step further. So who knows? Very well, maybe
Bro,
a
this
part
time
of
in
it
between
may
games
not
kinda
be at
killed
all.
me, I ain't gonna
It's
lie.
just going to be a learning lesson for us.
Well, we're going to learn a lot in this first map, and I'm told that the agent select is ready, so it's my time to
let's get it.
Take it away, boys.
Bye, Bach. Good to see you. Your beard looks great. Mustache always as formidable as ever. Okay, so now we go into the selection for agents. And I will say, I think the only other kind of curious point about the now Moist Mogul squad is that they really have not flexed away from one particular composition on any individual map that they've played. And based on what's highlighted here, you know, the only thing that would be different for the side of Moist Moguls is swapping away from the Rays and adding in the Jet.
Yeah, I was kind of just looking because I was really curious what they were going to do with Tig and Mummy and like what the roles were actually going to be. And wow, I mean, we did basically stays exactly the same as kind of what we expected as far as like him kind of playing controllers. He's kind of been doing that. Yeah. We do see a pretty big flex though from Adder. I mean, he was a guy that was kind of playing a lot of Sky and KO and some Sova and some Killjoy maybe at times with Brimstone. So to see him coming out and doing what he's doing is a little bit different. Governor coming out playing a Neon.
Both run the Brim Breach Cypher.
Though he has played a lot of duelists in the past, it's not too surprising to see that, and he has been playing Neon on this map for them in the past. And yeah, Tig kind of slots to the initiator role like he has for a long time. He's played controllers in the past, but he's also known for his Sova and his Sky, and Mummy's really the big one for me, like playing Breach. You know, that's definitely not like one of his go-to agents from his past, I guess you could say.
And he's going to be kind of trading utility with Brock, who has been extremely good.
All right, first game on Fracture.
In particular, when we had a chance to kind of watch him, especially in that Oxygen Esports match.
Starting on what side?
Two different
did they say?
Comebacks for now the Moist Moguls.
Chat.
So a lot of things to kind of keep our eye on here, and I think our best justice to the series is just kind of
Turtle
digging
Troop
in with education as
starting
our
on
main
offense.
primary focus to kind of start see what both these
Here
two
we
teams
go.
have to offer. On one side for Turtle Troop, it's let's get to know the roster, whereas on the other for Moist Moguls, I think the biggest kind of frame up and the biggest narrative about these guys is can they be a major competitor after giving G2 a small test and also providing a pretty dramatic comeback against Oxygen in their first two matches.
Yeah, I actually looked at it. This will be Mummy's only his 8th time ever playing Breach. Has 2.1% pick rate. Again, mostly known for Jet and Omen and Astra and Chamber in the past.
Okay. Interesting things. Good stat bring up. I love that about you.
Love you too.
Why did you say it like that?
I don't know. I like being loved. Doesn't everyone? I don't know.
It's going to be Trailblazer to start us off in towards A on the pistol. Moist Moguls largely giving this up, but Adder's going to cause some deterrence on the backside, and instead is going to keep trying to be pressured out. Nice first shot connects. Fault line is in. Brock will secure the tray, but the spike gets planted.
Indeed, and we're going to have a retake trying to come through that drop position. Governor, though, still stands firm with the Neon. He avoids the flash and is kind of keeping things going with the Frenzy.
Good job
down
there
the
with
low HP,
Governor.
eventually runs him down, and so that could
Really
be
nice play.
exactly what the doctor ordered to kind of keep this post plan up for Turtle Troop.
I love that. Governor just comes in and just goes straight past one. Forces Moist Moguls to come back through this, but hold on a second. Even though there's a lot of members here for the post plant, they don't stop the defuse? Question marks abound as it looked so good. The little finesse play from Governor you thought was going to be icing on the cake.
Wait,
but
what?
Moist Moguls just stick and the rest of Turtle Troop kind of falter.
I guess they must have killed it like
makes
right
a big
after.
play, finally taking Governor down over towards the
Tough,
drop
man.
position. But you're right, you kind of expected there to be some sense of urgency from A lobby to try to, you know, disrupt any type
That
of
is very
defusal
unfortunate.
attempts on the spike. But there really wasn't one, or it didn't come in time. Certainly. And so we are going to see Moist wind up with the pistol, despite Turtle Troop looking like they had an early advantage in it.
It's gonna be heartbreaking if you're Turtle Troop, right?
Familiar,
Like,
to say the least. So now Turtle
with you.
Troop, after finding a lot of success, go right back to it. Trailblazer in, fault line trying to stop things. Sim over the top of the smokes, not able to see too
that has to
much
be
from
so
the
depressing,
breach
though.
covering. Aftershock delays a couple of members from getting in, and there
See
it
ya.
is. Sim finally
That
catches
one
the
shot,
angle.
Guardians.
Oh, I
And
love
a
this.
Second. Oh, okay. Sim starting off hot.
Where'd Sim
Flash
get
right
caught
into
on?
Eden's left ear. He's
Sim
gonna
with
get caught.
3?
Sim one, maybe for the
Sim
ace.
with 4? Oh,
That
with the
is
flick.
Immaculate duelist play from Sim.
Yeah, and again, this was a guy that I really had my questions about because, you know, his past is playing with, like, teams like Serenity and TSM Academy, mostly playing really small tournaments, never really a part of VCT last year. So he was one of those, like, young, up-and-coming guys that someone was trying to take a little bit of a gamble on. You know, you see some of that taking place on the Disguised Toast team as well. Some of the players that they picked up to surround Steel.
Did he cancel
at
the other
helm
one?
of that squad. So... yeah, Sim has
doesn't
been
seem like it
living it
went
up,
anywhere,
though.
right?
I feel like he's definitely looked pretty sharp in a lot of the matches we've seen so far.
Yeah. And that was kind of the question, too, right? About this squad is who is going to step up, who is going to be that kind of lead duelist. And Sim has definitely provided
Chat, we'll
some
definitely be back
considerable
tomorrow, too, for
conversation
some more
us
games.
To behold.
Tomorrow starts normal times.
Especially now. Little flash play dash right on in. Control early for the defense, kind of forcing Turtle Troop.
Nice press up by
back
Brock.
into spawn. And this is as aggressive as you've ever seen, I'd imagine. Opening trade leads us to a 3v3. Fly going to be tested, has a little bit of help once again. Tapping away is Sim, but Governor predicts the angle and now tilts the favor to Turtle Troop.
Flya gonna get stunned, trying to hide in the corner here on the site.
Flya behind
Mummy
you,
and Adder
dog.
making their way in. The timing may be against him as he's turned his back to it, but he gets the kill onto Governor. He gets it back into a 2 versus 2, so no harm, no foul. Gets away.
Wow. Okay.
That's big.
That is big. Bold call as well.
I think he knew he was getting boxed and had to pick her out.
Yes.
And he winds up making it happen.
They're trying to
Turtle Troop
wait
were tromping around like elephants
on this
up top
plan
of the
here for
tower,
Mame.
So you have to know that that concussion was just the first part of the problem. Fly on the corner. Cyber cage to deter. Isolates the 1v1. Well played by Adder. But I believe the information on Fly is pretty well known, and by based on this rotation, it definitely looks like that's going to be the case.
Nah, Trapwire gonna give that away. So they know that he was trying to play around towards Strahd. They don't know if he's continued that direction though or not. Either way, they still hold the man advantage and are able to get the spike into sight. No problem. Adder is going to be cutting off the spawn
He's gonna
rotation.
have to go through
Flya
connector.
Still kind of taking his time on making a choice here. Actually sees the Phantom. May just want to hold on to that. He's got to clear so much.
Yeah, and first problem is Adder already in this mid-cross. This is just going to take extra time, so that may deter Flya completely. Knife will come through. Looks like he does want to give this the good old college try. A little heave-ho. Tough crossfire to break down, though, with Adder up top. Although you would think so.
My goodness,
No
he's disgusting.
Way!
Wow.
That is two rounds back-to-back that Turtle Troop are going to be kicking them. Well, 3 rounds they're going to be kicking themselves for.
I mean, the spray says it all. Just got to give it a shrug. I mean, not in my wildest dreams did I think he was going to win that round. But he was feeling it, man. He was apparently feeling it. Like, when they isolate a proto like that, well done, by the way. But then for Flya to just, I mean, I just want to know where this was last year when he was on FaZe, bro. Because, like, I just never rated Flya there very highly when he was on that team. I don't know if it was the environment, if he wasn't getting the roles he was supposed to get, you know, if there was something else going on, because I think he was trying to IGL that team a bit. I'm not really sure, but man, he has been lights out multiple times.
Dude, this Moist Moguls team is feeling feisty, bro.
Bro, they're playing
Sim
super
takes the
aggressive.
re-aggression after the relay bolt comes out. That denies any play through dish.
I like it, though. I like seeing the
That is
aggression.
a bold second challenge for Sim, considering.
Bro, you know
the
that
full rifle
Shaq
on their
meme?
side.
Like, you know, I didn't know your game.
I didn't know your game.
I didn't know Flya's game, apparently, man. Like, I just didn't know. I was looking last year when he was on FaZe. I was peeking high and low for it. I didn't see it, but do I see it now?
Does anyone
after that round? And just, again,
go on the
he's had
flanky thing?
a lot of hot games this season already.
Telling you, man, this Moist Mogul squad is not to be trifled with. And Turtle Troop is learning that the hard way. Full wrap through tunnel, trying to hit this through arcade. And largely the defense of Moist Moguls is going to trust not just the Trapwire spy cam setup, but we've also got Flya nearby for extra utility. Seekers will come through.
It's all right. They're using a lot of utility they don't need to
Use it
use.
as an opportunity to clear tower and also provide some vacancy through trees. So the offense will have control of B, but Moist Moguls is here for the full retake setup.
Good stun comes in there onto Mummy, as well as the aftershock. Going to push him
Nice.
off space, and Sim will use it to his advantage to get the dagger through. A Proto coming in with 2 as well.
Okay, trades back and forth, favoring Moist Moguls. Governor last one left. He's gotten 3 in the round. We need them all. Does take down the 4th. Zooms away. Gets information on Brock nearby.
Governor's got
He's
9
on 9
health.
health. Has to get a headshot. Brock is full 150 health. And he connects
with
Are
the
you
ace.
Kidding?
Wow.
What is happening in this series through 4? The investor ace comes out and Governor saves the round in unlikely ways.
Oh, Governor's like, all right, Fly, I'm gonna let you finish, but first, watch this, buddy. I mean, that's ludicrous that he wins this with this low of health in the final 2 battles as well. You think, surely Moguls able to silence him when he's floating on 9 health or whatever he was on there.
I'm out of here.
What a play. What a response as well. Kind of just takes the wind out of the sails of Moguls, who had just had a big clutch from Flya, and says, hey, we can do that too.
Got 1 rifle on Thief.
What are we getting into today?
I don't know, man. We had a wild first series, that's for darn sure. And if we're going to keep seeing stuff like that throughout this game.
Those are 4 very unlikely rounds to go the way that they did.
Yeah. You just got to feel, though, at some point the madness stops, right? I mean, you can't rely on those kinds of plays to come up with victories, and it's going to come down to who's the more overall structured squad to get that consistent success. But this round, Moist Moguls are going to be behind on the firepower just a touch, as Turtle Troop will roll into an MPV site. Obviously, Moist kind of had to gamble on a round like this and just picked wrong.
Trapwire only reveals so much.
They'll try and come in late to...
And a conga line through the defensive
Die
spot.
to Spike, probably, right?
So all 5 members start to stack, try to hit this, see if they can open up some space. You've got the hero rifle of Thief. Everyone else on pistols. Defensive smokes are down. Take steps into one of the sky smokes. We did jumping for shoulders. He will be fault lined, completely concussed. So he's kind of out of the picture here, but Tig has stayed in a great position. Flash comes through. First 2 kills are good. How about 3? Okay, a little snappy action from Tig as another flawless
That's what you
comes
need.
out this time for Turtle Troop.
So the response has
Except this time around, we're going to have rifles.
Turtle Troop here with their 2 new roster members. After a couple of big individual plays from the Moist Moguls, it's now Turtle Troop turning things on right now. A quick 5 frags to finish that one off. Obviously, having the firepower superiority in that one. Moist Moguls are back onto the full buy, and Sim is going to have the operator, so a lot of options on the table.
Yeah.
You have a couple of Spectres still in play for Turtle Troop.
And those are going to hit hard against the light armor of Moist Moguls. They don't even get a full purchase when it comes to all utility either. So now you're kind of in a weird spot. The Trailblazer goes through first, stops the Trapwire from revealing much of anything. Proto just trying to spam through his cyber cage, but all in all, Turtle Troop have foiled a lot of early setup here for Moist Moguls and haven't given away much because of it.
Yeah, they were a little bit thwarted, I guess. They were trying to go for the fast B, but, I mean, there's no problem. They can just kind of shift to underpass, start setting up a potential B split, attack it from multiple angles, maybe grab this orb as well.
They're not going to want to grab the orb because they don't want to make the noise, right?
Flya playing on site, so he's kind of giving B heaven. And now a Proto smoked
Right
off
now.
from supporting him.
Flash comes through, Fly in trouble. Has to step forward again.
Turtle
Governor
Troop,
denies.
huh?
Proto concussed, not able to really assist in any
Imagine
form. Now he's
Moist
kind of
loses
stuck
their
on
first
site.
game in Challengers.
Tries to spam his way out. Neural Death will give it away. Aftershock delays the plant just a little while longer. Defense now in place for this 4v5. Turtle Troop off the reset. They're trying to get this through. Dueling, Rolling Thunders come through. Plus an orbital strike to block the front doors, but Proto can still sneak through Cantina. Maybe try to open up some space here at the sided tree. But Mummy
They've got
shuts it
good
down.
angles
Ball
right
line
now
is
for
not
Turtle
quite
Troop.
there in time, and Turtle Troop are collecting themselves very nicely as Moist Moguls will back up to save.
Every time Moguls were trying to come up with something to get themselves onto the site when it came to their ults or just a counter ult available for Turtle Troop to push them back into spawn and never allow them out into open space. Also, just that defense on the site itself was so separated. There was really no way for Flya and a Proto to play off of each other. They kind of just were cut off by the attacking utility, and rather than both choosing to retreat or something along those lines, Fly gets stuck in an awkward situation and really no way to get a support from a Proto. So just kind of a failed defensive setup at B.
And now we're all tied up at
We
3s.
have a way to fight back on the retake. There's too many ults available for Troop to hold them off.
Okay, brilliant bounce back here for Turtle Troop, considering that you think you come
Indeed.
out with the first 3 rounds and you're like, boys, let's figure it out. Those moments can absolutely sit with you. But Turtle Troop walk it off and now find themselves in an opportunity to take their first lead. Big full buy for them, and they can also try to earn back some of those ults off of just getting orbs here if they want to try to finesse their round a little bit.
That goes there.
They're definitely around where Total Troops seem to be in the driver's seat. I feel like a lot of this stuff's going to get just kind of saved over for Moist into their next buy rounds. As, again, Governor wasting no time with the Neon here, asserting some map control. Again, B's been kind of their favorite target.
I'm not gonna lie, man. This later start for me is kicking my ass today,
Well,
chat.
the debacle that just happened today.
Kicking my ass hard. Oh.
With that orb, Tig is able to earn up the Seekers for the second time already this game.
Yeah, looking to roll that B split, it seems like. And the stack is somewhat correct here from Moist. They even have Sim on an off angle. Could easily maybe find the shot and then get away. Trailblazer starts to sort of detect that there might be a good setup here, and that's going to cause Turtle Troop to reconsider. Kind of drawing back a smart call based on kind of what they found out from that Trailblazer.
The longer this takes, the more I think Brock starts to really lean towards A to try to assist. It's just a spy cam and trap wires trying to keep Proto safe. I mean, he's been one of the most successful historical ciphers across North American Valorant.
No doubt.
So you trust that he could probably find one, especially with some help from Brock. Aftershock will delay the drop. Relay bolt in. And now Proto's going to be tested. Stuck into a corner. Just holding onto his cyber chip. Oh,
Wow.
he catches Governor with his hands up. Just
God,
sprinting
Governor, that was really
forward,
big.
and the kills look good. Time becoming a problem. Spike is on the way in. Adder looking for the plant. But numbers are now here for Moist Moguls. Molly comes through. Fragment to try to split this. Adder in a little bit of
No
trouble.
way,
but
Turtle
splits
Troop's got to
off,
win
and
this.
He's able to find an off angle onto Sim.
It's all up to Adder's a 2v1.
Just down to Flya. First shot lands, and the second one was close, but we did quick for the trade, and Turtle Troop takes the lead.
Yeah, but that came way harder than it should have. They had him pinned down into sight.
Man.
I mean, the Proto was in hot water, and somehow he gets Governor anyway. Governor just kind of choosing the dash at the wrong time, and it opens up the floodgates for Moist to start putting some frags through, and Flya, you know, nearly pulls one through. Turtle Troop do find the round. They will take the lead up 4-3, but Moist now back onto buys, and they have a couple of ults in play as well.
Yeah. Okay. Key round here for Moist Moguls is to try to set themselves up with something that's a little bit more controlled here from their defense outside of how they won their first 3 rounds. And it's going to be Sim with an operator trying to contest this angle deep through tree. Not given an opportunity, and the rest of the defense is largely expecting something through A halls. But the knife, I don't think, actually reveals much of anything. So now the defense starts to second-guess their setup, or maybe they second-guess where Turtle Troop are actually stacked, as they're going to split hit a 3-2 probably to A here.
Yeah, I mean, Sim has such a good angle. He doesn't really want to give that up. You know, he wants to hope that someone's going to fall back into it, but there's so much pressure now being levied on the A side that someone's hand's going to be forced here. It's going to be a rotate from a Proto more than likely. 3 players still defending the site, and they're holding firm here. They're resmoking drop. They're staying on site. They're not looking to play retake, looking to defend, and Turtle Troop are not really able to close it on the site like they want to right now due to this utility from Moist, but now it fades away.
And the null command being spent can only delay for so long. Molotov over through drop. Governor tight, not going to find kills. And oh boy, the crossfire's perfect. He does tally 1, but largely speaking, Turtle Troop kind of
there it is. Now
right
it's all up to
into the
Adder here
trap
this time around.
of
Actually
Moist
left
Moguls.
Adder. Oh, Adder with a
seeing
double
what he can
though.
do, and boy, does he do a lot, but not
Made it
nearly enough for the
expensive.
1v4.
Made it
Again, that's just the
quite
advantage that
expensive, though.
Moist gets by being able to get Sim on such a forward angle with the operator, is that they're able to really just kind of reinforce their A defense, play on site, play their smokes, play their utility, and then set up these little crossfires to attack any type of player coming through drop or through this A short area, and they win those duels very well. So that was just, again, a well played out round from Moist. Tied it all up.
Guiding light right into the face of Sim. Still tries to hold the angle. Spy cam is deleted. So it's really just the angle gained once again through tree, but largely the defense is going to be stressed here towards B tower.
Yep.
Especially if Sim gets stuck here at tree itself.
So if this is Turtle Troop's map,
ropes back over. The hit through tunnel is looking likely.
what
Yeah,
do
they've
they
been
need to get
using
to?
this quite a
7?
lot.
8?
Really making it
I
hard
don't
for
think they
Sim
can
to
get
have
to 8.
impact with the operator.
I feel like they have to own a half at least up a little
They
bit,
have a very
right?
aggressive hall set up here defensively for Moist, which could set up a quick flank, but there's a trap wire watching that. In the meantime, the B side itself is quite vulnerable. Moist already fading back into basically playing a retake on this site, as the smokes are largely going to block those chokes and allow them in to get the spike down.
Lots of action. Turtle Troop able to get their way
Governor's
on.
like almost dead, bro. 5 HP in a dream.
May give a lot of information to most Moguls that, okay, hold on a second, they very well may be still stacked over towards Arcade. The Overgirl will get Governor back to full
they're
health.
looking in trouble here.
Take still trying to get in towards the Sky Smoke. Once again, Rolling Thunder, Orbital Strike combination. It does delay this retake a little while longer, but Sims able to find the first kill. Now into the Sky Smoke on the shorty. Hits hard. Tig has to try to be a hero again. And as he comes through,
there it is.
Nothing will be found. It'll be an infestor. Flawless for Moist.
Nice
Mogul.
flawless for Moist.
Oh boy.
That gets them to
Didn't
5.
expect it to go that easy for Moist, considering the ults that were getting levied against them and considering how they got pushed out of sight and they were forced to play that retake, which they struggled to do so last time. Turtle Troop wiped the floor with them last time that it came down to a B retake. It was a flawless for them. This time, Moist flips the script. Says, I'll be taking that flawless, actually. And the kill spread's really nice over there on the Mogul side of things. I mean, yeah, Dee's a little bit out of it, but everyone else is firing on all cylinders. And now they had 2 ults to good as well coming into this next round, and the economy's starting to get quite fragile for Turtle Troop. So, I mean, if Moist wins this, they could be starting to run away with the half a little bit.
Yeah, I'll say. It's just been such a very, very strange change from the first series to the second here as far as how things have gone. But chaos abound. Right on in.
He's invested so much on that push,
in
man.
a little bit of trouble here. Maybe a lot of trouble. He got stuck in a corner. Governor locks down the first 2. Quick flick. And that's enough for the plant. Tig follows up, and Moist Moguls have to back away again.
Yeah, I feel like every time Moist is elected to play on-site B, it just seems like they're not in sync. Like, Sim and a Proto are just never really in positions to aid each other. They're always being separated and picked off. And, I mean, it's obviously a part of just Governor being proactive with his relay bolts, but it's also, it just seems like they're not quite on the same page on how they want to be defending, what they want to focus on, you know, or if they just want to play for retake. I think playing for retake could have been nice. You got Brock on Rolling Thunder. Like, I just don't know that playing on site in that situation makes a lot of sense. And if you are going to, I think doubling up somewhere so you can play off each other is a way better call.
Trying to see if they can catch anybody on Moist.
Man, this has been a fiery first half, though. Flya, any point of contact here? Yeah, gets 1.
Got you at 1.
Round ends. So a little punish economy just to kind of stop Turtle Troop from building too much. Won't really hurt them in the end goal, but man, this has been...
The thing is, too, Wolf has an
Moist could
injury.
have put them in such a terrible position.
Ron has
too.
one last
if
night,
they would have decided to fall back off B and play retake and win, Turtle Troop has no economy. Like,
all right, last 2 rounds and a half. Let's see how things ends up, Haps. Chat, what are we thinking? How are we feeling?
When it's all said and done now, Turtle Troop's able to avoid that awkward situation. They tie the thing back up, and they're getting some credit stored back.
Yeah. Governor once again with that quick tempo through Arcade. Fast lane will make Moist Moguls consider the potential oncoming threat, but it's a quick wrap. Off the ropes, back over towards the opposite angle, and this may be an overall commitment back towards A. The longer this takes, though, the more Moist Moguls will be in a position, and you can already see Proto's off the site, so he'll stay healthy throughout this hit if it does come quickly.
Yeah, again, they know that they have that Rolling Thunder to play the retake. They know that they also have a Proto being able to play that neural theft once they get one down. Trailblazers are going to lead the way here for taking company. Start getting onto site. They'll break the trap wire as well and start looking to get the spike in. Governor will find the site clean.
The magic fingers.
Nobody home. We did go for the plant. When do you hit the trigger for the Rolling Thunder? Flashes in.
Oh, and they're coming out.
Rolling Thunder will be used to clear out the hallway. It's quickly following up his sim. It's Thief who gets the kill, though. So now knives are a little bit low, but headshot connects. The reset through. Right click also finding a lot of value. Brock following up with Thief in the creep.
Another really good round from Moist. 4 players still standing.
Only dropped 1 and now go up 6-5.
Yeah, I like that Rolling Thunder used as well. Rather than use it on site where it could be wasted because players can just hide in corners and wait out the stun, you roll it into A halls instead so you can be proactive and push them down and grab the frags that you need to dislodge them from having good post-plant positions. I mean, it was just really well timed out there from the Moist Moguls from that top position. Obviously, great use of blades on there for Sim as well, getting some critical kills. See what I did there?
I did, you know. I love that you had to double check just to make sure.
I had to make sure. I was trying to figure out a way I was going to get it in, a Moist critical comment, and there it was.
There it is.
Snuck it in there. Not really, though. Just brought
not really snuck. No, you.
Yeah.
It was pretty plain and obvious. Yeah, well. Another fall line enabled play to let Governor slip forward. Brock is the contestant on site. There is a little bit of helping utility for Proto, but Turtle Troop once again will consider their options before committing.
Man, a lot of I don't want to say hesitancy from Turtle Troop, but they have not been nearly off the trigger like they have been most rounds, with Governor being a crazy disturbance in the early situations. They're taking this a little bit more carefully. Obviously, it's an important round, and obviously they have a little bit less firepower than they're used to having with what we did just on the Bulldog and a Spectre only for Mummy. They do have Seekers. They have some map control now to start splitting this A site, but Brock has the counter set up.
Oh, goodness. Just all the utility all at once. This hit coming backside through halls. That was where a lot of the focus is going to be. Brock going to get some information from that aforementioned Proto utility. And Flya will tee up, finding two. And now the spike is down 30 seconds. You have to commit to this. The only thing that's really kind of benefiting Turtle Troop is the fact that you've kept the defense off site, so Tig can collect and plant. And a lot of the tools are now off the table. But Sim unexpectedly comes from behind Governor, finds the easy elimination. Tig needed to respond with that from inside the site. It's just down to Sim now. Cloudburst comes out. The first nearly transfers over, but Tig is there for the double chow and will stay even in the first half, 6-6.
Yeah, definitely a pretty crazy half. It felt at times that Moist were going to be able to take control of the half and really kind of run away with it. You know, especially just the first few rounds, the way that they played out. It was, you know, team play in some situations and then antics like this one in others. But in the end, Turtle Troop were able to start some of these aggressive B plays. I think were kind of their bread and butter. There was a couple of rounds where they seemed to catch a Proto and Sim out of sync and were able to use that to get some victories. And
yeah,
when we're all said and done, we're tied up.
Feisty first half, though, my goodness.
Oh, yeah.
Things that make you clutch the pearls and say, oh, great heavens. Quick action.
Definitely never thought about doing that, I will say. That didn't come to my mind personally.
We just got to get you a pair of pearls.
Okay.
I'm not footing the bill for that, just so you
I'm about to say I'm down for 3 pearls. I mean.
So we swap the sides around. And no hesitation here in the pistol. Moist Moguls will jump right on into B for a quick plant. And this flank will be largely watched off the trap wire. It actually does connect as well into Governor, so Proto's going to know who's coming. Thief off the corner with it. Relay bolt well placed. Forces the gunfight forward. The concussion actually does land, but the help is pretty significant. Just maybe not significant enough as Turtle Troop get the large majority of the kills. Long range from the shorty. Okay.
It's about the max range of that guy.
On that. Second one up close. This should actually hit harder. Brock there to assist. The kills come through. What is happening in this map? Weeded is still alive for the 1v2. Trying to find a desperate right click. Through the smoke they go, and it's Brock who finds the final kill. This is madness.
It is.
I forgot
it definitely is. I mean, I think that is like literally the max range of the shorty on that guy on the spike.
So Moist wins pistols
from D-Heaven side. Goodness gracious. And Brock is just dancing around all over the place inside. Smoke's just throwing haymakers with classic burst shots. And somehow, some way, Moist Moguls come out on top. And they will reap the benefits of being able to bonus up here to the Spectres and the 1 Phantom on Brock. Obviously, nothing really invested here for the Turtle Troop. Just the 1 Sheriff on Mummy, really.
Okay, you've got Mummy in the way here. Aftershock is really not going to deter too much of anything. I don't think that hit the way he intended it to. Fragment is also used to kind of reinforce the.
So we've got a couple still waiting back on satellite side.
Sky smoke positioning as well will kind of help build that forward. So now Turtle Troop on the retake with just pistols against the
3 of them back on connector side.
Of the Moist Moguls.
Oh, this is tough, bro.
A couple of pot shots coming out of the top side of A. Not going to influence too much yet. What point do you commit here for Turtle Troop? This is starting to take a lot of time. Mummy's holding on for what looks to be utility. Sim in the corner close. Thief watching up top. Flash, fault line, both being spent. But Thief still holds on the trigger, finds the headshot. Not enough follow-up from Turtle Troop. On the opposite side, Governor does find 1 elimination, but there's just not enough time to get back on towards site. Kills are decent, but not enough to influence the result. Moist Moguls will take the round.
They die to Spike, so they die and get their...
They will maintain that Phantom from Brock as well, so the most expensive weapon is carried over. They just lose a couple of Spectres in the mix there. You are going to see a shotgun come out again from Sim. This time it's going to be the Bucky, not the Shorty. This goes here. I see. Okay. Thought about the judge there for a second. I saw him perch sitting, send it back.
This is a nice spot.
Return policy is very lenient here in Valorant.
It really is.
No receipts needed. Just.
Well, actually, when you really think about it, it's not because, I mean, normally you get at least 30 days.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, he's gonna turn the corner.
Buy something, give it back. Buy something else, give that back. Buy it again, give it back.
That's such a really angry cashier at that point, isn't it?
For real. Yeah.
I've been there. I've been that person. The cashier. I want to make that very clear. Not
the person returning the shit.
Good clarification. Opening first blood's traded. 4v4 we go. Although there is an upgrade from Stinger now to an assault rifle, and that will also earn Thief the orbital strike. Launching smoke. She may try to call really early on here. I mean, this is good smoke coverage. The Bucky is able to get involved. Long range right clicks. Goodness, what are we seeing with these shotguns? Spike will be planted, and Adder all of a sudden finds himself in a 1v3.
I don't think he's liking his odds, but he's going to have to go for it nonetheless. Unless he just wants to back off and save the rifle.
Maybe?
Simply too many angles to clear. That's
I think Turtle Troop's in trouble. They don't win this map, chat.
Front. Roll 3 rifles forward. Money back in the dumps for the Turtle Troop.
Dude, this map has been wild.
Yeah, I agree. It has been. And this time around, though, it feels like Moist Moguls, whereas in the first half they started to take control and they kind of lost it. This time they're like really holding on.
Yeah.
Seeing some big things here. Sim.
See, because this is big, because they just won that last round, so now we're going to go...
more shotgun frags than Mummy has total frags.
9 turns into 10 pretty easy here.
Fault line coming through. Looks like
should anyways.
Want to go aggressive. Aftershock to try to counter. Moist Moguls, who were heavy stacked, will have to reconsider what they want to do now, as a lot of utility that was initially placed by Proto was what you would think would be an intention towards hitting A, but that now all of a sudden comes into question. And do you want to try to retake halls, or do you try to set up something different towards B where you have no intel?
Yeah, I mean, it's just Moist needing to be cautious, right? Because you know you're up against a low buy. That means you know you're up against probably some type of gimmicky gamble stack or some type of little tricky setup. And so you have to just be careful to set that stuff out and not allow it to kind of just be a wrench thrown at you. Yeah. And they are now just kind of gathering up. That's a great use to make sure that A side is clear. No close angles you have to worry about a shorty or a pistol hiding behind. They'll be able to get the spike down and play post plant from halls and really all which directions. And that was a big spot on the camera.
Yeah. He sees everything. All 3 members, Sheriff stacked, trying to hit back through halls. Lots of deterring utility. Nice relay bolt, better fault line. But ultimately, Turtle Troop cannot take advantage of the well-placed utility. The kills are clean. Last one left, blown up by a shotty. Oh my.
There's nothing you can do with that.
So many shotgun kills this map. Almost forgot that it was part of the game, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, Sims run through every shotgun there is except for the judge.
Timeout?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, he's giving us a little bit of
probably
everything.
after this round if they lose it.
And Moist are really starting to send,
which will probably be too late, honestly. This is a must-win round
really big
for Turtle Troop here,
unless they can convert.
Because of their.
At that point, if you lose this, you're forced buying the rest of the game just to survive.
Yeah.
Do have a lot of ults here this time though for Turtle Troops. That's gonna give them a lot to work with.
Governor getting aggressive towards tree. Not much to be found there through the smoke. Meanwhile, a very slow approach through A halls. Probably one of the only players without an ultimate here.
Oh my goodness.
Combo, but only gets the flash off, and that's not even successful. Orbital strike does come in though. Mogul Mummy's in a little bit of trouble here. We did able to tally 1. Defense trying to get back on towards site, but Brock, oh my. Keeps the door open. Now to a 1v1 as Tig responded beautifully with Proto. 33 HP though. Spike is down, but not much that Tig can do about that.
Proto's looking to test the fight here. And he winds up right in Tig's crosshair. Oh my goodness, Tig. Oh golly me, how did he pull that off?
That's been the question about this entire map so far. How has this happened? How has that happened?
What's this? What's this? Like that Nightmare Before Christmas song.
That's a throwback.
It is a throwback, bro.
Nice reference.
Little out of season, but that's a nice thing about it is you get it 2 times a year, but
you really
this
do.
is neither one of those times of the year, so
No.
really misplayed.
Whoops. Adder trying to finesse the trap wire, eventually gives up on the cheeky angle of it. Trailblazer will slap Sim in the face. Say how do you do? And with that, Moist Moguls now take a step in. Okay. Once again, A-Hall's controlled for free.
I still don't know how they lost that round, bro. I'm still
Me
confused.
neither.
So, at this
There's
moment,
been 7 of those rounds this game.
like, yeah, the orbital strike was
7
kinda
of those
damning, but
rounds this
they
game.
still got so much work done on A, only for Tig just to blow it all up. A lot of individual efforts being made here from both sides at different points in time to keep this one pretty tight.
They've been hitting A a lot.
Moguls, though, still have the Rolling Thunder for an execute as well as a null command. They could, you know, kind of cycle.
You're one
between
away
which
from
one
the
they want to use. They
knives.
could fight with which one they want to use to slow down the retake.
Null command is sent over towards B with a lot of the utility from Flya. That is going to force Turtle Troop, who are playing deep towards Dish, to full rotate. And they will see themselves have guessed incorrectly and have fallen for it. Completely hoodwinked by the play. So now you've got the Rolling Thunder reinforce this post plant as Brock gets the plant off. Sim trying to hold the early angle. There's the Rolling Thunder, but Governor, he just dives right in with the high gear and nearly connects a handful with the overdrive all. Sim up top. Good for another. Proto stuck on site. Neural Thefts could be called in, but they line up for a double for Proto. Adder, 1v1 with Flya. Flash will not land. Oh, wow. Takes the 1v1. What is this map?
That second blip with the neural theft,
Damn,
man.
bro.
I thought maybe they pushed a little bit early
That's
after
insane.
he used it before they could get the actual information when they lined up for a proto, but he had that second blip still left, and it allows him to get the read on Adder to win out the 1v1. Again, I thought between a proto getting those 2 frags and everything else that was going on,
We're gonna have
Moist,
another
we're gonna have it,
I mean,
but Turtle Troop just kind of keeps stealing these rounds away. They're the ones with the true thief on the team, it seems.
This has been one of the more unpredictable maps of Valorant I've seen in a minute.
That's 2 rounds in a row that I don't understand how the result got to where it got. It just seemed like Moist were in so much control there.
Yeah, 2 rounds in a row.
And now
like
you gotta be
9
worried
rounds
for
total.
Moist what's the mental
It's
like,
been a wild
right?
ride for sure. But again, it's
boys,
what you
it's been
expect, you
entertaining.
know? I mean, you got new rosters, new everything.
Okay, you got one.
New maps to consider. I mean, attention's being pulled a lot of different ways, and so it's no surprise that things might get chaotic.
I know exactly where you are.
This time it's Proto's Neural Theft called in for the offense to try to get a lay of the land and then make a decision. Smokes are placed, fragment over the top. Weeded is actually going to take a little bit of damage from that first burst, but ultimately, Moist Moguls once more.
They're all gonna mob
make
back
the
up,
rotation
head
back
right
towards
on
A.
back
This is
over to
how
Adder.
has been set up for it. He's going to hold a tight angle down low, but only gets one of the first 2. Not bad overall. Does set up his teammate, but
Flya,
the fault line
dude.
doesn't quite land in time. Flya gets a very unpredictable and unbelievable double. And now for Turtle Troop, they're stuck to their last 2, and they're both stacked up top in ropes.
Yep, sent the Trailblazer through, but Sin able to get away. Meanwhile, a Proto trying to flank, but gets caught, and again, it's Tig making impact felt from the Turtle Troop to try to keep them
gotta get
alive
safe.
in this round, where, again, Moist do have a huge
Or do they
edge,
go
but we've
just
seen it
push
crumble
in?
before.
Try and get some.
Tig is a kill away from Seekers as well. Contact with Brock on the way. Shoulder seen. Oh my goodness! Shane tries to call off the Seekers, and Flya uses this as a chance to take down his teammate. Information for Tig, at least onto 1. Fakes the flash, eventually explodes, but it's Flya who gets 4. It's the double to enter, and then he essentially just confirms the 1v2 on site.
It's just been this crazy tug back and forth between Tig and Flya and what initiator is going to have the more impact. I mean, they both had crazy moments throughout this series. And this time around, it's once more Flya with a quad kill, having a huge moment. Obviously, Governor's had an ace, and man, we've seen all kinds of crazy heroics, haven't we, this game?
Yeah.
But this time is Turtle Troop's
Oh, I wanted to look for
final
one
clock
thing
getting
long.
punched because they don't have a whole lot of weaponry here as Moist go from that point.
And this time off of that lower economy, they're not going to stack and try to throw any curveballs. This looks like a pretty normal setup for the most part.
Right. Okay, where's the thing that attaches him to the zip line? That's what I want to know. That's a mystery
Dude,
for me.
It's based off hope and belief that you're
It
gonna
feels
fly.
like it, dude. There's nothing attached to him. I see nothing. Is it an energy cord? Like, I don't... I don't know. Wild.
And you thought I was the one who was addicted to the lore in this game.
It's not a lore question. This is the thing.
I mean,
this is
kinda.
physics. I'm kind of wondering about, really. I mean, I feel like it's there's a lot of things that defy physics in this game, but like, you know, I just wanted to understand the zipline a little better.
Okay, that's fair.
I guess it would be
Clearance
not
for
practical
Moguls.
for everyone to have like a little metal contraption to attach to it. I don't know.
True. Sim getting the first look forward. Governor's in the corner. Sees the shoulder. I don't think he thought he was poking there. But up
No.
top, Thief gets a little bit blindsided by Tig. Flash comes through. Proto stuck in a corner. Sim looking to force forward to help out, and fortunately, the superior firepower is working out. 30 seconds on the clock. Proto makes life a little bit easier by finding Tig, and it's all down to Adder for the 1v3. Spike on the way in.
Nope.
Shot just a bit awry as Flya converts, and now Moist Moguls for their first time under Brand on map point.
Let's go.
Indeed. Indeed, they are finding themselves on top, have a few chances to close this thing out before it's all said and done. But are we going to wind up with a Moist Maker, or are we just going to wind up with a basic turkey sandwich? You know, which one is it going to be?
Why are those the two things we have to pick between?
Please tell you know what the Moist Maker is. I just need you to know.
The Moist Maker. Oh, come on.
You can enlighten me later. Lots of tools here on both sides. Null command, most notably for Flya.
You know,
on the opposite side.
I didn't realize how dangerous it is to leave that without an explanation.
Well, true. We'll hit it. Null command comes out for Flya. Thief with the plant will earn the orbital strike. So for the retake, Turtle Troop are largely relying on this Rolling Thunder to clear some sort of space out, but look at the split from Moist Moguls. There is no way this Rolling Thunder hits all of this defense, and it may miss all of it completely, depending on how they want to use it. No, it's used over towards Arcade. Quickly, there is help. Tig is trying to clear the space. Thief responds to one. Proto on top of the site, going to be tested, but doesn't find too much. But the orbital strike, oh, it finds a lot as far as clearing off the platform itself, but still Turtle Troop find the kills. Flya up top. Thief also with him. Shots will connect. Governor on for the defuse. Flya for now a 1v3 in technicality, but Mummy shuts it down. And just enough time for the defuse, we go on.
Indeed we do. Turtle Troop hanging on, not letting it go yet. As chaotic as this game has been, I'm not too surprised to see it. Still full economy is left, though, for Moist to follow up here with the full rifle buy. They do have the Bladestorm available for Sim, had he have chose to do that instead of buying a Vandal, but elects to go for the Vandal instead. I'm a little surprised by that. I think economically it would make sense just to Bladestorm here, because then you could still full buy next.
Thinking, yeah.
Interesting call.
A lot of trust. This will just go off without a hitch. Governor in a little bit of trouble here. Just gets concussed. No follow-up. Even though the knife also confirms some presence. And that may mean that for Moist Moguls, if they know that there are two key members over towards A halls, you could go quickly here to B. Sim seems to want to. Sky smokes are placed offensively. Aftershock also to clear off the site, but Sim gets revealed by the trap wire. Counter spam from Proto, but it doesn't work out. It's Adder who holds down the trigger for first blood. Take off the reload. Gets a chance at Proto.
What?
Ultimately, Proto has the final word for two. No idea where the trades are, but finally Governor comes back into the mix to secure them. Orbital strike down once again. More chaos. Turtle Troop surviving through the majority of it. 1v3 situation for Thief. This
That
has
was
been
crazy. They actually attacked defensive spawn. They went through the defensive spawn smoke.
I've tried
That was wild.
Not the fan.
There's just so much unorthodox play going on, I feel like, at different moments in this game.
For real.
And I mean, most Moguls are starting to run out of slack here. I mean, they had a 4-round, 5-round lead. They've been on map point for a minute here, and they're struggling to close out. And this is giving Turtle Troop time to kind of build. And now Sim is going to go for the Bladestorm on this one instead. It is still a full buy for everybody, so still works out all the same, just a different timing.
This is another one of those moments that Proto looks to get away with murder. And somehow Turtle Troop still fight back. It's nothing is going as anticipated based on the opening engagements we've seen. Governor sliding into halls.
Yeah, I can't believe this game's still going on, man.
Moist Moguls looking to kind of do the same here over
Moist
towards
down in the best of
Arcade.
positions.
Spycam deleted, and now Sim's got knives with the potential to really threaten the sole defender at B.
Yeah, trap wires are there, try to be a detection system, but still to rotate would be pretty far off. even with the info, but now Weeded is here. Seekers out, so will allow them to know that everyone is indeed on the B side. They can still ahead and make their rotations, but Sim still finds the entry nonetheless.
Stim Beacon providing a little bit extra spam pressure as the Seekers finally get in towards sight. And a couple of them, I think, do land. Not that it really makes too much of a difference. The smoke do conceal any potential plays. Now Governor looking to get aggressive and just slides away from Playa's gunfight. Neural Theft confirms the location of this retake. Trying to isolate Governor. Sim watching the cross at range. Just 30 HP shut down. Governor also with the overdrive finds a kill. And once again, Turtle Troop worked their way back in. Flya last one left, shut down. And Moist Moguls having a tough time securing these post plants.
Yeah, I mean, they just invested so much in trying to run Governor down the bottom side of the map that it just freed up so much space for the rest of Turtle Troop to start just crunching it on the B site.
They should be able to reinvest back in this round,
just
right?
kind of, jiggle peeking, not really committing, not giving them a chance to get the frags, so they don't have to worry about it anymore. It's always a constant thorn on their side. And so they can't really focus one direction. And so Turtle Troop able to poke and prod at them enough to get the W, and now they are one away from an overtime. We already had one of those. We had plenty of those. Might get some more here, the way this has been playing out. Rolling Thunder available for Brock, so that could be a big tool. It's the only ult on the board right now. In fact, Troop aren't really anywhere
Q
near
is totally not ready for another overtime. I'm not gonna be lying. I'm not gonna. Oh man, we watched VCT this morning too.
On the majority of this Moist setup over towards Halls. No challenge though from Governor. Sim maybe even expecting it. As the flash comes through, the dash is immediately to follow. So now A-Hall control for Moist Moguls, but look at the defense. Turtle Troop are in position for this ends up being an A-hit.
Yeah, Smoke is going to go on defensive spawn to try to get them a route into A site, but there's players on drop, and there's players willing to come out with this flash.
Oh my goodness, holy.
Able to come through, he did, indeed.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll say.
Turtle Troop's about to force overtime.
Up, it would be according to plan. Brock just has to give it a good old college try. The first one good, the transfer not there, and we're going to go to overtime.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
I think the Moist Moguls are going to be kicking themselves. They couldn't close out this game in regulation. I mean, again, they were up 12-8 at one point, I believe. They had a Rolling Thunder available this round to help them clear out sight clean. Instead, they basically get counter flashed through a smoke and get run down on short A before they even got a chance to use their ult or get any type of control of the site. We are going to see the timeout here from the Turtle Troop. Obviously, a lot weighing on them. They just made 2 big roster changes. They're 0-2 so far. They need wins. They need them now to stay in contention for the midseason.
What are the odds, man?
So we'll have plenty of time to discuss this with Bach, but
okay.
I mean, Tig is looking pretty darn good. 23-19-9, leading the team, but a lot of these breakthroughs on these retakes have been because of him. Whether it's by individual performance off of just getting the kills or by helping with things like counter flash and things of that nature. Are you impressed by Turtle Troop, or is there maybe some consideration to where you were expecting more from Moist Moguls given the 2.5-week break?
I was expecting more out of Moist, to be honest.
Yeah, I definitely feel like Moist Moguls were in control at a point in time in the first half when they really could have won that half like 8-4 had things have gone according to plan, but then it winds up being tied up 6 apiece. And then, yeah, they had a 12-8 lead this half, and they let that burn as well. So I think part of it is indeed Moist just like kind of getting lost in the finer details of some of those post-plan situations. But certainly Turtle Troop have had some big plays at times from some key people, right? I mean, Governor had the ace. Tig has been a consistent factor every single round, it feels like, having impact. So certainly want to give props where it's due to Turtle Troop, where, they do have some guys making some big plays.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's anything against Turtle Troop by saying
into overtime we go.
Moist
Opening flashes on both sides. Sim able to get a little bit of high ground control.
Right
the defense is looking to take over, and, well, the offense is just out.
Yeah, full bottom control here from Moist. They don't know what top side to worry about. Is it going to be the drop from A, or is it an arcade play through B? That they're still not sure of. But having A-Hall's control and being at the bottom of the map here with a Proto is a lot of defensive map control.
Well, the flash comes out first. The Trailblazer to follow. Off the long angle,
they got up in the top.
So not a lot of information gained here from Moist Moguls, as they are going to go Sim's direction.
Because their A defense can just focus solely on drop, and then their B defense just has to worry about underpass and
oh my!
Well, Sim has got the underpass covered just fine.
Now again, numbers are here for Moguls. You have to put this round away. Proto trying to catch information.
Unlucky.
Not the greatest spy cam he's ever thrown in his life.
And he's tossed a lot. Let's be
Sure
fair.
has.
Man's made a career off of Cypher, basically.
30 seconds left.
Fly is still trying to watch this cross. Don't want to give away a life here, though. Not in a 2v4. Especially with time becoming a problem. Proto gonna check up top tower, and that's the spike now down.
It's all up to Adder.
All and more left to Adder, and he will not be able to get the first of what we needed to be 4 Moist Moguls. The aggressive defense works out. They completely box in this Turtle Troop squad.
Yeah, it allows them to really just be able to focus on a couple of key areas. On a map that has so many entrances and choke points and where information is so vital defensively, to be able to get that much control is huge. And it leads to the victory, so they'll have advantage first here in this first overtime. Last game we had, was it 3 or 4?
It went what? It was 18-16?
I don't remember. That was ages ago at this point. It's eons ago.
It was literally a year ago. Relay bolt out. Governor trying to hold the corner. Smokes will try to allow it, but no. Still first blood gets tallied. I have no idea. Aftershock in the way in. Fly is low. Susceptible to possible spam, but survives it for now. Hard to say that with much emphasis, though, because he's pretty much on 1 HP, and this would mean it's essentially a 5v3 at this point, unless Fly can make something happen.
Yeah, that was, so we're going to be going to another round.
I thought they had
crazy
Governor in a tough
overtime
spot
today,
stunned,
man.
but he's able to get the first frag and
Probably,
Fly
right?
down very low as well.
Like, there's no way.
Pretty split up. Still see that Brock's trying to apply some pressure over towards A here, throwing a little bit of spam, trying to keep people interested. Has a player that could be coming from drop, so they could still go for an A pinch, but the spike is down towards the bottom side of B. So really all their options still open to them. This Fly was just maybe hoping that someone would rotate, but I mean, Turtle Troop's not really giving them a look.
I mean, if he catches the timing and just goes 1 for 1, that would be fine, considering his current health pool. But the smokes go out towards
30
B.
seconds left.
The defense is not dissuaded from moving
No,
at
they
A
read
at
this
all.
perfectly.
Yeah, and I think that Fly is making the call saying no one rotated. They must not be here at all. That is the wrong read, but it may not make a difference. Fly gets 1. Nothing more beyond that. You have to commit, though. 18 seconds. They're not out of halls yet. Still waiting for Proto to try to clear out through ramps. Mummy there to deny him. And then over the top. No chance to get through Tig. Let's reset. Go again.
Yeah, they just lost so much so early that their options were always going to be limited. They tried to maximize with a little bit of a feint towards B and a pinch on A, but Turtle Troop hold just fine. And so now we go again, as you said. All rifles. The common loadout for OT. Don't really see operators too often.
Especially on this map.
Exactly. At this point, man, I don't know what's going on.
Me neither. I was going to say, this is going to
I've
be
been
a tough
lost
one
for
to
a
break
while.
down.
Yeah.
How do you pronounce the TSM coach?
Let's see if
Is
we're
it
better.
Data?
I had a thread going for
right?
a while when Moist were up 12-8, but then
Yeah.
from that point forward, I'm kind of lost in the sauce, and we're just along for the ride at a certain point, as we are seeing a lot of stunts on B, and the attack coming in from Turtle Troop, and we did both draw the first blood.
Governor's cracked. He's moving so freaking fast. And he opens up the space. The defense is completely pinned down around B.
Smoke's down.
So now a 4v2 favoring Turtle Troop's offense. Spike looking to get planted. Weeded considering where he wants to plant. It actually baits out the aftershock with that little toggle maybe. But Sim gets a kill to clear out Arcade. Orbital strike called in. Adder in a little bit of trouble here, but he does still tally the elimination
it's all
on
at the
towards
Brock.
Silly. Brock by himself for the 1v3 towards the Cyber Cage. That sound cue gives away just about everything. And as he steps through, Weeded finishes him off. Turtle Troop take the edge.
Yeah, that was an explosive attack on B. So many stuns, so unsettling for Moist to find positioning on site.
Dude, chat.
And so Troop will now have advantage this time around.
What is going
Moist
on
will
tonight?
Flip over to the attacking side.
Yep.
They are going to call
Moist
the timeout.
timeout. Good call.
Not a bad time to do it. Again, there's been so many points in this map where I felt like they were going to win it, and they've just not been able to dot the I's and cross the T's, so to speak. Meanwhile, Turtle Troop are just showing how ferocious they can really be. I mean, Governor's been not necessarily always fragging, but he is fragging pretty highly, for one. And for two, even when he's not, he's just, like, causing so much disturbance for other people to get into place and follow up off of him.
Yeah,
Just kind of what you saw in that previous round was really a lot of that. You know, he got in there, he got his one, but then he just, again, created so much havoc that everyone else around him could just kind of finish it off.
Okay. And the thing about this timeout is, like, I don't even know what you talk about here because things have been so scrappy.
Yes.
I think it's just to calm
Scrappy's a
everybody
good word for
down.
sure, to describe what we've seen.
Because like, I think we look back at this, like the opening set plays are fine. It's what happens.
It's
in the
everything
mud
after,
everything
yeah.
starts to go a little bit awry. Like it's that
Right.
second, third layer that's like, wait a second, how has this not gotten past the finish line? Especially considering the series we just came off of, where there was a lot of tidiness in those moments from both of the squads we had.
And Fracture's just that kind of map, man. It's a very chaotic map. It's a lot of sometimes having to do a bit of guesswork, especially defensively on what intel you're able to get, just because there's so much you have to cover. So you have to hedge your bets at times. Sim wasting no time getting inside a B tower here, though. Looks like this is going to be a big B pinch play. It's going to get a spike down, that's for certain.
Yeah, that's without question. Fly does take a lot of damage on the cross, but this is a concession dictated by Turtle Troop. They're saying, let him plant. We'll play
Big
the
round
retake.
by,
We're moving through the smoke. Flash is allowing
big round
TTR
for
to move a little bit further forward. Sim in the corner, though, gets first blood. Turtle Troop now a little bit stuck as the smoke starts to dissipate, but Mummy Tally's a key pick. Flash in the corner.
Oh, no.
That's a
Fly
big
needs to
shot
have
by
that one.
Adder.
And with that elimination, now Brock is kind of left to try to just deny the defusal, and Mummy gets a kill that he probably should have no business getting. Molly on the way in. Brock able to tally one elimination, working with Thief off the same angle. It's a 3v2. We did hold in the corner. Ball line out, but Tig challenges forward, and it's Turtle Troop.
Wow.
After the wildest first handful of rounds you can get, take it to OT. Moist Mogul can't close out the map. And eventually it's Turtle Troop who outlast.
Damn.
Man. That was
what are we watching?
That was a game
tonight,
of
chat?
Valorant that we both watched and commentated and talked about, and people listened to what we had to say. And maybe some people were more on point than I was, but I was a little confused at times. I'm not gonna lie. It was a wild ride, very chaotic game. Definitely had situations where you felt like Moist had control of the half and seemed like they were making the steps they needed to get to the finish line, but then Turtle Troop would just have crazy heroics like this happen, or just they would be able to come out on top in some of those really messy moments that you see in the mid to late round unfold when all the stuns and flashes and smokes are coming in. They were able to, you know, keep their composure, play from behind, you know, just kind of keep that mental fortitude, always stay fighting, despite, you know, having, you know, half a new roster basically. Looked about as good as you could considering the situation.
Yeah, I agree. And the funny thing about this match, you know, in so many words, is the fact that, you know, living and thriving in the chaos is kind of how Moist Moguls have gotten through their first 2 weeks.
Yes.
Down 3-9 against Oxygen Esports, not once but twice, get to OT, and, you know, just kind of the gas is just out of the tank from Oxygen. G2 had a little bit of trouble dealing with some of the chaos as well.
Like, I was hoping to see
but here is
this
like,
be a close
I don't
game,
wanna
but
sit there and
I
say,
did
like,
not
Moist Moguls
expect
were beating
Turtle
their own
Troop
game,
to
because I don't think that's a
do
cognitive
that.
game plan. It's
No.
just the play style comes through, and TTR just kind of maybe had more benefit in the mud, like we mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, I think you bring up a great point, you know, something that we talked about pregame as well, is that this has been kind of the motto of this team is, you know, find themselves in situations where they're seemingly always having to kind of like play from behind and make comebacks and like go the long yards to get a win. This time around, there were chances to get out clean and to not even allow, you know, Turtle Troop double digits. I mean, again, they were up 12-8, and it looked like in a lot of those final rounds of regulation that it was going to be over. But just, you know, through will and like brute force, I guess you could say, Turtle Troop fought their way into overtimes, and then we went back and forth a bit. But in the end, they get a dub. They get a map win, you know, which is what they needed desperately, being 0-2 in the group. And just looking like the weakest team of the league throughout the first 2 weeks. I mean, this is a big step in the right direction to come out and beat a team that's at times looked quite impressive, but unfortunately just couldn't get it all together on that map.
And this is the thing, is this series is kind of like one of those must-win situations if you are Turtle Troop to stay involved towards the playoff conversation. So interesting things, but overall that is Turtle Troop's map pick. So we'll send things to a break and see what Bach has to say.
All right, man.
That map. I don't know what he's going to be able to throw to us, but then we'll be obviously looking at Moist Moguls and their map selection for map number 2 when we come back. Don't go far.
Where are we going
The
to
3
next?
agents I would choose to help me fight a dinosaur, probably Jet, one, because she can like fly and like get on the dinosaur's head and stuff like that. Brimstone, because the stim beacon, you just start mowing down the dinosaur, you know, just machine gun on it. And then Sage,
You got to make sure you can slow the dinosaur down. You can heal you can heal me.
Call.
You know, that's my 3.
I had to fight a dinosaur. Had to be Brimstone. Got to nuke that guy. 100% got to nuke that guy. Got to breach ult that guy for sure. And they got to Sage slow him so he can't move. There's my 3 agents. Sage, Brim, Breach.
I'm thinking Sentinels to trap him. Maybe like a Cypher trip him a little bit. Kind of want to raise to just rocket him, and a Jet, just tailwind up, and then ride the dinosaur. I don't know. I have no clue.
Said ride the dinosaur.
The one character I'd want is probably Sage. I'll go take my 1v1 if she can bait me, trade me, then res me. Jet to distract the dinosaur, and Guy, I got more heals. Take damage from the dinosaur, she can heal me.
Give me Fade, because Fade suck and like Dog is super annoying. And then Breach and Brim 100%, just because of like Breach all, Brim all the utility.
So we're going to back
3
to
agents.
Pearl.
Breach. Definitely Breach.
To start
Killjoy.
or to end, or not
Yeah,
end
with
things,
own
but
dinosaurs.
potentially end things.
And my last one, who would it be? I'm gonna go with Reyna, bro. I feel like she'd be like, just for the vibes, honestly.
Potentially.
I'd definitely pick KO just because like he's a robot. You know what I mean? And he can like he's pretty diverse. Like he has like his knife, his flash, his molly. I'll also pick Sage just because she could always revive me in case the dinosaur does mess me up pretty bad. And then last, I'd probably pick the Omen just because like in case, hopefully Omen can help me TP away. Like maybe if I'm in a bad spot, Omen can like grab onto me, I can TP away.
I get Cypher in there so we can tripwire the dinosaur. So we get
I
stuck.
like a lot of people are thinking the
And
slows.
then
It's a good idea. Good
we can
idea.
Cypher ult to see where all the other dinosaurs are. And then I'd probably get like a
Who's
chamber
saying
in
anything
there.
about other
So, like,
dinosaurs?
I don't know, his op. I feel like his op would be good against a dinosaur. And then a Sage slow. So we can slow him, we can trip him, and then we can just chamber him. Traps.
I think Jet Dash. I need some long range, so I'll probably take Sova. Little darts in there. Jet Sova. And I need some tanky. Breach, probably Breach, so it's like it's gonna be tanky Breach. Yeah, I like Breach. Breach, Jet Sova. I'm definitely winning that for sure. I think so.
What 3 agents
some,
take
this is
down
nothing more than
a
cardboard
dinosaur?
and ink. But to those who know, these are
All right.
precious metals, rare gems. A full set it took 15 years to complete. Low pop rookies, hypnotizing hollows. One of only a handful in the universe. Or an heirloom to look after for the next generation. No matter what you collect, raw or graded, to have and to hold, or to crush your opponents with, what matters is that it's real. Introducing eBay's authenticity guarantee for trading cards. Our third-party authenticators.
Yo, I'm just saying right now, chat, voice could use yay. Thoughts?
To make sure it's the real deal or no deal. Because we know just how much your collection means to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna go fill up my water before we get started doing another game.
And welcome back to Knights Arena Valorant Challengers North America Split 1. We've made it to week 3, and we're in our first day here in our second series of the day, as well as it's the debut of Moist Moguls and Turtle Troop's new team. It's kind of a little bit different than what we've seen from them in the past, and clearly the changes worked. It wasn't necessarily
another team
the
has
most
changed a couple
beautiful
players,
Valorant
looking
we've
better.
ever seen, Dust, but they find the win in map 1, 15-13.
Yeah, we had like a game where I felt like, you know, when the Gar was playing TSM, you weren't seeing a lot of critical errors or like big mistakes. It was a lot of teams playing like really technical Valorant, and it just came down to who could kind of, you know, come out of the weeds.
Boys even, I mean, outslayed on the first.
This game
kills
has been a slugfest where you got two dudes out there throwing nothing but haymakers, and they don't know anything else. And, you know, sometimes they land and sometimes they don't. And again, there were some situations where Moist Moguls did feel like they were in control. You could see they had a lot of the first kills. They were doing pretty well in the clutches. They, you know, we're doing decent in post plants, but both teams were kind of equal in that regard. Again, it just felt like it was a tale of a Moist Moguls team that had control of both halves at certain points and then kind of gave it up, and we wound up in overtime.
They just had a hard time closing it.
Yeah,
was
I mean,
all.
you
I mean,
mentioned the first kills
just
too,
call it what it
Sin
is.
Being the one that
They
kind of led
choked,
the charge there.
you know?
Now you see the 9 and you go, oh, what a great game. Congratulations. Well, also 5 first deaths. So a high ratio of early fight shift, but it did lean in their favor, but definitely didn't end up pulling them over the finish line like it needed to.
Yeah, those post-plant statistics were surprising considering how it looked to be a very one-sided affair after the first blood engagements, pretty much for both teams, right? I mean, the 9 first kills for Sim for sure gives you that indication, but even on the other side where TTR were finding success on the openers, the follow-up was a bit clustered, and it seemed like we were just going to get these dramatic tugs back and forth until finally there was a hero on the other side, kind of like the last
come on,
man
man. Let's get into
standing
this
would
next
step
match.
in.
Let's go to Pearl.
In that first half, we really got that, but it felt like the longer the series went on, the more Turtle Troop were able to kind of find some conviction in how they wanted to actually execute for things like retakes or how they wanted to set up their post plants in particular. And that may have been the difference maker in the end. I mean, like you mentioned, it was not a beautiful game of Valorant, but boy, was it exciting for all of the craziest reasons. So, you know, it's kind of an analyst nightmare, I think, to look at a series like that. But I think the one thing you can take away is that this Turtle Troop team did kind of slow things up, find a way to kind of control the environment a bit better while still having these giant pop-offs.
And we weren't sure what to expect from this new roster. Like, we talked about it coming into this at the top of the show, and even more so before this first match, Dust. Some of the players that we've seen inserted into the roster, sure, they had a good experience at one point in time at a high level of play, speaking specifically of Mummy, but it's been a while since we've seen
I think I want to
him
give me one of
play
them fucking
at this
caster
level of
headsets, I
play.
think.
And not only that, how much time has this team even had to really mesh things out? How has this worked? And even though it was a little sloppy, the fact that they can find the first map win here in the first series playing with this roster, that does show promise, because I think a lot of people probably would have had this pegged as a victory for Moist Moguls coming into the series.
Yeah, it's also interesting to see Mummy play like a pretty different role than I'm used to seeing him play as well. Like, I feel like most of the time I've seen him kind of flex.
If they win here, though, that would pretty well open things up.
But you see him coming out playing Breach for like
More so than they already
only the
were.
8th time in his career. So definitely
Group
kind of
A.
a rare thing for him. Tig comes in.
That'd be kinda
as
crazy,
a guy
actually.
who has a lot of experience now. He's called for some teams in the past, so I wouldn't be surprised if he wasn't helping with the leadership of this team now, kind of coming in and filling that void. And like you said,
I guess
yeah, it
not
wasn't
too
always
much since
the
Boys
most
is
tidy
technically number
form of
5.
Valorant, you know, the most neatly tucked in here and there. But hey, they got the job done in the end, which I think is a huge step for them considering where they were at coming into this series. You know, any success is success in the end. It just may not be the prettiest way to do it.
I think that ultimately what you can say is things to learn, things to take away from this. Let's take a look at the map pool as well, just so we can remind ourselves what map 2 is going to be, because we started things out on Fracture, but we're going to be moving on over to Pearl as our second map. Now, it is also important to note that Fracture was Turtle Troop's map selection, so obviously that means they came into this one a little bit prepared. So the 15-13 scoreline, let's just put that aside and just look at the win. Yes, they won their map, but it's something that actually a lot of teams have struggled to do thus far in Challengers here, Shift.
Yeah, the interesting thing about going into Pearl is, you know, again, it's not easy to sit there and say, like, we know what's going to happen here because this Turtle Troop roster is so different, but there has to be something to be said for them to get absolutely smacked by FaZe Clan on this map, to not ban it, and then trust that you could still keep it in the pool and be competitive on it. maybe it goes to show that maybe something was figured out between this little dual play between what we're getting out of Governor and Tig.
It's a good
that
point.
Was really one of the
I
biggest
didn't even think about
success
how bad
points
they
that I
got
think we saw
smacked
through Fracture, and it
earlier
definitely
this
can
season.
be successful here on Pearl. I mean, even if you wanted to run things like a Sky or a KO with another Neon, you could technically still do that. It's a little bit outdated as far as a meta is concerned, but it's still efficient when it comes to trying to get into the mix and force gunfights, which it seems like Turtle Troop want to do. So I don't know. It'll be curious, I think, to see what Turtle Troop wants to offer as far as the comp is concerned, considering that this is a map that they have allowed to be in the pool.
Well, Moist Esports, or Moist Moguls, excuse me, felt a little bit more soggy
Moist
than usual.
Esports,
They gotta
Moist
get themselves
Moguls,
back
whatever.
to their moistened state, so maybe they did a little bit of a pat dry, kept
Same
themselves
shit.
damp as they prepare for map number 2. They're trying to stave off a 2-0 loss here to the Turtle Troop. We're ready for the agent select for our second map. It's
Bro,
gonna be
chat,
Pearl.
remember I told y'all this thing wasn't going to be over till
I think Bach just
midnight?
took care of all of the wetness wordplay things that we possibly could have come up with, so we can tack that one off.
If
the
this thing
checklist.
goes past Pro, we're on to midnight.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure the chat is just drowning in memes right now. After that
drowning. I see.
Yeah.
Drowning.
I had to see
Got
if
that
there was
one in
still
there.
one left. Yeah.
You're an idiot.
Tapped or
I love
dry.
you. Okay. All right, so what are we going to get from the comp point here? Tig's going to run into the Sova with a jet combo. Okay, so this seems to kind of give us some inference as far as how Turtle Troop want to play the map. Where on the other side, you know, we have seen Breakthrough now. Moist Moguls play this map a couple of times.
No
This
Viper.
is a different comp from when they've played it before. No Fade, most notably, and a Viper in its place.
Yeah, double controller composition, so it is slightly different. And again, we were talking about why did they pick Pearl, you know, because we know that, yeah, maybe one of their picks of Ascent and Haven was going to get banned out first, but the other one would still be there, and that's a map they've shown a lot of strength on. I mean, Ascent and Haven were really what they built their success on just generally. To see them go for Pearl, but they just got to kind of blasted on by G2 in the first week, or week 2, excuse me. I was a little bit confused, but this was a map that they did play pretty well throughout qualifiers, so it's not as if that loss of G2 is the only thing that they have when it comes to Pearl. Like, they also have some proven success. So apparently this shift in composition is something they're confident in. And again, I think on average they looked like the better team last map despite losing it. So we'll see.
And this is, I mean, there's so many things to talk about this Moist Moguls composition. Not only do we not often see Viper come through for Moist Moguls, but you also are running the Raze, and Proto's not playing Cypher.
Bruh.
What?
I mean, Killjoy's just too good on this map.
Yeah, I know.
I can understand why you would have to stray away from Cypher.
Do you think that was his choice, or do you think he kind of like had to put it away, like his teammates were saying, "Why not Killjoy?" It's like, fine.
Who knows?
The first blood, flashes galore in this connector play. Goodness, once again.
We're picking right up where we left off,
There we
baby.
go. Moist has got
We're getting sloppy right
a
from
head
the
start.
But Moist is going to be able to come out on top here and have themselves a 3 versus 1 post plant.
They're looking all right.
Matters able to see Sim plus the second, hoping for some wall banks. None will land. Not onto Thief, who's already at pretty low health. Turret goes up. That'll be a little defensive tactic to try to stall off any play through connector.
There it
Nanostorm
is.
out,
Sim
and
gets the first.
Anticlimactically just throws in the last headshot, but yep, we're no hesitation towards forcing gunfights for these two squads.
Nah, two teams that are definitely willing to scrap, and there's definitely plenty of opportunity for early skirmishes on this map, particularly through mid and art and things of that nature, so I wouldn't be surprised to see some more of that throughout the game, but as it stands, Moist will be able to buy up the rifles and Spectres. We do have a Marshal coming out from Governor, so he's looking to try to still pull a little something out there. Sheriff as well, maybe coming out for a couple other players.
No, just the Marshal, looks like.
Okay. Mummy had it, but then sold it back.
Yeah. Governor just going to watch this cross through screens, wait for a teammate likely to get some information, then take his peek.
Oh, nice shot.
That's the problem with Governor. He hits shots. Brock, Trailblazer out. Moist Moguls are going to force their way in. Sim just dives forward, but Adder gets the trade. And now he's got the Marshal in hand, but Brock unexpectedly steps in.
Nice by
and
Brock
takes down
here.
two. Wow, okay.
That was so risky. It winds up
Yeah.
paying off, though, at least. This spike is going to go down. Shock Dart's, though, going to do its damage to Flya. Can't get away.
And the kill.
So this has kind of become expensive for Moist here.
Tig by himself, left to his devices with the classic and Owl drone. He wants the Marshal recon bolt out. Flash denied. Headshot lands. Brock now at low HP, but Moist Moguls are just going to double stack this little high-low. One player close, one player a bit beyond. That is a tough gunfight to take with Classic.
Indeed it is.
Yep.
He's like, I'll try up here. Maybe this will work. No, they're out of
Doesn't
there.
matter. Yeah,
He's just
on the
gonna die to the
post
spike, and that's gonna be it.
Or
nope.
At least he got to touch it. He's like, I touched it though.
Or just die like that. That works too.
As the more
You're not kidding
expensive
about that
rifles will get carried over as well, so that's important for Moist and the bonus.
Here.
Hey, Governor, dude, I want to see Governor has done this a handful of times with the Marshal.
Look at that.
He's definitely quite snappy. No doubt about it.
Okay, are we going to see a semblance of an actual full round setup and execute?
It's too early to call.
That's what I'm curious on here.
Turtle Troop's going to be able to have full rifles.
Stinger going to come out from Sim.
Only one rifle on the side from Moist with 2 SMGs.
2 Sheriff, so kind of a slightly less Moist of a bonus than you'd want. A little more prestige.
Viper Wall's going to force, actually, it's not really a force, it's just an election of Troop to move forward through B. They get the kill on the Lurker, but Fly gets a kill deep over towards Sewer. So he's taken out the Killjoy, so all this utility goes to nothing. Spike will be planted. Defense still trying to form up a retake.
Snike's back there, huh?
Yeah, they're going to hold control of Art as well as Long, and Fly has pushed deep to try to watch the transition. He can even flank through water to Flowers if he wanted to, depending on the timing.
Ooh.
Oh, big stinger kill from Sim, though. Governor shut down. Brock at range kind of offers up a gunfight, which Mummy's happy to take on the Cole's corner. Troop just
but they got.
I don't like
I don't know
that.
why you chow that.
Yeah, I don't get it either when Sim only has Stinger. So you are the man. Like, you need to be able to stay alive at long as much as possible because you have the main defending rifle to stop the defuse. So to see him challenge that early, it forces Sim's hand because he has to take a close fight to have the Stinger have any impact. I mean, obviously we're playing on the patch now that has been significantly nerfed. And yeah, that was a little bit of a fumble there.
No. It just feels like, you know, if you get the kill even, it's kind of an inconsequential one. Like, the defense still is going to hit you through that same area.
Yeah, I mean, especially because there's going to be another one probably swinging with. You know what I mean? More than likely.
Now full purchase for the most part. Going into round number 4, as you'd expect. Sim does have the showstopper earned up, though. That could be a difference maker in the round. And Moist Moguls are going to step into mid. Not see too much outside of the defensive star. Adder is nearby, and there's going to be help on the long cross once again, just kind of on the section of this toxic screen.
And once again, looking to poke and prod at Art. Turret will discover their presence. And so, obviously, Tig knows what he's up against. Starting to call for those reinforcements to rotate, but a Trailblazer will get Tig pushed all the way back to back. Hall. Showstopper went out, lead the way. He's going all the way in. It gets the frag on the Tig. And so the spike will go down. Great boom bot on the Flowers as well to slow down the retake. But Adder reclaims our position.
Yeah, that's a key defensive retake position without question. So after the Plant Thief is going to hold, Cosmic Divide will be thrown in. That will dissect the site completely in half. A little consideration for Adder, thinking there may be a late flank through mid. That's not actually the case whatsoever, though. So now the hit has to come through. And they've actually already stepped through the Cosmic Divide without any challenge. The Fragment even pushes back Proto a bit further. So now you have to kind of retake this into the face of the battle. Even exchange so far, 2v2. Adder's got the corner. A little bit of help on the way.
Wow.
And how about the retake from Turtle Troop? Once again, you know, you put down the Cosmic Divide, and Turtle Troop just allowed to walk through it?
I mean, it's like they really want to just play back towards long, play together so they could trade, also try to use the Ashes Stars to pull people off the spike defusal and just kind of disrupt Turtle Troop that way as opposed to just staying on site and fight them as they come through the Cosmic Divide. But still, it's another one of those tough rounds, and we saw this a lot in the last game too, where Moist have control, they seemingly should have it, and then they just don't quite put the finishing touches on it. And
so
Turtle
now
Troop
Moist is going to have shitty econ. They're going to have to go with Shiko here.
Short time together with a couple of these members to be able to punish you for those situations.
Absolutely. Again, it's a very convincing first blood.
Yep.
In Moist Moguls, even though they gain all that secret position outside of A, they just give it right back, essentially. I don't know.
Their early round setups are fine. Like, they're very good at taking map control and, like, attacking sites and being really well coordinated in those moments, but something just seems to break down in the nitty-gritty.
Ooh.
Well, here,
yeah, get one at least.
As well. It's mostly
get at least one
for Moist Moguls.
Following the Seekers in.
Oh, this is a great fragment.
Oh, that was actually good.
Splits up these last two offensive members. Mummy trying to get it done himself. Flash will push Sim off the angle, even though he's collected a rifle. This is a 1v3 with no spike and a double stack here. Governor's going to catch the shoulder, throw the dagger
Turtle
right
Troop.
between the eyes, and with that, Turtle Trip now 3 in a row.
Able to keep 3 rifles up too.
Starting to find their footing here defensively. Moist has been kind of just thrown back and forth in this buy save rotation. Now I see what you were talking about earlier. Yeah, I'm on board now. I get it. It's very aggressive.
I mean, you got like Ninja Koala Bear, you got Hand Grenade Squirrel. I don't know what that creature is with the helmet, but he's fully loaded.
He's definitely fully loaded.
Sloth with the sniper rifle, Bear with Kevlar,
nothing.
and then you got Worm with top hat and cane.
I favor the man with the top hat and cane.
Oh, I always do.
Got to. If he's coming in with that kind of confidence, then you know that he's got to be up to something, you know?
Yeah, that guy's up to no good. Or nothing but good. One of the two.
Yeah.
Sorry if you're just tuning in for this match. You have no idea what we're talking about. We talked about it last game.
Sometimes it's for us, not for you, you know? That's what helps us get through the broadcast. Steve able to find first blood here, and that's a big one. To open up the long A route and put a lot of pressure on Mummy, who's kind of alone right now. Reinforcements are not quite there yet, and well, it won't matter.
I actually feel that on a lot of levels.
Okay, now, this is a round in a 5v3.
Surely you win.
Full control.
Yes.
You have to win this round. A lot of ultimates, though, are ready to go here for Turtle Trip. Tig tries to walk into sight, gets punished, a lot of health taken away, and eventually gets denied. Brock puts together a kill and a weeded, and then it's just down to Adder, who will only find one. Okay, that's
what you needed here for Moist. The last thing you needed was to drop that one there.
Indeed, all square pretty quickly here. Very tooth and nail, just like the last map was. So we are going to see a low buy from Turtle Troop on a couple of players. Governor looked like he wanted to pick up the Marshal.
They do have 3 ults over on the side of Turtle Troop.
The operator, and they do quite have enough to get the
buy. You've got the Hunter's Fury,
to go sheriff only,
the Cosmic Divide.
Lots of ults available.
You've got the lockdown.
Toxic Pit is available for Fly for post plant though as well. So lots of variables in play here.
For sure, for sure.
For sure.
Governor will not be tested off the rip here towards B. The knife will confirm no one is home, at least not initially. Full stack here for Moist Moguls in towards mid. There's an alarm bot and a star placed. Try to deny this, plus also 2 defenders nearby that can try to contest. Flashes out. There's the gravity well.
Nice gravity well.
Try to counter this.
That was so good.
With the Hunter's Fury, Tig will tally up another elimination. That is a heck of a response for Turtle Trip through mid.
Yeah, they kind of flushed Moist down the toilet there. Around she went in the gravity well, and then was just rinsed by the bullets of the oncoming players. And Brock's still trying to test his luck here.
It's interesting to still see Brock testing
this. They
this.
don't really have any presence anywhere else.
I guess they just
like,
don't know where else to go.
Pressure. Like, they kind of just have to stick together. They do eventually battle their way to be linked, but still in a 3 versus 5. And, I mean, the defense has got this well covered.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's nowhere for Moist to go right now. They can't go B-long. They don't have no idea what's there.
They can go
A-long's not really an option. You kind of have to hit this through sewer, but I mean,
exactly.
it's being watched. I mean, they're completely covered.
If anyone's going to be comfortable in sewers, it's going to be the Moist Moguls, right?
I thought you were done with the water wordplay.
Wasn't really wordplay per se, but I get what you
I guess
mean.
not.
And no, I'm not done.
And no, I'm not done.
Now I'm done.
All right.
Maybe. You never know what opportunities are to present themselves.
You gotta get on and get this thing.
Still another one
10
leaked
seconds
through.
left.
He wants to get in on it as well. Why did you publish that to the world? We could have kept that.
I had to. It was good.
Yeah.
Gravity Well will pull out one. Spike gets down, but Tig gets the final shot needed. And Turtle
Back
Troop
and
clean,
forth
just
we go
good
as a
Moist
pendulum
Mogul were in the
swings,
last
chat.
round. Nice response here for Turtle Troop.
Indeed. Also, I remembered I needed to tell you what the Moist Maker was because you didn't know, and I'm sad. It's a
Friends reference.
Thanksgiving leftover sandwich, where you basically make a sandwich with all the leftovers.
That's
Friends reference?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm on page. It's been so long.
The way that I found it, though, is through binging with Babish, as I find those food things.
Okay. That's fair.
I was saying, because that's totally
when you
not
said
what
it
the
initially,
Moist
I was like,
Maker
I mean,
is.
I know I've heard this before, but I have no idea what this is like in practice. I'm not going to pretend like I know.
Yeah.
I'll own up to it.
Yeah. It's all good.
But then when
We
you
got there
said
in the end.
Thanksgiving leftovers, like, wait a second, I've seen this from Joey.
That's how we're so old, dude. We're so old. It's sad. No one knows. No one knows what we're talking about. All the Zoomers are busy watching stuff in VR or something. I don't know.
Doing whatever they do.
Whatever they do.
Yeah.
With their talks and ticks.
Operator now moved for Governor over towards B Link after all this threat from Moist Moguls has been asserted in towards one of the two mid positions, and they're still looking to possibly move through this. We've got Nanostorms that are blocking the doors in towards this A-Link, plus also the sentry turret to get a read. Trailblazer scouting things out, sees nothing, including Governor, who could try to late peek this if he chooses to. But the hit's on the way, and Turtle Troopers moving the defense to try to deal with this, and
they
Moist
have good
Mogul are
setup.
not confident.
Like, there's a lot of nanos in coverage here to really make the A hit tough, and you are going to see Moist kind of realize perhaps it wasn't to be there, and they will backpedal.
This is a tough rotation, though.
It is. There's not a lot of time to make it work, and Governor has an operator.
It bothers me that they like got the Moist Maker
and then slow down the spike progress even more.
And you've got flashes to delay this from Mummy plus a fragment, and that flash may give it away. That Governor is going to be tested. Now, they don't know if there's anything in towards B-Link, though. That's the only real curiosity point here for Turtle Troop. Stars Gravity Well, pulls Governor out. He can't actually take the angle. So now he's going to hit a quick snipe, and no. Sim takes down 2 as an ult command ends up doing essentially nothing. They will burst down Mummy to make sure he's not back into the mix. Weeded trying to work his way on. He gets a double. The spike's not planted yet. Wait a second. Andrew up top still has the win condition built in. Does the spike get planted? Yes, it does.
Dude.
The lockdown is in, though. Brock has to back. And now the opposing lockdown will be spent. Tig looking to challenge it, but the Nanostorms will keep him at bay. He's going to force his way through. He's getting chewed up, and Proto will find the kill. This series is freaking wild.
Everything was looking pretty okay. I mean, I do think that the clock was certainly a problem for Moist, but they did such a great job dictating the pace of B-back calls with their own utility to not really allow a way for Governor to break out and have impact with the op. And, I mean, they got a double kill right away from Sim to also take out the null command. So that was all fine and
I'm
dandy.
at this very weird place, chat, where like I kind of want Moist to win.
Was, very questionable.
Because I wouldn't mind seeing a third map, but I
dicey from there, but they do wind up bringing it down. So we're back to all even once again.
Jeez. 5-man stack this time for Moist Moguls. Both teams in pretty good condition when it comes to the purchase. Save Mummy, who's got the Stinger. Showstoppers out first. Cosmic Divide offensively plays, and Sim is going to find absolutely nothing with this. In fact, he takes the root of the damage from the fragment. Healing is here. Viper's Pit to reinforce, and now it's down to Turtle Troop. How do you break back into this? And they're going to go early, very quickly, actually. And Adder gets first blood onto Brock. Flya has to kind of hold the back edge of this Viper's Pit. Shock darts are moving him around a touch. And this is just all about finding toxin proximity, really. If you can find the timing, you're in a good spot. Turtle Troop taking their time, now on the way in. And the kills are coming out. They shut down the Viper's Pit. Sim in the corner only gets 1. Now it's down to the Cosmic Divide coming through for the defense. Proto last one left in 1v2. Spike is planted relatively close to this, and he may slip behind, gets the first one.
Wow, no
does he
way.
happen to get those? A 1v2 for the eBay clutch, and Moist Mogul take the edge.
That almost feels like a defensive Cosmic Divide backfire, in my opinion.
Agreed.
Like, I think you would have rather just faced a 2-on-1 around the corner rather than playing around with the wall. I actually don't like this call. I would much rather just face him straight up without the wall being a factor
why
at
would
all.
you both push through? Yeah. It's a good point, actually.
I mean, NT, but I like what Moguls is doing there. Almost fumbled it, but didn't lock that from Turtle Troop.
Quick action once more. This time over towards B-Long. Governor back with the Marshal. This time not going to land a headshot. Some respect given, though, from Moist Moguls. They will start to creep their way forward. Same Viper's toxic screen. Still trying to dissect this B site.
You see you have the one back there?
Trying to catch a piece of time. You're not going to work out. Paint shells in. Adder in the corner. Stuck. Sim. All 3 kills so far. Second paint shells out. Last pack as well, because why not? Tig up top. Can't really do too much. Last one left. And
Flya against the other 2.
The first 3 from 1. The
There
last
you
2
go.
from Flya. Moist Mogul. With the
They're at their 6 already.
Yeah, really well played
That's what
there.
you
There wasn't
needed.
anything sloppy about that one. That was a fine-tuned machine. Striking with precision on B. Sim being the tip of the spear. Getting lots of value out of his weaponry and utility. What would you be fishing for were you in need, Kevlar? Like a swordfish? Or you?
I mean, he's got something. What is that, unless it's bait next to him?
That's something he's already caught. That's just chilling.
Well, unless, again, I mean, look at the size of that fishing pole. That guy's trying to catch a marlin.
Yeah, exactly.
You use a trout to catch a marlin, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't fish. I don't know if that's actually a thing for you.
He said, but his fucking sounded good.
That could work, yeah. It adds up.
I trust the Louisiana guy to tell me how fishing works.
Yeah. Ooh,
I've got your
nearly.
trail.
Actually, no, he did clip him.
Yeah. Decap gone for Fly. Seekers are out.
My ult's not found one.
Boy took off his little toe.
Really,
I feel
that's
his pain, man. My knees are gone too.
Yeah, me too.
We're old.
We're just old though.
Yeah.
Unless you took a hop shot to the knee in your youth that I don't know about.
Haven't, you know?
But the Seekers does some work through mid. Pushes back the defense a touch. It's a long rotation through the defensive spawn to get to A, which is wide open. Save just the close defenders over towards Artweed. It does get a first blood. That's on a long-range shot, too.
That was a big shot. They kind of get past the grab well, but they're still getting a run through the gauntlet here as the Operator Governor is going to tee off. Adder as well, able to chime in.
Did you see
Governor
that
staying
through
alive
wall?
and backing off, keeping another angle.
Still holding some nice corners inside these nebulas. Timing good for Weeded. Comes into the mix, and with the help of Adder, the shutdown.
We're about to
is
go
in
into this
play.
half tied up,
Back in
aren't we,
fourth,
chat?
We go. Turtle Troop still alive,
Last
trying to get
round
us to
in the
another
half.
6-6 half.
I wonder how much I'd have to pay to sponsor Turtle Troop. How much is it to get in the game, you think?
I have no idea.
They're the only unsponsored team in the league. We've gotten other streamers out here. You got Disguised Toast out there. He's got his team.
I mean,
Now we
to
got
be
the
fair,
Moist
didn't
Moguls.
Ludwig say 500,000?
I mean,
That might
what
not
can
be
I get?
true.
You know what I
but
mean? Like,
that's what he said, right?
If you're not getting anything, I give you something. Is that enough? You know? Question I have.
All right. That or what is it? The Dust Team Ace sponsorship?
Yeah, I don't know.
This guy just wants to get involved, man. Can't hate him for that.
I just gotta know what the buy-in is. You know, I'm probably way out of my league, but just curious. Also, might be a conflict of interest casting my own team. I don't know. I'll let you be the judge of that.
Yeah, you can be the precedent center, that's for sure.
Yeah. You are gonna see
Utility exchange mid-map. Not really influencing either team's decisions, though, as the hit's looking towards B.
Indeed it is. Lineups are starting to come out here to try to clear some space on the site. Smokes up on Heaven as well. Toxic Stream providing cover for Brock to get in. Flashes through, looking for a fight, finds it, but not the result he wanted.
Wow, and then the reveal on the backside from Tig. Unreal, we did!
And we go into half. It's
4
tied
kills,
up.
the Cosmic Divide just to let you know about it, and it's a 6-6 half. But what a reveal from Tig, gets the whole team with it.
Dude, we did had a hell of a final 2 rounds of this half as well, must be said. I mean, just another crazy set of circumstances taking place throughout the course of this game. That was the one I was a little concerned by, but
yeah.
Other than that, it was just kind of wild, man. It's kind of the high octane Valorant you like to see.
Again, it may not be pretty, but it's exciting.
True. It's fascinating.
I'm here for exciting Valorant.
I don't know if I'm learning anything, but I am watching the game and talking about what I'm seeing.
Yeah. It's enjoying, at least for now.
Scanning ahead.
So we swapped the sides back to pistols.
All right.
And it's a hard
Let's see who
4-man
starts
stack
off,
for Moist Moguls coming through B long, and
on
it's
the right
coming
foot
through
here.
quickly. There is an alarm bot that they'll eventually have to hurdle. And more beyond that, a sentry turret as well is also in the mix to kind of keep mid safe. So all intents and purposes, based on what we're seeing, Turtle should kind of hold an advantage here on this approach to A.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Flya can just do enough to buy time for this flank to set in, and then how much impact can it have. Adder, in the meanwhile, has got his own little flanking maneuver that he's trying to play.
Adder's
for
gonna turn.
Supers
Oh,
here.
Adder's gonna flank
So that could be
Flya.
interesting, as Flya could be getting boxed in. It feels like he is.
Oh, he's absolutely boxed in. He's by himself, though. The thing about this is TTR don't know that he's the only one. So now that they clear up all of this space towards
Yeah, but now they know to look
you start
back
to kind of
towards-
collect all of this Killjoy utility, try to place it down to respond to this. Very
Great
quick.
flash.
Arm Moist Moguls on over towards the Fuse's Sim. Proto working with him, but the kill is not going to be there this time. Turtle Troop take the pistol up 7-6.
That was so well done. I mean, obviously, they got fortunate that there was just
All
a
right, this is
massive
their,
flank, and they caught a great timing on Flya, but also just some beautiful flashes took off there from Mummy to kind of cover as Moguls were trying to press in from the backside, able to give his teammates a chance to swing out and have some favorable fights, and they win them. So, well done around there from Turtle Troop. Tip your hat to them. Or helmet, I guess.
Out of charges.
Especially if you're that creature that's in the spin the bottle game?
Yeah.
Nothing crazy here from Moist Moguls. Just a couple of sheriffs in a frenzy. So weapon advantage with the Turtle Troop, but don't let that influence how this round may go, because it's been a map and a series full of unexpected events. And this time it's just orb collection for Turtle Troop towards A as they now re-wrap back over towards Adder's direction at B.
Yeah, they almost had a trap set with that grab well and caught someone, but they were able to get away and refortify on the A site. But a lot of their attention is here. They don't really have anyone in a position to rotate, and so it's really just going to be on the people who are here to defend. Aldrome going to come out. Doesn't really get too much intel off of that.
Brock tag, flash delays. It's a shock dart that gets the final word in, though. First blood tally.
Standing ahead.
And now the hit on the way. Recon bolt in. And, oh, how about this? Moist Moguls are stepping into this, and Sim gets 2. That is unbelievable for the effort. Definitely makes things a little bit easier. Proto quickly through the flank on towards Link.
We
did trying to clear Thief.
Yeah.
This is a tough gunfight, though, and fortunately hits the headshot.
30 seconds left.
Spike going to be planted. 2v2. Fly in Proto on the retake, and Flya has already walked really far forward, but we did. Still gets the headshot, leaving Proto now by himself. Has upgraded into a Spectre, toggles, gets the 1v1 he wants, but Weeded wins the gunfight.
Weeded's having a game.
Take the second.
Weeded's really popping off right now.
Having a game right now, dude. I mean, he bailed his team out of what was a very, very tough situation. I mean, they didn't really get much info out of the Owl Zone. It was a stack on the A site. Players were getting whittled down by pistols. I mean, while we did still in astral form trying to set up stars, it was not looking pretty. But we did wins a key battle in dugout, and then is able to use it post plant to come out with another multi-frag round. He's at 17-9, so really popping off here, saving the day for Turtle Troop on that one.
And he did in the first map as well, keep in mind. He went 22 and 17 with 23 assists.
Yeah, he had a heck of a map, that's
all right,
for sure.
Rifles round. Moist needs this really bad.
For Moist Moguls. Turtle Troop on, we'll call it a bonus, but a lot has been purchased in this round. Yeah. Governor on the way in, sentry turret will alert the defense, although no one is actually on site, so all that utility will essentially be denied. Bumming for the quick plant, and Moist Moguls will be called on to retake.
Yeah, they do have a flank kind of being set up here by Brock, though he doesn't actually commit to it, decides to go B-Link instead, so they can just split it both ways. Uh-oh, you got your lineup Larry's here.
Yeah, he does throw out the flash, though, so now Tig is kind of watching for that flank. This is actually a very heavy look over towards the flank overall. They still don't know if someone's on this position, especially with Brock still being alive. Sim on the defuse already halfway done. Governor needs to check this. He's the only defender of it. Does get the kill just in the nick of time. Halfway done. Brock try to top it. The kills come through. But boy, I'll tell you, that
we're about to have another
Brock,
sweep.
It kept Turtle Troop a bit distracted on the backside, and for a moment, Moist Mogul had a really good chance to get back in for the defuse. It nearly got fully taken down in the first go of it.
Yeah, and you really felt like for a moment there that Governor was behind the stone left unturned, that he was going to be able to pop out and really disrupt things that they didn't really quite have the read on where he was, but
one enemy
he was
remaining.
a little bit delayed on getting his peek off, but he got it just in time, does stop the defuse, and then his teammates are able to finish the job. Now they're up 9-6. The Moist Moguls looking low on credits here, just Sheriffs and the Stinger, so a great chance for Turtle Troop to hit double digits on this attacking side.
And more than that, they can earn up a lot of ultimates as well, depending on how the kills and the orb collection goes, as Moist Mogul are actually looking to move this one into a pretty aggressive stance towards main. But again, Turtle Troop just interested in the orb, they'll back away.
Yeah.
They get a lot of utility off of that as well. It's a guiding light, a smoke, and paint shells off the bat for Moist Moguls.
Oh yeah, definitely burnt a lot of that utility that they were going to have to worry about. Now they're just all swinging over towards long B, which is a good call. Like, when you know that there's no really long-range weapons in play, you just play this wide-open space. There is a lot of Killjoy utility here, which could hurt them if they try to go for back hauls. They could get hit a little bit. And this rotation's pretty damn fast from Moguls through the B-Link area.
First down, but Troop are not opting to play their post plant in any form on site. Force these Sheriffs to hit shots at range.
It does riddle the Killjoy utility out of play, so that's big.
Yeah.
All right, so they got sheriffs and stingers. That's it.
Flashes in, fragment down. That splits this retake pretty considerably, but the kills are looking pretty solid. Back and forth, pinstripe kill feed. It favors Moist Moguls. 3v2 situation. Sim on for the defuse once again. Pushed off it thanks to the darts. Thief, close corner, shut down. Long range shots down for Dig, and he's feeling the pressure. Hunter's Fury is gonna get called. It gets to halfway though, and now Tig's the last one standing. Doesn't get the kill. Sim back on for the defuse. A little bit of help over the top. The first shots are in, but the defuse gets confirmed by Sim. It's a thrifty for Moist Moguls, and in a series of unexpected events, add it to the list.
Yeah, I mean, the list is getting pretty long at this point on just crazy antics coming through from each side at different points in time. This time, it's the Moist Moguls pulling one through. Yes, this was a very close skirmish with the pinstripe kill feed, but at this moment, you're thinking with Tig having shock darts and Hunter's Fury, he's probably still got it in the bag. But no, not to be. Moist pull out the defuse and the thrifty, and so now we're at a close game still.
Get out of my way.
Sim is fighting this series, brother.
He's doing whatever he can, man.
All right.
Golly.
He
He's
got
definitely
him.
made a believer out of me. I mean, being kind of one of the new kids on the block in this league compared to some of the veterans we're used to seeing from last year. Oh, Flag could have got hit by that more. I mean, that was just dead on, but will they think he's there? They have no idea.
And Proto gets a key first blood. The knives are now down. Fly, the toxic screen.
He turned on.
Gets one. Mommy gets an unexpected
Mommy
double.
fucking
Of
turned
course he
on
does.
2?
Lockdown now in, but the spike is relinquished, and Sim wants the chow early. Paint shells out. We did looking for the trade. Long range shot not going to land, and Moist Moguls go back to back in rounds, and now just down one.
And now the series is all of a sudden wide open again. I mean, Turtle Troop were looking for a moment there like they were about to pull double digits. They were about to pull out in front, maybe set up a little bit of 2-0 story, which would be quite the redemption based on the first 2 weeks of play with this new roster. But not to be. Moist Moguls fighting back, looking to tie this thing up as Turtle Troop have very little to work with. The only ults available are ones they can't really use in this round with just sheriffs to really pull something off.
Yeah, true.
So this very much should be a tie game.
Ooh.
Sim going in deep.
Yeah, just walking forward. This is risky.
Oh
by
my
the way,
god. But the intel he gets from it.
I'll say, the thing is, like, if he drops that weapon, though, that's a free weapon selection. But now all of a
Yeah,
sudden,
he does have to be careful in their
Ulti's
back
out.
line.
Yeah. I mean, they're stuck mid-map. You've got a sentry turret on one side, 3-man defensive stack towards a link, and Sim is going to get
no way.
everything or nothing.
Oh boy. If he didn't get one frag, I would have been shocked. But he gets this one and gets away.
Just barely.
It wasn't the prettiest one, but it did happen. Adder grabbing a frag, though, in a rifle.
Definitely makes us within the realm of possibility. Sim will get healed up by Brock, but the offense has some space to work with now all of a sudden with that elimination. It's going to be a spike rotation deep towards B long, and it looks like the rest of Troop will try to join Mummy on this play.
That confirms
They don't actually push this, though,
they have
do they?
no idea what's going on at the A side of the map. I mean, for all they know, they could be up long.
30
so they're
seconds
kind of
left.
refortifying that. They're just
I mean, they kinda
relying
have
a
to
lot
now,
on
I
Proto
guess.
to kind of anchor B with his utility. But if he goes down, all of a sudden you got a 3v3 post plant that you would maybe even favor Turtle Troop in.
Yeah, 2 weapons and an ult command. Yeah, for sure, that's definitely plausible. Nanostorm's
Okay,
alarm
so
bot. Mummy forced to
Spike's
plant.
gonna go
Not
down.
the ideal location, but he has to commit to it because of the clock. This is actually going to force Turtle Troop to play forward here. Proto trying to
Anyone
get
gonna be
reset
able
up
to
once
come through
again, but
leak?
do they expect this play to come over very quickly towards Bridge? I mean, a lot of this counter utility for Moist Moguls is likely not going to hit. The trades are decent. Gets us to a 1v1. Pardon me, 1v2 situation. Governor down low. Wants to try to force the 1v1. Proto gets it, turns away. Reload now in. Deep off the corner. Oh my goodness!
No way!
What is
Wow.
happening in this series?
Governor is an absolute nutter, dude. I just can't even believe it. I mean, this is a 1v2. He has to look up
That's
at such
insane.
an awkward angle, and he's getting flanked. And then he hits the one tap. The one shot he has to hit, he lands it. Oh my goodness, dude. This
Wow.
game's had everything. Now, with that said, Moist come into this with all the ults. I'm talking all of them. All of them. They're down 2 rounds, and this could be exactly what they need to try to get back into this, but that has to take your
All
breath
right.
away a little bit when you have that
for
happen to you.
Big round from Moist here.
Once again, Turtle Troop through mid-map. Trailblazer used to try to scout this out. Does find some pretty useful information, but largely speaking, there's not much of a response here for Moist Mogul as far as reclaiming, although Brock is stacked up with Sim.
Did I mention they have all the alts? Yeah,
yes, you did.
Okay, I just
that,
wanted to be very clear that they have all the alts.
Okay.
All of them.
So Turtle Troop basically really trying to climb a steep hill here to pull this one through, but they've certainly made magic happen in crazier times. So it looks like they want to attack this B side. Once again, Killjoy utility set up here, but Fire might get timings!
Okay.
What?
Not quite full. Flya still gets the kill. I have no idea how that's happened. We did with the response, though, keeps us 4v4. Seekers through mid-map actually does reveal that Tig is in position here, and they may rotate behind this. This is a bold call. Adder's just trying to keep the Seekers at bay to sit there and say that, yeah, we're still here, but the longer the Seekers live through B long, the more that Moist Moguls know that this hit's going towards A.
Tig's here, though,
so now
already.
they're on the quick wrap. Tig has to find kills here, because there's no way for the spike to do anything but get planted. And Tig hears the footsteps. Plays the corner. The first one up. Shots come through. There's the pushback. Showstopper out. Tig has to back away, but the showstopper gets full.
What a showstopper.
No chance for the spike to be planted.
Wow.
Oh.
Oh boy. Only 2 alts used on that as well, so they still have 3 available, 2 of which are massive for retakes between the lockdown and the Viper's Pit. Or you could just use the Viper's Pit defensively to kind of really anchor down one area if you feel that's the play to make. And now Turtle Troop are starting to run a little bit low here on funds.
Out of charges.
And so this is still very much up for grabs.
Started to get interesting, chat.
Very hard to read where this is going.
Yeah.
You favor Moist a lot just based on economy.
But who knows?
Adder gets here so fast. Like, do they even know? Probably
Governor
not.
Gets one. Gets away, too. Lots of damage on the way in. Aldro now trying to follow up, and Moist Moguls maybe stuck here a little bit inside a link. Governor wants the gunfight. He's got defense range, but gets caught on the reload. Flash comes back through, and, well, will be taken down. That's your spike carrier in. Moist Moguls trying to repossess this position at Art. Back and forth trade still occurring, though. Gets us to a 3v3, and the spike is collected and rushed over towards B.
And it's so wide open. They may not know it, obviously, but a Proto has.
Are they going to try and go back down over to A, possibly?
Are on A. Unfortunately for Turtle Troop, they can't see the map that we can, so they're actually kind of playing into this. But as soon as I say that, Moist might be backing off
they're to back into it. They're to back over to B.
They might be giving it up. They're going to have to play for retake together as a team. Now, again, they do have lockdown, and that's a big retake tool. So it's not the end of the world that they're going to happen to find themselves out of position for this plan.
Governor will get the plant.
So they at least get the spike down.
How do you set up for the lockdown and also possibly the Cosmic Divide, especially considering that you have no information here, and Adder is deep. Hearing all these footsteps.
He didn't shoot either.
I don't think
didn't see it.
Sees that. Flash comes through. He gets through it, gets the elimination. Now around the backside.
No
Adder
way.
can do it all himself. Gets the second up top nearly. Finds all 3. But with that, Governor gets the trade, and Turtle Troop get to 11.
Oh boy.
Yeah, the rotations are tough.
And that's another alt off the board.
How you doing today,
Now
Boom?
does the Viper Spit Cosmic Divide left.
Our bonds,
Credits
sorry.
are sparse. 2 shares have to come into play here, but they have to buy all that they can. They don't want to let Turtle Troop just have a free map and series point, so they get what they can. But look at how slim it is, man.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, Stinger's definitely not something
This
you
is
want.
tough here for them.
Not in this nerf
They really
state,
need that last
not
round.
defensively.
We got 4 ults available
But
for
it
you
is what it
two
is.
over on the
Brock
side
will
of
have
Turtle
hope for the
Troop.
best. Meanwhile, while they don't have all of the alts, they have a lot of them on the Turtle Troop side.
All of them but the Hunter's Fury.
This is such a tall ask. You have to hope that utility lands if you're Moist Moguls.
man.
Just soften up this offense as much as possible. Sin has been unbelievable in these low buy rounds. Maybe he can be a hero again. But Turtle Troop are going to get a free B long. Stars being placed to block off those tall angles where the sheriffs really could hit.
Oh, what you eating? You bring me
Adder's
nuts?
looking to put a lineup in towards B-Link here with this nano.
Yep. Flya does have Viper's Pit. He could drop it to try to deter the B plan or to help set up a retake on B. That's really the only thing.
Oh,
the
dude, this is
lockdown's gonna
tough.
come first from the attacking side to try to press the defense off the site. And indeed, they will just have to fall back and play retake. And so, unless they can get kills and get on site and then drop Viper's Pit, there's really not many outs for Moist in this situation.
Not at all. Governor's going to really make
At least
life
enough to allow for the spike.
up top to
Oh!
Frodo gets one for free, and he nearly gets a second. Flya follows up, though. Mummy drops. So now all of a sudden, Governor's almost a little bit stuck up here. All these pistols are looking right at him. Adder trying to save the day. Catches another on reload, and that'll be good for the eliminations, but still back and forth we go. It's Tig by himself. These could be weapons that are collected. Cosmic Divide's called in. But they don't know that Tig is playing from backside home.
That's G's.
No one clears it, and a 1v2 for Turtle Troop, and the eBay clutch to get him.
No, yeah, I had
oh my,
pork
I was
chops
so
for dinner.
concerned because I wasn't actually
I'm trying to
in favor
avoid
of Governor
a late
boosting
night
into
snack.
heaven like that. I thought
Trying
it
to
was
get
a
better
very
about
risky
not
play, but Tig just
having snacks too late.
between the cracks and
My
pulls
inner
off
fat
a
boy's not liking
huge
it.
clutch to save the day for Turtle Troop and put them at map and series point. They still have 4 ults available. Null Command obviously being a huge one to take site with, and then that Hunter's Fury huge for post plant.
Still got 4 fucking ults
On top
here
of the
for
shock
Turtle
darts
Troop.
and all the other utility that Turtle Troop will have.
So
Viper's Pit is gonna get
both
dropped by
lower
Flya this
seeds
round
won
here
today.
at
This
long.
one maybe not as much as an upset as the
Trying
one
to
with the
deter
guard,
any attacks
obviously,
this
but
direction,
still
covers the entirety of the stretch.
crazy.
And you can't lose hope here for Moist Mogul fans.
Oh,
we've seen how it happens the other way.
This is a brilliant combo. Like, not only did they have the Viper's Pit down, they also were able to get very aggressive on long A and deny a lot of space, which means that Turtle Troop had to spend a lot of utility and time clearing out extra angles just to get basic map control.
Yeah, but they don't see anything. So you saw that guiding light throw, and maybe a little bit worried are Moist Moguls about what may have came through over towards this A art position. Aldrone out. Doesn't really see much at B. Adder shots will get Moist Moguls in.
Oh, he's looking away.
On the way, Adder caught off guard. A key first blood for Moist Moguls. The question still remains, though, what happens in this mid connector?
I don't know. We did. It's got the world as his oyster, basically, on where he wants to go. They're going to be going through B link. This kind of bypasses the Viper's Pit at long, but then it forces you to play post plant inside defensive spawn in B link, which could be quite awkward with rotations coming in from the A side of the map.
Frodo gets the information on not just one, but a couple more. Flya now turns his attention over.
Yep, now it's over there. That way, if it wasn't done before, it's there. You get rid
Now
of
they
them.
reset the plant, knowing the Viper's Pit will go down. Cosmic Divide will make sure this gets planted safely.
Hey,
Governor's
flanking.
right behind
Wow.
the play. Oh,
Jeez.
gets on the corner. We get
GG's.
behind. Now it's just down to Sim. But there was
Wow.
every player you want. It would have been him. But Mummy not allowing it to get off the ground.
That's
A
insane.
13-9, and Turtle Troop get their first series win in Challengers
Both?
in duo fashion.
The roster changes.
Lower
come
seeded
up
teams
huge.
win.
Tig
That's
obviously having
crazy.
massive impact throughout that game, but really there was a moment for everyone to be had, it felt like, in this series. And this final round,
That's
so
insane.
crazy because, you know, you're trying to bypass the Viper's Pit by coming through B link, but it's not going so well at first. But then they get the double
Ludwig
kill, they get the
wasted
Viper's Pit
money,
down,
someone in
and they get to
chat,
reset
Twitch
their whole
chat
game
said,
plan on how
"Oh,
they
that's
wanna
tough."
plant. Then they're able to get safe behind a Cosmic Divide. Then they're able to just
That
win
was a
out
good
from
one.
that point forward.
Hey, chat.
What a crazy series this was. I mean, it definitely was.
So the next game is
scrappy Valorant, if we're
tomorrow.
being honest about it, but in the end, Turtle Troop with the new team. was quite
So
well
as
together,
per usual, we'll
found
be
a way
live
to
over
win.
here when it
Man,
starts.
unbelievable
Tomorrow,
stuff.
though,
Valkyrie
it starts
joins
at
us
normal
here.
time.
I mean, the reactions are multifaceted. I'll say that much.
Tomorrow we'll be starting at
definitely
4
not
p.m.
how I thought
Eastern
things would
time.
go.
That
Very
game tomorrow is actually. Let me see what
sloppy.
game
I
that
think
is
sloppy
tomorrow.
is definitely the word. It's not to
Tomorrow
say
we
that
got
it was really
G2 versus
poor Valorant, it's just
Oxygen.
that things
Is the
often
4 o'clock game.
just sort of fell apart.
And
So,
then
like,
we've
coming into
got
a round, you would see,
FaZe
like,
versus
okay, we have a clear
Shopify
plan,
Rebellion
but the
at
strategy sort of
7.
evaporates. But I do think what you saw as a
So
result
I pick up
was
Little
the
Man
individual
at
prowess of
3:30.
all of the players across both
Once we
rosters
get
that
home and I
ability
get
to
him set
basically
up, I'll be
make up
popping
for
live
some
for
of the
watch party. So
shortcomings.
probably like
So it makes it
3:45,
exciting.
3:50ish
You've got
chat.
a lot of multi-kill rounds. You've got a lot of rounds that
I really
shouldn't
appreciate everyone
happen
coming
that
in
do
and
happen. But Dust overall,
hanging out over
I
here
look
with
at
your
that.
boy, man. Honestly, there's a lot of different places y'all could be watching. NA Challengers and stuff. Bro, today were some crazy games, weren't they, King? Absolutely insane. Even like Lock-In had some good games this morning too. Chat, if y'all are new to the channel and y'all enjoyed the vibes and you want a good place to hang out outside of stream, Feel free to come pull up in the Discord. Whether you're a Valorant fan, Esports fan, you enjoy Apex. I got plenty of different videos around here, around the channel. If you guys are wanting to check those out, we do quite a bit of Valorant news and updates, Apex news and updates. Why is my Valorant command not working? We also do some updates and stuff. I'm actually going to be trying to get our some updates and stuff. I try and get some interviews and stuff done. We did sit down with Tanner last week and chatted Challengers a bit. Or is it Challengers? Yeah. If y'all want to check that out, or tomorrow I'm gonna be trying to get up our interview with Fussy from Onyx Esports for Apex. I'm gonna try and get that done in the morning before my stack up stream that I have over on Twitch. But like I said, we'll be back live over here a little bit before 4 tomorrow. Tomorrow we got G2 versus Oxygen, FaZe versus Shopify Rebellion. I really appreciate y'all coming through, hanging out with your boy tonight. It really means a lot. Feel free to hit the like button. It seems to be helping as far as people find the videos even after we're done being live. I'll put the timestamps on it in the morning. Yeah. Otherwise, man, until we catch y'all back over here for the next one, man. Don't forget, with everything crazy going on in the world today, be true, be you, be sincere. Game hard and love hard. All right, y'all. I really appreciate y'all hanging out with me with 12 hours of freaking Valorant today. Well, 11 hours of Valorant, but still have a lot of freaking Valorant. I appreciate y'all between VCT and NA Challengers. We'll catch y'all back tomorrow. Peace.